After the undulation, the cold and the rain of Portimao, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025 has headed about 300 kilometers north of Portimao, and this time we regather for rounds 3 and 4 at the Estoril circuit. Hello everybody, welcome along to the next chapter in this wonderful series, a winter championship for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It's been an interesting time already in practice and in testing. On Thursday we had dry weather, we had some very quick lap times, but yesterday the heavens opened. It has been freezing cold here, and traction has been very much at a premium. It started sunny today. It was glorious first thing this morning, but the clouds have moved in again, and we are starting to get ready for qualifying, and we're starting to wonder whether the rain is going to hold off or whether it's going to be Portimao all over again. Well, the forecast says that the rain is to hold off here for rounds 3 and 4 at this legendary circuit. If it did rain, it would remind us of nearly 40 years ago when Ayrton Senna won his first ever race in Formula 1 at the Portuguese Grand Prix. So we are here getting ready to go. My name's Brian Oliver. I'm going to be bringing you the commentary here for all the racing and the qualifying here today. Down in the pit lane, as always, we have Piers Pryor bringing us all the news from there. This circuit is 4.182 kilometres around with 13 established in 72. Of those 13 turns, 4 of them are to the left and 9 are to the right. It is an FIA Grade 1 circuit, and as already mentioned, it has hosted the Formula 1 Grand Prix on a number of occasions, but it was that historic win nearly 40 years ago where we saw Ayrton Senna take his emotional first ever win in the wet. Well, look at that. There's the weather forecast. Broken clouds. Doesn't say it's going to rain, so we've got our fingers crossed. But if it is anything like it was in Portimao, whether it is wet or dry, it is going to be a thoroughly entertaining day of racing. You'll recall when we gathered at Portimao for the opener of the season, round 1, we had an epic 4-way battle in the first race. It went the way of Ariel Levy, and Ariel Levy becomes the championship leader in the sporting category. In the club category, we also had some fantastic racing. We'll tell you more about the club category first, because we at the moment are getting ready for qualifying for the sport category. So if you're new to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, to explain to you, the cars are split into 2 groups. We have the sport group and we have the club group. The sport group going first, and they are made up of 3 categories within that. We have the pro drivers, we have the rookie drivers, and we have the pro-am drivers. And what a field of drivers we have for this event here at Estoril. So the cars will come out on circuit. You can see them starting to move in the pit lane at the moment. A quality ffield. And as we already mentioned, coming into this weekend, Ariel Levy in the sport division leads ensuring, almost called him Morris there, that's not the first time that's happened, by just 4 points in the overall championship, with Sasha Norden in 3rd place. He is 19 points adrift. In the Pro-Am Championship, it's Henry Chuamala and Anthony Imperato who lead the way. We are getting ready for qualifying for the sport division, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. So with the cars coming out on track, and as we look down the pit straight, you can see, well, it is a little bit wet. There are some dry patches appearing. We had torrential rain yesterday. We've had a bit of free practice this morning, so a bit of an opportunity to get the track dried out and to get a cars a little bit more up to speed, but our lap times in free practice this morning were still a fair bit off the fastest lap that we saw in testing on Friday. On Thursday in the testing session, and in that session it was Ariel Levy who was the quickest of all. We had 4 sessions on Thursday for the sport division, and out of those, Ariel Levy was quick 2 of them, ensuring quickest one of the others, and Jelte Hoffner was quickest in the first of those, which shows you how competitive this series is. The quickest time that we had on Thursday, the 1:38.516. And you can see the surface there with those slippery patches. We are going to probably struggle to get anywhere near the 1:38.5s, but we have 30 minutes of qualifying ahead of us. So, if you're new to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, well, firstly, we say welcome along, prepare to be entertained. And I know there are a lot of people from around the world who are watching. There are people watching on television, people watching online, and also we've got a lot of people watching at the circuit as well. We know you're going to be entertained. So we start the day off with qualifying. It'll be qualifying for the sport division, and that's going to be for the next half an hour. Then it will be a very short break, and then we will have qualifying for the club division, and then it will be 2 races for each category this afternoon, as we see a bit of a lock-up heading into turn 1. The car's just struggling for that traction, just building the heat in the tyres. So in this 30-minute qualifying session for the sport division, all of the cars will be looking to record their fastest time. It is called a qualifying session. Well, every car has qualified for the race already, with the one exception, and that is if a driver is more than 120% slower than the fastest lap time, they would need to get special permission from the race steward to start the race. But it is called qualifying, but the next half an hour is all about determining where on the grid the cars are going to start for the races this afternoon. There are 2 races. The first one, which will be round 3, and that grid will be determined by the fastest lap time that is set during this session. So the driver's fastest lap time will determine where they start for round 3, the first of 2 races this afternoon. The second race this afternoon, round 4 of the championship, will be determined, the grid positions will be determined by the driver's second fastest lap time. So it's not about just putting in 1 quick lap, it's about putting in certainly at least 2 quick laps. It's also about tyre preservation, because tyres are strictly limited. Just 2 new sets of tyres for qualifying and for the races today here in Estoril. So the drivers need to be looking after the rubber on the cars. They need to make sure that they've got some grip at the end of the day, because if the conditions are dry, and again we're expecting the conditions to remain dry, then when the race comes to a conclusion, the second race comes to a conclusion this afternoon, the drivers will need to make sure they've got something that they can attack and indeed defend with, as we look there at Charles Visser in the target competition car. He's a driver from South Africa. He got a 17th in the first race at Portimao and a 9th place in the second. So looking to improve on that here at Estoril here. Today, as he goes round with already nearly 5 minutes of this session gone. You can see him weaving as he heads down the pit straight, just trying to build the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. When you get heat into the brakes, the heat transfers through the wheel rims and into the tyres as well. And this is very much about getting it right, getting the tyres into the window. It's not about half an hour of going flat out. It's about building the temperature. We have the out lap when the cars come out of the pits initially. Then we have the build laps, and that's the stage that a lot of these drivers are in at the moment. Then we have the push laps. But as you can see, already the times are tumbling. 1:43.924, so that is already quicker than our quickest time this morning, set by championship leader and indeed defending champion Ariel Levy. He had a 1:52.720 this morning, but was still a long way off his fastest time that was set in session 4 on Thursday, the 1:38.516. But as the track dries out, as the tyres get more heat into them, we're going to see these times tumbling down, and it may well be in this qualifying session that our fastest time is going to come in the absolute closing stages of this session, because that is potentially when the track is going to be at its quickest. It will be at its driest. There will be rubber laid down from the cars that have been circulating around, and the tyres will be, in theory, in the operating windows. So a lot of drivers will want to wait until late in the session for their main push laps. But we may find at the moment, with a little under 23 minutes of this session to go, that drivers will want to get a banker lap in. They'll want to get a time on the board so that if there were a red flag, some kind of stoppage towards the end of this qualifying session, they wouldn't be left high and dry and at the wrong end of the grid, or indeed as a driver who's not made the 120% minimum time. So there is a car, looks like, is that Thomas Cangro out on the gravel? Certainly it's one of the Red Ant cars. Yes, it is Thomas Cangro. So he's had a bit of a moment. I think it's out between turns 2 and 3. And that just tells you a lot about how tricky it is to find grip here in these conditions. There are the wet patches and there are the dry patches. I'm reliably told by Piers, who is down in the pit lane, that the drivers are all out on slick tyres. Would certainly not expect anybody to be out on wet weather tyres because on a drying track, the wet weather tyres would fall apart very, very quickly indeed. So even more time needed to build the heat. But as Thomas Cangro has already demonstrated, when you get off the racing line, you're heading towards the gravel trap, and there's another, Draker Janssen, in the GP Elite car, the Dutch driver, who is a bit of a rainmaster in his own right. Well, he's doing a little bit of rally crossing at the moment, but he's rejoined. Doesn't look like there's any harm done. But you just see, as there are puffs of smoke from several of the cars under braking, you just see how on the edge they are. And even Ariel Levy, our defending champion and our championship leader, had a bit of a moment yesterday, and he discovered the barriers. Didn't do too much damage, but certainly just goes to show that even the high and mighty are going to struggle in these conditions a little bit. Ariel Levy, at the moment, he's on build laps himself, just getting the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. It's Draker Janssen with a 140.985 at the moment. So that's our initial benchmark. We'd expect to see certainly a fair bit of time taken off that as this session progresses. And as if on cue, Chester Kiefer with a 140.794 moves to the top of the timing screens. So I mentioned it briefly at the beginning. We have 3 categories that are within this division. We have the pro drivers, we have the pro-am drivers, and we have the rookie drivers. The rookie drivers are denoted by the blue boxes. And if you're watching on screen, it looks like somebody in the background there's a lot of smoke up there. I don't know if that's from the track or from somewhere else. But the blue boxes, if you're looking on screen, they denote the rookie drivers. And we have a championship for the rookies as well. The leader of the rookies at the moment is Chester Kiefer in number 88 car. He did very well on his debut in Portimao last time out. He got a 4th place and a 5th place, but I would remind you he had 2 pole positions as well. So certainly one of the quick cars, and in the Schumacher CLRT Porsche, a very, very rapid driver indeed. We also have the Pro-Am drivers. And in the Pro-Am Championship, it's Henry Chiuamala who leads Anthony Imperato by 10 points. With Ziad Giris in 3rd, he is 18 points adrift in that championship. So we have effectively, as we see, a lockup from Rodrigo Almeida, the FAC Autotech car going into the corner. We effectively have 3 races within the race: the overall race, the Pro-Am race, and the rookie race. Now, this is Thomas Cangro, who's into turn 1, where he got it locked up into the gravel trap, did well to not make contact with the fence, able to rejoin. There is Maze Muller in the BP Motorsport car. Very looking car. You missed that one, would you? So he's out there as well, just finding a bit of space. So critical points in this qualifying session. Firstly and foremost, keep it on the track. keeping it within the white lines, getting the tyres into the window. And the white lines are an issue because we have had some issues with track limits in the past. We certainly had them at Portimao, and we've had them also here in testing and in free practice. So the drivers must stay within the white lines. They cannot leave the track to gain an advantage. If they do, they will find their lap disallowed. And there's a big lockup from Matthias Ferreira in the number 27 target car, and that flat spot on those tyres, there will be vibrations. And remember, tyres are limited, so if you flat spot your tyres in quali, you may well be starting the race with a flat spot this afternoon. And there is the 1-2-1 car. Is he going to keep it going? That's Michele Di Martino, who we welcome to the grid here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And he, well, it hasn't been a heavy impact with the fence, but he's certainly made it a long way across the gravel trap, hasn't he? Hopefully he can rejoin. And it's exactly moments like that why drivers who leave it till late in the session for their push lap are dicing with fire just a little bit, to mix the metaphors, because if it's late in the session, they're on their push lap and suddenly a red flag comes out because of a stranded car, their laps will be disallowed. There's another driver that we welcome this year, Sören Spreng for Team GP Elite, the German driver. He is the 2 times champion on the Pro-Am category in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. A legendary driver. Great to have him here joining the grid in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here at Estoril. Has a good fan club as well, and really good to have him here. And there's a driver who really shone at Portimao last time out, Sid Smith, the driver from Great Britain in the Team Parker Racing Porsche. To everybody who's watching in Great Britain, we hope you are shouting at your screens as we see Sid Smith looking to improve on a P7 at the moment. While all that's been going on, Ariel Levy has jumped to the top of the timing screen to 140.149. So still a couple of seconds off his quickest time on Thursday, but maybe that's as good as we're going to get in these conditions. Having said that, I reckon there are going to be some improvements coming. Chester Kiefer has currently gone the quickest of anybody in Sector 1. The circuit, which is 4.182 kilometres around, is divided into 3 sectors. Sector 1 goes from the start-finish line to somewhere between turns 2 and 3. Sector 2, which is a fairly long sector, stretches all the way to between turns 8 and 9, and then then Sector 3 continues for the remainder of the lap. So we have the drivers recording times in sectors. We get a sector time for each one, and the quickest of anybody in Sector 2 on the last lap was Draker Janssen. That moves him up into P2 in the standing. Still, Ariel Levy leading the way, a 140.149. He is our championship leader by just 4 points over Flint Schuring. Flint currently in 6th place with a 140.438, so he's about 0.289 slower than Ariel Levy at the moment. But we are now approaching the halfway point of this qualifying session, so still plenty of time to do something about that. And as this session now moves into its second half, the cars we expect to get quicker as the track continues to dry out. You can see those dry patches as the cars head along the pit straight. And we look once again at Mace Muller. There's Ariel Levy just behind, Matthias Ferreira behind them. But finding space out on track for the qualifying session is important. You're tripping over other cars. Chester Kiefer is once again pushed out of the garage into the fast lane. And you can see him just rejoining to try and improve on his time that currently has him in P3. While all that's been going on, Jonas Greif has jumped up into P4. Jonas Greif, who has been in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany for a couple of years. He took a year out last year to do GT Masters. It was good to see him in a different discipline, but we know he's serious this year because he has signed for Team GP Elite. And the number 4 car, keep an eye on him. He's going to be going places this year. Another driver going places, Rodrigo Almeida. You see him there in the number 18 FAC Autotech car from Mozambique. He was very, very quick in the second race at Portimao last time out. He got a 4th place. Another driver who's come from other disciplines. We've seen him in the ADAC GT4 category in the past, but has certainly shone here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe when we were at Portimao last time out. So he, with FAC Autotech, another legendary team run by Alex Fack Senior and Alex Fack Junior, who is a driver in his own right. So in fact, he is the Pro-Am champion in the ADAC GT Master Series that is predominantly in Germany. So they know a few things about running a Porsche. And with Rodrigo Almeida as their driver, they've got some hopefully some great results ahead of them. You can see on the graphic that Ariel Levy and Jonas Greif are in the pits at the moment. Chester Kiefer's out on track, and with quite a few of the cars in the pits at the moment, and as I say that, there's quite a few of them now starting to move, it does mean there is space out on track, and that's exactly what Matthias Ferreira is taking advantage of. He's in a 9th place at the moment, and he will be looking to improve on that. 140.863, so he's about 1.1 second down from Ariel Levy. I've just seen a notification that Draker Janssen's lap was deleted for track limits on turn 10. So we said track limits might have something to do with it, and if you're using your rubber up and you're using your resources up and you exceed track limits, you're not going to have that level of grip and that level of power available to you on subsequent laps. So really important to keep it within the white lines, and Matthias Ferreira also exploring the outer reaches of the Estoril circuit. So to remind you once again, we are in qualifying at the moment. I know we have a lot of new people watching Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and it's great to be on television and streaming online around the world as well. The only Porsche Winter Championship in Europe. What is often known as a training championship, but it is a championship that the drivers want to win. But if you're new to this, and a lot of people are, to explain once again, this is qualifying. This is to determine grid positions for the races this afternoon. The fastest time will determine where the driver starts on the grid for the first race this afternoon, and the second race this afternoon will be determined by the driver's second fastest time. So if things remain as they are at the moment, it would be Ariel Levy who would start on pole position with Jonas Greif alongside him, an all Team GP Elite front row. Another driver who has had a lap time deleted for track limits on turn 14. No, turn 4. I beg your pardon, is Luciano Martinez, the Argentinian driver for Ombra Racing. So it's another one who's had a lap time deleted. Nothing too spectacular at the moment. Draker Janssen has gone quickest of anybody, just as I say that, in Sector 1, and 19.839 in Sector 1. Which is very quick indeed. He's into Sector 2 at the moment, so expecting him to improve from his 12th place that he is at the moment. To remind you, he did have his last lap time deleted for exceeding track limits. But he's got a bit of work to do to catch the 139.742. So that is the quickest time now for Ariel Levy, a 139.742. The first driver into the 39s, still 1.2 seconds slower than he was in testing on Thursday. But the track's still taking a bit of time to come to the drivers, and a lot of drivers now just rolling the dice, waiting for their moments to try and go for the push lap in the last couple of minutes of this qualifying session. There is Henry Tuamala for Team Quaranen, and it's Tuamala who leads the way in the Pro-Am category in the 1-2-3 car. And there's a driver who is very impressive. I'll tell you how impressive he is. He is the defending Pro-Am champion for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I say defending, he's the outgoing because he's not in the Pro-Am category this year. He's in the Pro category, and that is the number 47 of Alex Ryman. the driver from Estonia, who has been very, very quick. So he's out there just trying to find a bit of dry track, trying to find a little bit of grip as well as he continues. He's got a bit of space in front of him. And here he comes in the number 47 car out across the start-finish line to record his time. So let's see what that is going to be. He was in P13. And as he crosses the line, it was a 1:40.994, which was his best time. So P13 looks to be where he remains at the moment. So Alex Ryman hasn't improved yet, but continues out on track to push. Now we've got everybody bar one car out on track. The only car in the pits now is Charles Visser. So this is where it's going to start to get busy. This is where the drivers are starting to try and find the space. They've had the out laps. They're on the build laps, getting the heat into the tyres, into the brakes. And there's a brake locking up for Michele Di Martino for K. Kramer Racing. Great to have him here. He's an experienced NLS racer, and he's had a podium in his class in the last 3 Nürburgring 24-hour races. So that tells you how good Michele is. The last 3 years of the Nürburgring 24-hour racing, the categories that he's been racing in, he's had a podium. So great to welcome him here to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this year. This is one of the up-and-coming Chargers, the number 88 car with Chester Kiefer from Luxembourg. He's an 18-year-old preparing for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup France. Has made the move from single-seater racing. Had that double pole position in the season opener at Portimao. Was not able to convert them into podiums, but a 4th and a 5th place on debut is very good. There's a lot of smoke in the air at the moment. I think someone has had a bit of a lively moment heading into turn 1. They've all made it around, so all good there. We're looking at Chester Kiefer now as he tries to improve. A 1:40.298 was his quickest lap. His last lap was a 1:40.466. So this is potentially a push lap for Chester Kiefer. In 3rd place at the moment for the Schumacher CLRT. I was about to say it's a Team GP Elite provisional front row, but as the words were coming out of my mouth, Sasha Norden jumps up into P2. Another driver who looked very quick last time we saw him. In Portimao, he got a 2nd place, was very, very quick. We had that amazing 4-way battle for the lead in the opening round of the race. Chester Kiefer loses the back end just a little in the corner. But in that race at Portimao, the 4-way battle went the way of Ariel Levy, but boy, did Sasha Norden push him all of the way. The wet conditions in race 2 meant it was a 10th place for Sasha Norden. Really struggled a little bit with those conditions, but a P3 because Flint Scheuring has now jumped to the top of the timing screen. So the number 99 car, another of the Schumacher CLRT cars, Flint Scheuring, a 1:39.568. Flint, who is, to remind you, just 4 points behind Ariel Levy in the points standings. There are no points awarded in qualifying this year, but grid positions are everything. And at a circuit like this, starting somewhere near the front is going to be a real advantage as Chester Kiefer now jumps to the top at 1:39.430. That has relegated Ariel Levy, the long-time provisional pole sitter, down into P3. So 1:39.430 is the new benchmark that they're all aiming for. We said that the track was going to come to the drivers, it was going to get quicker, and with now just 5 minutes remaining of this qualifying session, it is starting to come alive. Charles Visser, another driver who's had a warning for track limits into turn 1. So he's another one the stewards have got an eye on. But it's Chester Kiefer for Schumacher CLRT who is the quickest. If things remain as they are now, the front row would no longer be all Team GP Elite. It would be all Schumacher CLRT because it's Chester Kiefer with provisional pole. His teammate Flint Scheuring alongside him, just 0.138 slower. Then it's Sasha Norden in 3rd place, but Flint Scheuring responds at 1:38.895. That is a fantastic time, pulling over half a second on his teammate. So Flint Scheuring starting to come alive in the last 4 minutes of this session. Chester Kiefer, Every race so far this season has been started with Chester Kiefer on pole position. Can he keep that record going? Can he make it 3 poles in 3 races? Well, Flint Schuring doesn't seem to think so, does he? Because he is at the top at the moment, a 1:38.895. I'm looking at the sector times for Chester Kiefer. Doesn't look like this lap is going to do anything to jump him to the top. It doesn't. So it was a 1:39.427. So it was his quickest lap last time around, as that Søren Spreng, who's into the gravel for the Team GP Elite, and he's keeping it going. The good bit is the gravel does allow the drivers an opportunity to just skim across the top. He's onto the grass, so he's able to rejoin, but it's going to take him a fair bit of time to get those tyres cleaned up, to get the heat back into them and get back up to speed. So Søren Spreng scattering gravel all around turns 8 and 9. Drivers behind him won't be thanking him for that. But Søren Spreng is able to rejoin. Doesn't look like he's done any damage, but it will have thrown him. Once again, Thomas Cangro under braking. Yet another lock-up in front of him, and Cangro going very deep into the corner. So Thomas Cangro currently down in 16th place. He's done a personal best in Sector 1, but it's still a little way off the best of Schuring. Our current provisional pole sitter, as Draker Jansen now jumps up into P2. Draker Jansen with a 1:39.379, but still getting on for half a second slower than Flint Schuring. That really was an epic lap from Flint Schuring that put him to the top of the timing screens. I don't have a record of the driver's second fastest times, but to remind you once again, the driver's second fastest times will determine their starting positions for race 2, which will take place this afternoon. That will be round 4 of the championship. At the moment, though, for round 3, as Søren Spreng peels off into the pits, his session is done. For round 3, Flint Schuring currently on provisional pole position. Now, who can do anything about it? Ariel Levy has responded quickest of anybody in Sector 2, a personal best in Sector 1. So Ariel Levy into Sector 3 at the moment. Can he do anything about Flint Schuring as Domas Radonis jumps up into P2, just over 3/10 slower than Flint Schuring? But we've got one eye on Ariel Levy as he continues on his lap. He jumps through to the top of the screens in the closing stages. He turned that personal best and a purple in Sector 2 into a fastest lap of all. And Ariel Levy retakes his position at the top of the timing screens at 1:38.889. That bumps Flint Schuring down into second place. So first, second in the championship are first and second on the grid at the moment. I'm looking to see if anybody's improving. Draker Jansen's done a personal best in Sector 1. So he has still not done yet. We're into the last minute of this qualifying session. It's still all to play for. We thought the track was going to come alive as the clock ticked down. That's exactly what is happening because the cars are getting quicker and quicker. A personal best at Ariel Levy in Sector 1. He wants to cement that position in provisional pole position. There is Draker Jansen in car 17. He's done a personal best in Sector 1, waiting to see how he does in Sector 2. His Sector 1 time was a 19.827. That's about a tenth slower than Ariel Levy was in Sector 1 last time around. Levy now goes the quickest of anybody in Sector 2, so stretching his legs at the front. Draker Jansen is going to struggle to tackle the pole position time, but he could move up the grid. He could improve on that P4. It wasn't a particularly spectacular Sector 2 for Draker Jansen, but he's still pushing hard. He's out in P4 at the moment. He could improve. We're going to see what happens as he comes across the line. Draker Jansen crosses the line, and he doesn't improve. So he's up into P4 as the clock strikes 0. It is Ariel Levy who is on that provisional pole position. Any drivers that are on a lap at the moment will be allowed to continue, and that lap will count. But if things remain as they are now, it is Ariel Levy who will start on pole position for round 3 this afternoon, with Flint Schuring alongside Domas Radonis in P3. Good job from him. Draker Jansen in P4. Then the 27 of Matthias Ferreira, who is the quickest next up in P5. And then it is Chester Kiefer in the 88 car, also in the rookie category. So, Kiefer just double checking that he is in the rookie category. He is. So the quickest of the rookies is Matias Ferreira, and he is in P5. There is Rodrigo Almeida just continuing his laps through the very windy turns 9, 10 and in towards 11. Then the sweeping 12 and 13. There's Alex Ryman in the 47. He's in P15 at the moment. So our quickest rookie, Matias Ferreira, in P5. Our quickest Pro-Am driver, Henry Tuamala, and he's in 12th overall. Our second quickest in the Pro-Ams is Zoran Spreng. He is in 18th overall. There is the checkered flag that is out, and nobody's going to improve on it. So it is going to be a pole position for Ariel Levy ahead of Flint Schuring, who will start alongside him on the grid. So of the top 4 places on the grid, 3 of them are Team GP elite drivers, because Domas Radonis, very good job from him for an inside second row start, and he will have Draker Janssen for company. Then the 2 quickest rookies, the fastest of all of them, Matias Ferreira, and then Chester Kiefer, not able to keep his record of pole positions going, but still a very respectable 6th place. Sasha Norden in 7th place, and Nick Ho, who once again just gets on with the job in P8, ahead of Thomas Kangro. And then it is Jelter Hoffner who rounds out the top 10 in the number 919 car. So really good stuff. A qualifying session that got faster and faster as it progressed. And we are going to hopefully grab a very quick word with Ariel Levy once he gets out of the car. I know that Piers is on standby in the pit lane. So hopefully when he comes back in a moment, we can have a chat to him. But a really, really good qualifying session. And once again, our championship contenders at the front. The leader of the championship, Ariel Levy, on pole position. 2nd in the championship, Flint Schuring, 2nd on the grid. 3rd in the championship, Sasha Norden, down in 7th place. So a bit of work to do from there. But if we can get a race that's even half as good as what we had for the first race in Portimao last time out, we will be in for a treat, because that was an absolutely epic race. So the cars now returning to the pit lane, and they'll be into parc ferme conditions. So the teams will not be allowed to do lots of work on the cars. They will be just able to prepare them in a very basic way for the race. And then we will see them this afternoon for the first of 2 races. And we will confirm to you the second fastest times in due course. So we will be able to tell you what the grid will be for round 4, which also comes later on this afternoon. So big shout out to Henry Tuamala as he continues in the Pro-Am category. He was the quickest of the Pro-Am drivers, 12th overall. Anthony Imperato, who is 2nd in the Pro-Ams in the championship, was the 3rd place Pro-Am in this qualifying session. He was in 20th place. Zoran Spreng in 2nd in the Pro-Ams, and then 4th in the Pro-Ams in this qualifying session, Michele Di Martino. And he had a lively session and a bit of a baptism of fire as well. But great to have Kay Creamer Racing on the grid as well, joining us for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So in a few moments, we will hopefully grab a word with our pole sitter. There he is. And there is Piers Pryor alongside him, and after that we will be able to bring you qualifying for the club division. But I can see that Piers is and ready for action. I haven't said hello to him yet. Good morning, Piers. How are you today?
I'm great, thanks, Brian. Thank you for taking us through that qualifying session. Tricky conditions for the drivers out there. As you can see, Ariel Levy, our double pole sitter, just grabbing some congratulations from a lot of the teams. But I thought I'd grab a quick word on your walk back to the team. Great qualifying session from yourself, put in 2 solid laps at the end there.
Yeah, thank you very much, first of all. It was quite a difficult qualifying session. Some of the brakings were still wet, and also some of the curbs. So we had to adapt quite a lot. But yeah, I think I am happy about my lap times, and yeah, we'll see what happens in the races.
Yeah, double pole position as well. You managed to get 2 laps in almost identical. So clearly you had a good feeling for the car by the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think the car was very good. I think that throughout the testing as well, the car was always good. I think this track is quite strong for me. But in general, it was a bit scary in the beginning of the session with all the wet patches on the track. But I think in the end, I found out what to do and it was okay.
Ariel, we've seen you go from pole position many times before. Congratulations on another good qualifying session, our double pole sitter in the sport division. We are very shortly going to be having the club division. So Brian, I'll hand back up to you.
Thank you, Piers. Good job getting hold of Oriel after that qualifying session. And yes, so confirmation, a double pole position for Ariel Levy. That will do his championship prospects no harm whatsoever. He is the defending champion for Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Sport Division, and he is the championship leader. So he will become the first driver ever to successfully defend his championship if he can keep this going to the end of the season. We are just in the third year of this championship, but it would be a heck of a result. And the driver from Israel, who has a big fan club who follow him in all of his exploits. So we saw him winning in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany last year. We've seen him winning in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux the year before. We've seen him in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup as well, one of the real up-and-coming superstars. We also saw him being congratulated in the pit lane by Christoph Huber, the boss of the Proton Huber competition, and that was really nice to see Christoph here as well this weekend, one of the absolute legends of Porsche and motor racing in general, and great to have him here at Circuito Estoril this weekend. So that was the sport division. Just to clarify a couple of things, we have the pro drivers, and that is the overall drivers championship. The pro-am drivers that were within that, the specification for them is age 30 plus and without a professional motorsport background. And we have the rookie drivers. Those are drivers who have competed in no more than 4 cup races and are under 25 years old. And Matthias Ferreira was the driver who was the quickest of the rookies. And he, the 17-year-old, who has moved from single-seater racing into Porsche, as has been the case with so many drivers. They move from single-seaters into the Porsche Sprint Challenge and the Porsche Carrera Cup, and they really find their feet. And we certainly saw that with Robert De Haan. There's a name that many of you may be familiar with, who started off in Formula 4 and has become an absolute superstar in Porsche Carrera Cup racing along the way. We are part of the Porsche Pyramid. It's a great system that is set up by Porsche where customers come in and they can take part in motorsport driving events like the Porsche Sport Driving School and other club sport events. Then they go into the One Make series contested in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars like you've just been seeing. Also the Carrera Cup, the GT3 Cup Challenges, the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. And then after that, up the pyramid, they come into factory racing, and we see Porsche drivers in the World Endurance Championship. We saw a Porsche winning in the 24 of Le Mans this year in the GT category. We see Porsche in the IMSA Sport Car Championship. We saw a Porsche we saw a Porsche win in the 24 Hours of Daytona. A Porsche 1-3, let's put it that way, the Daytona 24-hour race just a couple of weeks ago. We saw Porsche taking a second place in the Bathurst 12-hour race last weekend in the Pro-Am category. So that's all part of the Porsche pyramid. And then lastly, at the top of the pyramid is the pinnacle of Porsche racing, where we see the hypercar, the LMP1 car. It's the top level of motorsport. And it all starts with drivers coming through at grassroots levels, and we've seen it with the likes of Maurice Schering, who went on to win Le Mans in the GT category this last year. We've seen it with Thomas Preining, who's come through the pyramid, who went on to become the DTM champion last year. We've seen it with Bastian Boos. There's a driver who's come through the ranks, a young driver. He went on to become the Porsche Junior, and we're very excited to see him. Look at all the fans there. And I'm going to tell you a bit about those fans in a moment. I'm just going to finish this line first, because Bastian Boos, who's been announced as a racer in the DTM for Allied Racing this year. We're very excited. Jan Kasperlik has murdered him, and he has brought him through the ranks. Right, we are getting ready for qualifying for the club division. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. It is club division qualifying. As with the sport division that we have just witnessed, it is 30 minutes of time for the drivers to come out and to record their fastest and second fastest laps to determine grid positions for their two races, which will take place this afternoon. Well, we had three categories within the one in the sport division. Here in the club division, it is just one category running this afternoon. It is the AM category. And all these drivers running in the same category. We haven't got any GT4 drivers here this weekend, but still lots to play for here in the AM Championship. So the AM drivers are all aged 14 years or over, no professional motor racing background. So this really is heading towards more of that kind of grassroots driver that we were just talking about. But don't be fooled. These are very, very competitive drivers, very, very quick indeed. Qualifying once again, all the drivers, as long as they are within 120% of the fastest time that is set, they will be in the two races that take place this afternoon. So this half-an-hour session is all about determining where they will start on the grid. The driver's fastest time will determine where they start in the first race this afternoon in round 3. The driver's second fastest time will determine where they start in the second race in the club division this afternoon, and that will be round 4. Their times are compared to each other, and that is where the grid is formed. That is how the grid is determined. I know a lot of new people are watching this, and I know there's an awful lot of people who are joining us from India. You saw a number of fans leaning over the garage in the shot just prior to the start of this session. Very, very popular man is taking part in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this year. We say once again, welcome Ajit Kumar. Yes, the very same, the legendary actor from India who is racing here in a Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we'll keep an eye out for him. He's got a new livery this weekend, so you won't miss him. But we know an awful lot of new fans have joined us to watch around the world, and they'll all be shouting as we speak. So to all of the Ajit Kumar fans, we know you're in all the chat rooms and in all the streams. Watching your man, we say good morning to you. Hope you are going to be thoroughly entertained, and we hope your man is going to do you proud. But there are a whole load of other drivers out there that are also going to be fighting for position, none more so than Philippe Wills, who is the championship leader. He leads Evgeny Leonov by 14 points, and he's going to extend that, all being well here, because Evgeny Leonov is not here at Estoril this weekend. Third in the points is Javier Ripoll Jr. He is 26 points back from Philippe Wills, and he is here this weekend. Lot to play for there in the championship. And Philippe Wills, who is very, very quick. And there is Andre Fernandez getting it all wrong into turn 1. The car goes backwards. Well, you can see the splitter is trailing from the front of the car. So if he can get that moving, we'll be able to keep this session going. But if he can't, we're going to see a red flag. A red flag means an end. Now, was that another car losing it in the background? Yes, it was. And that is our championship leader, Philippe Wills, who has gone off into turn 1 as well. Now he does have some damage. This is almost certainly going to bring a stop to this session. So thumbs up from Philippe Wills. That's the important bit. But he has clearly made contact with the stricken car into turn 1. There's an awful lot of damage to the Philippe Wills car, the all-black car. So into the turn 1 gravel, as expected, the red flag is out. So this session is going to be brought to a stop. Good to see that Philippe's okay, but big drama into turn 1. We saw the big cloud of smoke as he went into that gravel trap. And we saw, firstly, Andre Fernandez going in there. And I think that Wills may well have made contact with the car, judging by the amount of damage. So that'll be both cars eliminated from this session, but very significant. Philippe Wills, the championship leader in the club division, Well, I say looks to be out. There is no chance at all that he's going to be out for this qualifying session now. He got a second place in the first race at Portimao, and he got a first place in the second race at Portimao. But this is an altogether poor situation. Now, let's see what happened here. You see, oh, and he made contact with the inner wall. So he didn't make contact with the other car, but that was a big impact as well, wasn't it? Gosh, you see the front of the car trailing pieces. So he made contact with the inside going into turn one. And we knew that traction was still very, very limited with these slightly wet conditions. The track has not dried out yet. You can see the wet patches there. And Philippe Wills found one of those wet patches. The big question is going to be whether they can get that car back together for the racing this afternoon. Look at all the debris. Our wonderful track staff. Good morning to all of you who work so hard. Thank you for all that you do, and picking up bits of wrecked Porsche at the moment is your task, and they'll want to pick up all the shards of bodywork there because those could easily cause a puncture. There's a man with a leaf blower as well there doing a very good job, but that was a very big impact with the barrier. You see the dent in the barrier as well. I'm presuming that is going to be okay. In fact, there's a bit of bodywork wedged in the barrier. Go on that man, see if you can get that out. Kick it, that's what I say. Yes, good stuff. We'll get that out, and hopefully the barrier's okay, and we can get this session back underway soon. But someone go give him a hand. He's not even got gloves on. Come on, he's stuck in the barrier there. So there is a large section. That just shows you what an impact Philippe Wills' car made with the barrier. It is thoroughly embedded in there. And that poor man there could not get out on his own. We're going to need some heavy machinery there to get that removed from the barrier. And it's certainly not done the barrier a lot of favours either. So the track crew doing their job. Brilliant stuff. Thank you to them out there with their brooms sweeping away. All the cars have returned back to the pit lane for the moment. Before it all stopped, Andre Fernandez had recorded a best time of a 1:45.274, and Philippe Wills was second with a 1:48.488. Well, that's all a bit of a moot point at the moment. In testing and in practice, Philippe Wills was quickest in 3 of the sessions. So he was in a good position, but clearly that is not going to be continued during this qualifying. Right, I believe Piers is down in the pit lane. So what have you got for us, Piers?
Well, you can feel the heat from the sun, but clearly the circuit not quite dry out there with those 2 cars going off. But I thought I'd grab a quick word with David Harrison. It looks like tricky conditions out there, 2 cars off at turn 1, so not completely dry yet.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's just that, yeah, they're particularly down into turn 1 under the trees. It's just a little bit damp. So, yeah, you just have to be a bit cautious going in there. But, yeah, bad luck to those guys.
It's clearly definitely slicks, obviously, everyone out on slick tyres. Is there anything you have to do inside the car differently compared to full dry conditions with these slightly damp patches?
No, car's otherwise the same. No, it's more or less the same setup, so, yeah.
And what do you think you can get out of this session?
Something better than last time. How's that?
Brilliant, Harry. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Brian, I'll see if I can walk up and down the pit lane and grab some more interviews with drivers, see what the conditions are like. But I'll hand that back to you for a moment.
Thank you, Piers. Top job. Great to have a word with David Harrison as well. Yes, he had a slightly forgettable time at Portimao and will be certainly looking to improve on that. He's been coached by Dino Zamparelli of Race Drive. Of course, Dino Zamparelli, a bit of a legendary Porsche driver himself. But great to have David Harrison, the Australian for FAC Autotech, another of the FAC drivers. So he will be looking to improve on what happened in Portimao, and certainly that was high drama in that qualifying session. I was just looking at the practice times from testing and practice yesterday and the day before, and Philippe Wills had 3 fastest times, and Andre Fernandez had 3 fastest times as well. So 6 of the 9 sessions had been topped by those 2 drivers. So taking them out of the equation, really does throw it wide open to a degree, and I'm not entirely convinced that either of them, well, I mean, maybe Andre Fernandez will be able to get back into the qualifying, but we did see the splitter had parted company with that Porsche, and the splitter, a very critical part of the car. When you lose that, you lose an awful lot of downforce as well. The crew working hard to clear the track and to get all that debris up, and as I said before, they'll want to get the shards of carbon fiber off the track, especially because that can cause a puncture. Now, have they managed to get that bit of bodywork out? I think they have. Would have been nice to have seen how they did that, but clearly a bit of brute force, I should think. So starting to look a little bit better now. Still some sizable holes in the barrier. Now I'm hoping that we're not going to need to have a barrier replacement. You can see the track officials looking at it at the moment. Give it a kick, that's what we say. Yeah, that works. I mean, it looks good to me, but what do I know? So you can see that's a big dent, and that says that the Philippe Wills car has taken a very big impact, and you get the feeling that that car may not see the track again today, and that is going to be bad news. Apparently they pulled the bodywork out with a tow truck, so that's good. We would like to have seen that. But yeah, bring in the heavy machinery. Oh, here we go. Right, this is great. So a replay of the bodywork coming out of the fence, and stand back everybody, and done with absolute grace and dignity. And I tell you what, even the truck was going to struggle a bit with it, wasn't it? So it's still in there at the moment, and the crew working hard on getting that out. But great job. And again, while it's quiet around the circuit, I'm hoping they can hit it. Thank you to the Orange Army. You are doing a fantastic job. Right, let's head back down to the pit lane, and here's Piers.
Yeah, I agree. The Orange Army are doing an excellent job down there. I can see in the background of shot the cars are nearly clear, but we've got just enough time to interrupt a bit of a driver coaching meet. Phil, sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to grab a word with Lee Mole. Lee, tricky conditions out there, as we've seen from the drivers that have gone off, but the sun coming out, do you anticipate the conditions being slightly different this next second half of the session?
I mean, the track wasn't too bad. I think, you know, it was very early to go off at the pace that they were going. So I think maybe, you know, their tyres weren't in at that particular point, and that's why they've had an issue.
Yeah. Interesting, actually, to say that the tyres need to come in. Is it more difficult to get the tyres into the optimum window when there's a few damp patches?
Yes, but there's enough dry patches on this circuit now, so I don't think, you know, that shouldn't be an issue. Yeah,
it's a good.
They do take 2 or 3 laps to kind of come in.
Yeah, they do take 2 or 3 laps to come in. A good start to the session for you. You're sort of up the top of the drivers that now remain in the session, because the 2 fastest drivers at the time are the ones that have gone off. Are you confident of a good result in this qualifying?
We'll wait and see. This is actually, I didn't test on the Friday, so this is actually my first dry running, so we'll see.
We will see. Well, if it rains, then you'll be absolutely perfect. So thanks very much to Lee for taking a moment to talk to us there. The drivers, a lot of them actually getting a few words from their driver coaches. We interrupted Phil Keane, who is helping Lee this weekend. But I think hopefully we'll get going very, very shortly, as I can see that turn 1's nearly empty. So Brian, I'll hand back up to you.
Lovely. Good job. Thank you, Piers. And thank you, Lee, for that insight as well. Really, really good to hear from him. He made his Porsche debut last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain in the AM Championship, and won it with 11 wins. He's a driver that we often see racing around the streets of Monaco in the historic Grand Prix in those wonderful machines. A very wise head. Interesting to hear what he said. You know, maybe drivers pushing a little bit too hard before the tyres are in the window. And we've said it numerous times already. We'll keep saying it. You know, it's all about building the heat in the tyres, getting them into that window so that you've got that level of grip and that level of braking when you need it when it comes to the push lap. And certainly the 2 big contenders in this session are out of the session. And that does leave the door open a little bit for some of the other drivers to challenge that position. The fastest time at the moment, that was set by Andre Fernandez, a 1:45.274, where we expect to see that eclipsed. Looking at the dry times from Thursday's session, the fastest of all was Philippe Wills with a 1:39.202. In warm-up this morning, it was Philip Wills again with a 1:43.629. So it is a track that is starting to get quicker and quicker as the sun comes out. And as Piers said, you can feel the heat just starting to burn through a little bit. The clouds are starting to break, so I'm hoping that any fear of rain will pass quickly. A pleasant spring-like day here in Estoril as the green flags fly. Once again, the clock starts to tick and the cars come out. So it was a while ago that we started this qualifying session. It stopped because of two incidents. Firstly, Andre Fernandez went spinning into the gravel trap, and then a much bigger incident. It was Philippe Wills who made contact with the inside barrier heading into turn 1, did an awful lot of damage to the Proton Huber competition Porsche. That brought out the red flags. It means that of the runners and riders, Lee Mole is currently the quickest at 1:49.761. But we'd expect to see that eclipsed as time goes on. There is Lee Mole in the distinctive, is that a yellow, green, yellowy car with the orange base. But great to have him here out on track once again, building the heat back into tires, getting back up to speed. And the drivers, to remind you, not just their quickest times, but their second quickest times will count when it comes to grid times and to grid positions. So cars out on track at the moment, and it'll be a few moments before we see the time starting to tumble. So, looking down towards Devon, cars come, and not as many in the club division as we saw in the sport division, so hopefully traffic not so much of an issue for these drivers, but they'll want to find some space out on the track, and a lot of these drivers will want to get that banker lap in early on, just so that they've got a time on the board and they are ready to go. There is Lee Mole from Great Britain for Team Parker Racing. He got an 8th place and a 10th place in Portimao, so looking to improve on that. And I hear a rumour that he might be looking at Porsche Carrera Cup Italy this year, so a good warm-up for that, if that is indeed the route that he chooses to go down. This is the Winter Championship that they all want to be in. Summer wins are made in the winter, and a lot of the drivers using this championship as an opportunity to get up to speed before taking part in other championships throughout the year. There's another driver taking a very, very wide line into the corner there. I'm just looking to see who that is who's gone wide, and that's Alexander Dobic, who had a little bit of a moment. That turn 1, turn 2, certainly proving to be a tricky section of the track, certainly into turn 1. So traction very much at a premium, and it's at a very fast part of the circuit. When the cars are up to full speed, they're going to be approaching that corner somewhere close to 270 kilometers an hour. So it is a tricky turn, that turn 1. It's a second gear corner taken at about 85 kilometers an hour when the tyres are up to temperature. But of course the tyres are not up to temperature at the moment. So the build process begins once again. And we look there at Carsten Creamer. Great to have him for K Creamer Racing. He's the team boss. He's been racing since 2016, very much a Nordschleifer specialist. And as already mentioned, he won in the Cup 2 AM category in the 2023 Nürburgring 24-hour race, and a very welcome addition to the grid here at Circuito de Estoril here this weekend for rounds 3 and 4. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe, the club division. So there is Lee Mole once again, and he now moves to the top of the time sheets, and he beats the time that was originally set by Andre Fernandez, a 1:44.151. But with still 20 minutes remaining of this session, we'd expect to see that time eclipsed. Well, Lee will hopefully hope he'll be the one that does the eclipsing, and he at the moment just running out on track. He's got a nice clear track in front of him. In fact, he's got nobody in front of him. The next car up the road is right up, just finishing the lap at the moment. That's Eric Wagner, a driver who's being coached by Sam Yongyan this weekend. And those who follow Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux will be familiar with the name Sam Yongyan, and he's doing a sterling job with Eric Wagner, just helping him to get up to speed in the Enrico Fulgenzi racing car. That's the man that Piers spoke to in the pits a little while ago. A little lock up there in the FAC Autotech car. David Harrison just continuing at the moment, and very much wanting to put the memories of Portimao out of his mind. Well, we won't keep mentioning it then, will we? Just behind him, there's Ernst Indebitzen. He got a 15th and 11th at Portimao last time out, and Ernst is another one in the FAC Autotech car. So great to have FAC here. Doing the business in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And there is Ernst Indebitzen, the Swiss driver, in a Swiss team. And of course, he was in Porsche Sprint Challenge in 2023 and 2024. He got a 7th place in the AM Championship in 2023. We've also seen him in Porsche Sport Challenge Suite in 2024 as well. So clearly a very useful pilot, and gaining some good mileage here out on track. He's currently in P7 and 147.114, so some 4 seconds off the time, but still pushing the heat into the tyres and into the brakes, getting everything up to temperature. David Harrison out there, he is once again in the 151 car. He's currently in 12th place. His last lap was a 151.633, so plenty of time to be found there, but he crosses the line now. Let's see what he does. It's going to be an improvement. It moves him up to 11th, a 147.519. So he's taken a few seconds off his previous lap, but still just building that heat. There's Ernst Indebitzen once again into what is proving to be the very tricky turn 1. Out of turn 1 in towards turn 2, and everybody with plenty of space out on track at the moment, and everyone out on track, certainly those that are running. Obviously no Philippe Wills, and I said I didn't know if he was going to make it or not. Well, the answer is yes, because I can see from the screen the number 917 is circulating. Not only is he circulating, he's gone to the top. Andre Fernandez, after that moment on turn 1, well, I saw the splitter coming off the car. I think they've probably fitted another one, because Andre Fernandez, not only is he back out on track, but he's quickest, a 142.098. That is nearly a second on Lee Mole. So 142.098. What a great job from the team turning that car around. The number 917, the green car that you can see there. The last time we saw that car, it had Philippe Wills heading towards it in pieces at high speed, but they managed to get that one back together very, very quickly. He's out on track, and a sterling job there from Veloso Motorsport getting that car back out. The Portuguese driver, of course, on a home circuit, enjoying it here, has done a few laps around here, but he'll be delighted about that. And not only that, goes straight back to the top of the timesheets. A little under 16 minutes remaining for all the Ajit Kumar fans who will no doubt be yelling at their screens at the moment. He is still just building speed. He was in the pits for quite a long time, but he is back out on track now, currently in 13th place. So a bit of work to do there for the number 28 cars, but we expect to see him improving as this session goes on. But at the moment, Andre Fernandez, Javier Ripoll Jr. moving up into 2nd place, but a little over 0.6 of a second. Then is Lennart Heemstra in 3rd place ahead of Alexander Dobik, and then Lee Mole, who was quickest, and now in 5th place. There is the aforementioned Eric Wagner. We spoke about him earlier. He has improved. He's up into 10th place. His last lap was a 143.999. So he still needs to find a little bit of time, but there's another car into the barrier. That's a big impact. This is going to bring out a red flag, I have no doubt. That's Lennart Heemstra in the 969 car, who has made heavy contact with the barrier. Now, I'm not entirely sure where that is out on track. I think it's up between turns 8 and 9 maybe. But certainly the red flag is out. Lennart Heemstra, big impact with the barrier. That has seriously made a mess of that Porsche. Up over the tyre barrier he has come, and that's going to need to be removed. As expected, the red flags fly once again. Glory be. So the cars will once again come back to the pit lane. But wow, what a big impact that looked like it had been for Lennart Heemstra. He was in third place, 141.764, so he'd just done his personal best, and very quick time, but he is not going to go any further, is he? So the 969 car, he had a non-finish in race 1 in Portimao, but had a 5th place in the second. Just pleased to say the driver is okay and out of the car, so that is the important bit. But that was a proper wall of death he's done there, isn't it? So good to know the driver's all okay. He's out of the car. But hey, deja vu. The clock stops once again. We're just about at the halfway point of this session. We're hoping to get it finished sometime before it gets dark. And the cars are once again back into the pit lane. So Andre Fernandez quickest to 141.128. And Javier Ripoll Jr. is second. All the cars just peeling back into the pits. Then it was Lennart Heemstra, but he clearly is not going to be going any further. Then Lee Mole. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. In the number 91 car, and he was very quick. Got a couple of third places in Portimao, and was very good, very confident in the wet weather conditions. Venezuelan driver for Est1 Racing, which is really good to have on the grid. I've just had another confirmation just to reassure people that Lennart Heemstra is all okay after that moment. So yes, Javier Ripoll Jr., definite championship challenger, and he was third in the AMS in last year's championship, last year's Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Venezuelan, living in Miami, living the dream. Races Porsche on the American scene. And there is Ajit Kumar. Been waiting to see him. He has a legion of fans here at the circuit. This weekend, he has legions, and I mean many hundreds of thousands of fans watching online. In fact, I would say millions of fans watching online and around the world. The Indian superstar actor, and certainly brought a lot of new interest to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And we say welcome along to all the people that are experiencing Porsche racing for the very first time. And I hope you are enjoying what you are seeing here. Right, I believe that Piers is going to get hold of Javier Ripoll Jr. Waiting for indication. Yes, he is down in the pits with Javier Ripoll Jr. Over to you, Piers.
Thank you, Brian. Yes, I thought we'd take this opportunity. Unfortunate to see cars, of course, going off circuit and causing a red flag. We're hearing that Lennart Heemstra is okay. Heemstra is okay. He's out of the car. Car not looking so good, but Javier Ripoll Jr. is currently sitting second at the moment in qualifying. Happy to have a word with us. Javier, another car going off. What are the conditions like out there?
I mean, the track is pretty dry now. It's just few after the end of the main straights. You have to keep the line or maybe in the middle. If you move outside a little bit, you're going to try to pass somebody. It's still a little bit damp. So that's basically the accident that happened in turn 1 and then what happened in the back. I mean, that's basically what's going on. Besides that, the track is pretty dry. I don't think we're going to do the lap times that we did in the practice, but it's getting drier.
You're doing pretty well at the moment, currently sitting second at the red flag. Of course, still nearly half the session to go. So I assume you're hoping to at least hold or better that position.
So they were talking to me in the radio, but yeah, well, hopefully, according to this, we have 15 minutes and clock is stopped. We need to put a second set and to see if I can improve at least 2 laps. And hopefully Phillips as well. He might race with the other car eventually. And the other car that just hit right now was not that big, the accident, but it looked bad, but it's not that big.
Oh, okay. That's good to hear, because we saw the car sort of half on the tyre barrier.
Yeah, I have both recorded here, the first one, the second one.
We'll come to you and get that footage later on. Javier, thoughts for the last 15 minutes, of course, second set of tyres to go on. I can feel the heat of the sun is beaming down now. Is that going to make much difference to the way you need to approach this second half?
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%. The tyres will warm up faster. Also, the temperature, we need to lower the pressure a little bit more to grab it, and basically it's 2-3 laps that we have. There's nothing else. So
Well, you better get the job done then, I suppose.
Yeah, we've done enough.
Javier, thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us. I'll let you refocus, ready for the session. I'm sure it's going to be a few minutes. I don't know if do you want to leave that open? Yeah, we'll leave it open. Get some cool air in there. Brian, back to you. I'll see if I can grab a word with anyone else.
Get the cool air while he can. Top job there, Piers, and thank you, Javier, for your insight as well. Same message, really, that David Harrison and Lee Mole were all giving. That is, you just can't go too hard too quickly here because the track is still slippery in places, and those tyre tracks that you can see heading into turn one, well, they tell their own story, don't they? They tell you just a little bit of what we have seen here in qualifying this morning at Circuito de Estoril. It has been a lively session, but the sun is out, so that's good. Well, that's an improvement on Portimao for starters, and we will hopefully be getting this session back underway just over 15 minutes. Well, 15 and a half minutes remaining of this session. And it's going to be a little bit more frantic as drivers head out on track to try and record a couple of quick laps. The fastest lap to determine the grid for race 3 this afternoon of the season, round 3 of the season this afternoon, race 1 for the club division, and the second fastest lap to determine the grid for the second race for the club division this afternoon. That is round 4 of the season. Andre Fernandez has been in the walls, but you wouldn't believe it because he is currently the quickest of all, a 141.128, some 0.6 quicker than Javier Ripoll Jr., who we just heard from in second place, 147.740. Right, let's head back down to the pits and Piers.
Yes, of course. The car currently sitting provisionally on top at the moment. Of course, still just over half the session to go. Andre Fernandez from Portugal himself. Andre, it's been a dramatic session for you into the gravel and now currently sitting top. So I bet a lot been going on for you in this session.
Yeah, when you try to, to push and try to deliver, I know it's going to be red flag because it's a lot of wet spots. And, in fourth of all, I went to the gravel right away in turn 1, but it's like this. And I know I got to put right away the lap time on the board. This way I can, be on the board in P1. But let's see now. It's 15 minutes last to the end of the session and the qualify. Let's see. Yes. If I can do better or not.
Better to go in the gravel at the start than the end, clearly.
Yeah, nah. Then I don't want to go in the gravel no more.
I bet, but clearly your car feeling well, Veloso Motorsport giving you a good car to push, because even after that incident, you had the confidence to go out there and set another lap time.
Yeah, Veloso Motorsport, the car is amazing. It's always very easy to drive, like in Portimao. It's just now it's very tricky situation about the wet. And this car to have ABS, you try to commit to ABS, but sometimes you got to back up a little bit, like the pros, back up a little bit and don't be so full in ABS, because ABS is not cleaning the track anyway. It makes you easy, but you got to be careful, don't use it too much. This is what happened in turn 1. I tried to push and squeeze the ABS, but it's no good. You got to be easy.
Andre, thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us. I'll leave you to the lovely air conditioning. I think there's air conditioning in that car. I was quite enjoying that. Sun definitely coming out now. Great to hear from Andre. A dramatic session for him. He'll be hoping he ends the session in about 15 and a half minutes time in the position he currently is, but learning from his mistakes and pushing on hard. Interesting to hear about how they're using the ABS as well in this club division. But Brian, back to you for now.
Thank you, Piers. Stealing second-hand air conditioning, whatever next. Yes, I hadn't mentioned this earlier, and I should mention this now. In the club division, the cars are permitted ABS. In the sport division, which we saw earlier on this morning, no ABS or traction control is permitted. But in the club division, they are able to use ABS. The other difference between the two categories in the... Oh, good heavens, look at that fence. That's taking a bit of repairing, isn't it? In the sport division, you will see this afternoon both their races will be a standing start, weather permitting. But in the club division this afternoon, both of their races will be a rolling start. So that's a couple of the main differences. They're all running the same car, the Porsche 911 GT3, based on the 992 generation, a legendary car. I believe one of the most successful racing cars ever built. Porsche are, in fact, the most successful manufacturer in Le Mans history. And the car is 510 brake horsepower, 4 litres naturally aspirated, water-cooled flat six boxer engine, of course, mounted in the rear of the car. That in itself can create problems because, of course, all the weight of the car is at the rear. It means it's quite easy to snatch a brake at the front of the car when the tyres are cold, especially because all the weight is to the rear of the car. But they are wonderful cars, 6-speed transmission, control tyres, restricted setup options, but provide us with wonderful, spectacular racing. And I have to say, if you've never seen a Porsche Sprint Challenge or a Carrera Cup race in real life, you really need to do it because it is something to behold. Right, let's head back down to the pits and more from Piers.
Brian, yes, we're going to try and grab a word with as many drivers as we can while the circuit is being readied for the second half of this session. And Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, we've got a lot of drivers from Europe. We've spoken to Javier Ripoll, Venezuela, lives in America, and we've also got Canadian Reinhold Kran. We spoke briefly to Reinhold at the previous round, but Reinhold, just talk to us about how the session is going from your perspective so far.
Well, obviously it's frustrating with all the reds, and it's a bit of a tricky driving situation out there with lots of dry but some wet spots too. So the ABS management is probably really important because high ABS intrusion, I think, causes the car to go sideways when you have wet and dry.
So you still think there's some more to come from you in this session?
Oh yeah, and I was off by at least a second and a half, so I'm hoping to push it a little bit harder on the next part of the session.
Of course, 2 sets of tyres allowed for the race days here. Have you used your second set in qualifying?
No, we just put it on right now, so we're hoping for maybe 3 or 4 good laps on this second set and set a good time, I hope.
Amazing. Well, we'll look forward to seeing how you get on. Reinhold, thank you for taking a moment to chat to us. Again, seems like the ABS is a talking point and how the drivers use that to their advantage or not so much. Interesting to hear that Reinhold's saying that if you use too much ABS, it can cause the car to squirm around, potentially contributing to the incidents at what was the wettest part of the circuit down at turn 1. But Brian, it's yeah, of course, we've got still a few minutes. I think the barrier repairs are still going on, but I'll see if I can grab at least one more interview in a moment.
Thank you, Piers. That's great insight. Certainly about the ABS. You kind of see it in your head as a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card, and you just kind of whack on the ABS and all is well. And you realise, hearing from the drivers, it's not quite all that it seems. And some good insight there from Reinhold Kran as well in the lap time performance car. He got a 5th place and a 9th place at Portimao last time out. Driver from Canada has been in Porsche Endurance Challenge North America last year. Also in the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup. There are our hard-working staff. Boy, they've been earning their lunch vouchers today, haven't they? The Orange Army working hard to get that tyre barrier together. That took a fair bit of rearranging when you mount it with a Porsche. So that is still coming together at the moment. And then hopefully we can get this qualifying session back underway before too long. But still plenty of action is going to be coming later on today. We've got the remainder of this session. Then we're going to take a break, and that will be for lunch, where hopefully Piers will be doing yet more interviews. Oh, there is Lena Hemstra's car coming back to the pits. Actually, not looking, it was easy for me to say from a distance, but not looking too badly damaged. And it would be nice to think that he would be able to make the race this afternoon. He is currently actually in 3rd place in the timing because we haven't actually managed to get any rhythm going. And this is often the case. The drivers are all hyped up. They've got the adrenaline flowing. They've done everything. They've hydrated, all the rest of it. And then you're out into the qualifying. And then it's stop, start. And you've got no rhythm at all. And the real discipline with 15 and a half minutes remaining. Yeah, get back into the zone and then get out there and put in a hot lap. Right, we're going to head back down to Piers. He's got some more news for us.
Well, unfortunately, Brian, not a huge amount of news, but I'm hoping to grab a quick word in a moment with Carsten Creamer. He's just having a quick word with his engineer. Of course, Carsten, team owner and racer, joining the championship of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for the first time this weekend. Hopefully, we'll see him back in a moment. I think they're just the engineer just showing Carsten his onboard, potentially on his phone, or maybe the lap times. Once they've had a chat about that, I'll jump in and grab a word and see how his Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe experience is going so far. I'm hoping I can just jump in and interrupt. Sorry to interrupting, guys. Carsten, first time in the championship this year. Things are going okay so far, but tricky conditions for your introduction, eh?
Yes, well, but it's a beautiful track, and I love to be here. Yes.
And how is it feeling on circuit in terms of, you know, getting up the most out of the car possible? Are you finding it okay?
Yeah, no, the conditions now are very good. In the morning we had some rain and the track was still wet, but now it's perfect.
Still 15 minutes to go in this session, so you've got a few more laps to get the most out of it. What do you reckon you can get out of the car in this one?
I try my best and then we see where we are at the end.
Brilliant. Carsten, thank you so much for having a chat to us now and joining us in the championship. We're also hopefully going to be able to chat to Carsten and potentially his teammate Michele Di Martino over lunch, as well as lots of the other drivers and personalities up and down the pit lane. Of course, after this session, there'll be a brief break after we go through the results, and then you've got time to go for lunch, but hopefully you can leave us on in the background and I'll be doing my normal half-time show, a pit lane walk, and grabbing a word with a lot of the drivers and finding out what they're like behind the helmet. Of course, you can see what they're like on circuit, but it's good to see some of their personalities. But Brian, I'll head back to you. Hopefully we can go green sometime soon. It looks like some of the cars have been retrieved that have left the circuit. Yeah, looking forward to the second half of this session.
Thank you, Piers. Yes, we can get going soon. We've just had confirmation that qualifying will restart at 12:35 local time. It's currently just about 12:32, so in about 3 minutes' time, the lights should go green, and once again, the cars will be back out on track and having spent all that time getting the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. They've all just been sat in the pit lane cooling down, so they're going to have to do it all again. There is the barrier that took a fair bit of rebuilding, having had Lennart Hemstra on top of it, and the crew have done a great job getting that back together. So once again, the clock will start, and there starts to become an air of, not desperation, but certainly an air of urgency as we are already halfway through the session, and drivers that are a little way out of place will be thinking about how they can use the next 15 minutes wisely to get their way further up the grid, but not bringing out a red flag. So at the moment, Andre Fernandez with that 141.128 is what they're aiming for. Then Javier Ripoll Jr. 0.612 behind. Clearly, Lennart Hemstra is going to struggle to be out. So next it'll be Lee Mole for Team Parker Racing. He's 1.172 off the fastest time at the moment. Then it's Alexander Dobic in 5th place ahead of Angelo Fontana, another of the Est1 racing cars. Great to have Angelo here. He was very impressive in the wet at Portimao, wasn't he? Then it's Carsten Creamer, who we just heard from in the pits. He's in 7th place. He is about 1.5 seconds off, nearly 1.6 seconds off the fastest time as we look there at the Eric Wagner car in the pits. And there is Sam Yongyan with his arms folded, looking down the pit lane. I've mentioned him earlier. We've got in 8th place, Reinhold Kran. We've heard from him. He is at 142.772. David Harrison in P9. He is a 143.850. Then it's Eric Wagner in 10th place, 143.999. Then Ernst Indebitzin in 11th, 145.417. Then Philippe Wills still actually with a time because he put in a 148.488 before that red flag came out. Then in 13th place is Ajit Kumar, but don't panic because he's still got plenty of time to come out and do something about that. And Ajit Kumar did actually finish one of the practice sessions yesterday at the top of the timesheets. It was in the pouring rain as well, so good job there. So Ajit Kumar was the quickest of anybody in one of the test sessions that we had yesterday. So he's got a bit of time. He's still got 50 minutes to get out there and get a time on the board, get a couple of times on the board. But at this rate, it could be last car left running because we've lost a few, and the most dramatic of which has been Philippe Wills, the championship leader, who made contact and remolded the barrier on the inside of turn 1. Right, I can see a green flag waving. The lights have gone green. We are back underway again. Qualifying is running. So we're about to hit the halfway point of qualifying with one of the Hadeka cars, just very, very briefly. And out onto the pit lane they come, keeping to the speed limit. We did have some warnings yesterday about drivers breaking the speed limit in the pit lane, and that's very, very important. Safety is absolutely everything. The drivers must stay to 60 kilometers an hour, no more than that, until they hit the exit line, which is there, of the pit lane. If a full course yellow comes out during the race, their maximum speed is 80 kilometers an hour. So everybody who is able to is rejoining the track. Amazingly, despite all the dramas, we've actually only lost 2 cars. We've lost Philip Wills and we've lost Lennart Heemstra. Those are the only 2 cars that are not running. Everybody else is now out on track. So they'll want to space themselves out a bit. It's a decent sized track, 4.182 kilometres, just to remind you. That equates to about 2.599 miles if you want it in old money. Running in a clockwise direction, the 13 turns, 4 to the left, 9 to the right. Plenty of overtaking opportunities, but especially into turn 1 and turn 6. The main straight is about 14 metres wide, and it is a fairly long stretch running down there, 985.6 metres to be precise, so nearly a kilometre long down the straight. Nowhere near as much undulation, a bit of undulation there as we see the cars heading towards turn 7. The highest climb is 6.75%. The biggest descent is 5.56. It is a great circuit. We come here because the weather was a better chance of it being dry and sunny here than it is in the UK, that's for sure. Located in the hills just behind the coastal town of Estoril. We're about 25 kilometres from Lisbon, and also the location of Europe's largest casino. As a useless bit of information for you, the track was reconfigured by Herman Tilke in 1999. Herman Tilke, of course, the legendary circuit designer, has done many Formula One tracks around the world. And of course, this is the scene, as I've already mentioned, of Ayrton Senna's first ever win in Formula One. The late, great Ayrton Senna, possibly one of the greatest drivers ever seen. Argue amongst yourselves about that one, but it was nearly 40 years ago on the 21st of April 1985 in the pouring rain that he won the Portuguese Grand Prix at this very circuit. And in honour of him, turn 13 is named the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. That's the final corner of this circuit. It's a long sweeping corner and named after the legend himself, Ayrton Senna. Looking down, that was towards turn 4, and then that is the flat out turn 5. It's a part of the circuit taken flat in 5th gear, racing speed somewhere near about 200 kilometers an hour. Not for the faint-hearted. The circuit has 3 hairpins effectively. Turn 3, turns 4 and turn 6. Ernst Inderbitzen in the number 9 car, just out generating heat into the tyres, just getting himself up to speed. Everybody out on track apart from the 2 that we have lost as a result of the incident. And unbelievably, my timing screen is saying that Lennart Heemstra is out on track. Well, they build them strong at Porsche, don't they? If that is the case, I don't see any reason why my timing screen should be lying. Surely not. I'm just double checking that. Well, TBC on that front, just as you were. At the moment, Andre Fernandez is the quickest. I can't believe. I think that is just needs refreshing. Because everybody else is out on track. No, Heemstra is not. Gosh, I just thought for one moment that there'd been some miracle that had happened. There is the 233 car of Reinhold Kran, who we heard from earlier, still building the heat in the tyres as well. No, we haven't seen it's a glitch in the matrix, so no. I'm sorry, Heemstra fans, as you were. Go and make a cup of tea. Right, Andre Fernandez, 141.128. Right, who is going quickest? Angelo Fontana, quickest of anybody in Sector 1, a 20.080. So that is a purple. The screen goes purple when the driver goes quickest in sector 1. Yes, Lennart Himstra is out for the whole day. The chassis is cracked. Thanks for that. Okay, I need to lie down as well now. So, quickest of anybody, Angelo Fontana. That car there, number 80 in the orange and black car. Into sector 2, also a best of anybody. So this could easily, if he can hang it all together for sector 3, this could easily put him to the top of the timing screens. Angelo Fontana currently in 7th place at the moment, into the final sector of the track through the windy turns 8, 9 and 10, then into 11, and then it's the Ayrton Senna Parabolica, the long sweeping corner that feels like it goes on forever, but out onto the pit straight he comes. Is this going to be a new provisional pole position? It is indeed. Angelo Fontana, a 140.967. So bumping Andre Fernandez down into P2. Fernandez has gone the quickest of anybody in sector 3 on his last lap, but it was only enough to keep him in P2. Javier Ripoll Jr. is bumped down into P3. So a new provisional pole sitter, Angelo Fontana, who appeared to get better and better as the weekend went on in Portimao, eventually mastering those monsoon conditions for a 2nd place in the 2nd race, and clearly fancies an opportunity of taking a first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. As we look there is Andre Fernandez. Now that is one that did rejoin after that moment into turn 1, now looking to respond. It was 0.161 last time around. I'm looking at his sector times. He's done a personal best in sector 2, but it is about 3/10 off the best of Angelo Fontana in sector 1, should I say. So he's into sector 2 at the moment. He's done a best of anybody in sector 2, but that's immediately stolen away because Angelo Fontana has gone quickest of anybody in sector 1 and sector 2 again. So Fontana looking to extend that gap at the top. Fernandez, personal best in sector 1 and sector 2, but not able to respond to car number 80. Currently provisionally on pole position into sector 3, into that final corner. He's going to extend his gap at the front if things remain as they are. 140.967 last time around, 140.368, but that is a 140.030, should I say, and 140.368 to Andre Fernandez. So 0.3 of a second is the gap between first and second. Angelo Fontana, what pace he has got, getting close to being in the 39s. So there is Javier Ripoll Jr. just making a bit of space for the cars behind. He's still in that 3rd place at the moment. But Angelo Fontana on provisional pole position. We've got about 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and he still in a very solid position. Andre Fernandez trying to respond. It was a personal best last time around, but not enough to unseat the pole sitter. This time around, still slower in sector 1. So it doesn't look to me like Andre Fernandez has anything that he can bring to Angelo Fontana on this lap. He's got a bit of traffic in front of him as well. That's Ernst Inderbitzen, who very kindly moves to the side to let him through. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. as well. He did a personal best on the last lap, but not enough to challenge for that pole position. At the moment, it's Angelo Fontana with provisional pole position, 0.338 ahead of Andre Fernandez. Angelo Fontana, the man in the number 80 car, looking for his first ever pole position and potentially a first ever win for Est1 Racing in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. You can see how hard he's pushing as he comes out to complete another lap. I don't think this will be an improvement. 140.030, no, it's a 140.476. So potentially he's taken the best out of the tyres on the previous lap. A lot of strategy going on here. To remind you, it is just 2 sets of tyres for each driver. That has to last both qualifying sessions, or the qualifying session for both races, should I say, and both races. So a lot of strategy when to put the new rubber on. Do you want to use the new rubber to get yourself up the grid, or do you want to save it for the race? At the moment, Angelo Fontana in a great position for the race this afternoon, the 140.030. Now, is anybody improving? We've got quite a few personal bests going on out on track, but nothing going towards the purple. We've got Lee Mole, who's done a personal best in Sector 1, but that's still getting on for half a second slower than Angelo Fontana. Also Reinhold Kran and also Carsten Creamer, they've all recorded personal bests in Sector 1. Personal best also for Alexander Dobic in Sector 2. But nothing is going to challenge that pole position at the moment. But potentially could Alexander Dobic get up on the front row. We're looking at Eric Wagner. He's in 9th place at the moment. He's not improved on his best times on this lap, but still pushing hard in the number 23 Enrico Fulgenzi racing car. So he comes out to complete that lap. Looking at Reinhold Kran, he moves up to P4, so 141.277 moves him up into 4th place. So good job from Reinhold Kran. And there is our provisional pole sitter peeling off into the pits. You get the feeling we have seen the best from him, and this is him probably done and dusted because he's not going to have enough time to get out, put in an out lap, get the tyres into the window, and then do another quick lap. So you get a feeling that he's pulled the pin and done as best as he can. A 140.030. Have we seen the best yet, though, from Andre Fernandez? It was 0.338 was the gap last time around. He's done a personal best in Sector 1, but not as quick as Angelo Fontana was in Sector 1. He's out into Sector 2 at the moment, so just pushing as hard as he can. That flat out turn 5, he just nails that one beautifully. Then the heavy braking into turn 6, one of the hairpins, a 180-degree turn, and then back out onto the accelerator he comes, picking up the speed as he heads towards turn 7, reaching about 205 kilometers an hour in 5th gear before another fairly heavy braking turn 7, then out in towards turn 8. Then it's the fairly windy section of the circuit, taken in 3rd, 1st, 2nd gear, this little section of corners, quite a technical part of the circuit before heading out into the S's, which is turn 11 and 12, taken in 3rd gear, and then into the parabolic at Ayrton Senna, turn 13, a 4th gear corner, just building the speed gradually as you come out of the corner, out onto the pit straight, then absolute flat out across the line. It was a 140.3. Well, I've lost that already. It's a 140.030. It's a 139.792. So it was quicker. So in the closing stages of that lap, Andre Fernandez jumps to the top of the timing screen. The first driver, possibly the only driver to make it into the 39s. Andre Fernandez into provisional pole position, bumping Angelo Fontana down into P2. Fontana's in the pits, also P3, Javier Ripoll Jr. also in the pits. But at the moment, by 0.238, it's Andre Fernandez who jumps to the top of the timing screens. Angelo Fontana, if things remain as they are now, will start on the front row alongside Fernandez. But what a lap that was. It wasn't especially, well, he wasn't setting purples in the individual sectors, but he just strung it all together, just quick across all 3 of the sectors rather than just in 1 or 2 places on the circuit. And that was enough for provisional pole position. And looking at the timing screen, I can't really see anybody getting anywhere near that at the moment. 139.792 for Andre Fernandez for Veloso Motorsport. To remind you, that car started this session pointing in the wrong direction with the splitter hanging off, and here he is now 0.238 quicker than Angelo Fontana and in provisional pole position. Lee Mole has just improved as well. He's up to P5. A good job from him, a 141.438, but still 1.6 down from this car as he crosses the line once again. He hasn't been able to improve. That was a 140.434. That 139.792, that just, where did that come from? Caught us all napping. We're into the last minute of qualifying. As with the previous session, any laps that drivers are on, they can continue and the lap will count. So they're able to continue on that lap as we see him just manhandling the car around the corner, and the time will count until they cross the checkered flag once the clock strikes 0. As we look back again towards turn 4, still out there, Andre Fernandez still feels as though he can improve clearly, but sector 1, a 19.727 last time around, and that's Eric Wagner, who's had a bit of a moment. He's pointing towards the barriers. That's between turns 2 and 3. Finds reverse gears, able to get the car going again. Hopefully no one else coming along. It was all clear behind him. As we look once again, Andre Fernandez, the clock strikes 0. So now every car that's out on a lap is able to continue it. So the first to pick up the checkered flag is going to be Alexander Dobik, currently in 7th place, and he's about to come across the line to receive the checkered flag. 7th is as good as it gets for him, a 141.705, but still looking to improve, Andre Fernandez, but he really doesn't need to push because his pole position looking pretty safe. He may be thinking about a second fastest time. Can he make it a double pole? That'll be the question. His main challengers, as he peels off into the pits now, Angelo Fontana into the pits in P2. He's there already. Javier Ripoll Jr. also in the pits. He's in P3. So it looks like it's going to be pole position for Andre Fernandez. A phenomenal job, and what a story he has there. Having started this session with that drama into turn 1, narrowly avoided being collected by Philippe Wills after his big moment. There is Ajit Kumar. For all the people that have been waiting to see him, he's a little bit off the pace at the moment, about 8.7 seconds off the pace, but looking to improve on this. The car looking spectacular in that new livery, looking to just see if he can find something else in the number 28 car. He's around the final parabolica, turn 13 at the moment, out onto the pit straight. He's currently in 13th place. Let's see if he can improve on that. He's done a personal best in sector 2. So out onto the pit straight will come Ajit Kumar to receive the checkered flag. It was a 148.512. He's improved slightly, a 148.488, but the team will be scratching their head a little bit. Sorry, 148.144. There's a replay of Eric Wagner, leaving some lovely black marks on the circuit, some big rubber tracks. But yes, Ajit Kumar was able to jump up into P12, a 148.144. So improving, but a little bit of work to be done there. And the team will be getting their heads around the data from that car and from the driver during the lunch break to see if they can make an improvement when it comes to the race this afternoon. Of course, all we've been doing this morning is determining where drivers are on the grid for the races. Right, I've got notification that Piers is down in the pit lane, and I believe he has somebody with him. Over to you, Piers.
Yes, I thought I'd grab a word with our pole sitter. We chatted to Andre Fernandez very briefly during the session, but he managed to continue that form he had during the session after the second red flag into the final part of the session, and will start on pole position for Club Division Race 1. I'll just let him have a quick debrief with the team. Andre, of course, Portuguese driver himself, will be very happy to be on pole position. Showed good pace last time out in Portimao, second place in qualifying for the race number 1, and was 4th in race number 2. A DNF and a 17th after issues in the races, so not really getting to show his true pace. But Andre, can we grab a quick word, please, for the live broadcast? Andre, we spoke to you in the middle of the session. You were top then. Angelo Fontana looked like he had really good pace, yes. was fastest until the last couple of laps, and you managed to pull it out of the bag. You must be very happy.
Yes, I'm happy. I try to give a little bit more. My team is in the radio said you got to go out again, you got to push a little bit more, do a cool down up and try to deliver more. Turn 1 keep very tricky, but I said I gotta be in 39s, and I tried to be in 39s and not hit the wall.
And you did it very well. And also, Brian, our commentator, said it looked like you were having fun out there at the end, just driving the car, really hustling it.
Yeah, I like drifting too, but but drift don't make you fast, But it's good. Estoril is awesome track, you know, but I'm happy. P1.
Yes. You had great pace in Portimao 2 weeks ago, but unfortunately didn't get to show it in the races. Your results didn't reflect the pace. Hopefully today.
Yeah, in Portimao I got a great pace. I got 2 engines. I took off P1. I said I'm gonna deliver. I'm gonna put him 10 seconds behind, and I got a puncher.
Yeah.
And then I retired the car.
Yeah.
And then whatever. But no, one day at a time.
One day at a time. You'll be starting in the best place possible for race number 1. So we'll see how you get on in that one. I assume that you've only got 1 goal.
Yes, I want to get a little bit medal, because you do 2 races, you don't get no medal, no points either, no good.
Andre, congratulations. Great qualifying for Andre Fernandez and the Veloso Motorsport team. He's the only driver in that team this weekend, so a great job from the whole team. But that's qualifying done for this morning, I think. I'm going to briefly hand up to Brian, and then don't go anywhere, because as much as the next race isn't until about 1:15, I'm going to be walking up and down the pit lane, getting a word with not just the drivers on pole position, but as many people as we can. Brian, back to you for a moment.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Piers. What a character Andre Fernandez is. And I just saw him in the background receiving a hug from one Mr. Dylan Pereira. There's a legend in the world of Porsche racing. You can't meet anybody here without it getting on camera. Yes, great job from Andre Fernandez. And if he is getting any advice from Dylan, then that would be very good indeed as well. But yeah, drifting, not necessarily the quickest way around Circuito Estoril. So we've had qualifying done and dusted. We've had the sport division, we've had the club division. We should, in theory, have 4 grids determined, 2 races for each category. We will this afternoon have the first race will be for the sport division. That will be round 3 of the season. Then the second race will be round 3 of the season for the club division. Then the sport division will be around for round 4, and then finally be the club division round 4 as well. Timetable a little bit behind because of the red flags. Hopefully we'll have no such dramas this afternoon. We did in Portimao have, of the 4 races, 3 of them got red flagged in Portimao. We're hoping for nothing like that here. With hopefully the weather playing ball, that should be one random element that is off the table. Good to see, apart from all the timeouts on the track, it's good to see the track is looking pretty dry now. So we'd like to think that hopefully the various dramas that we've seen in qualifying may not be repeated this afternoon, and we might get some good racing. It was a stunning event at Portimao, particularly the first race in the sport division. Quite often coming into a new season of Porsche racing, you have clear favourites and you're like, yeah, that person's going to walk it, or that person's going to win loads. This year, at the start of the season, we were all just saying we really don't know who is going to win. We knew that in the sport division, Ariel Levy was clearly going to be a contender as the defending champion, but so many of the young Chargers are coming up through the ranks. Right, we are getting ready for the lunch break. I'm going to head back down to Piers now, who's in the pits.
Brian, thank you so much for taking us through the morning's action qualifying. You go and get yourself a cup of tea and a sandwich while I take us to the next 15-20 minutes of our lunchtime walk, grabbing a word with as many drivers and personalities up and down the pit lane as possible. You can tell that it's getting warmer here. If you just... Our camera operator Laura, that is my jumper that I've had to remove because it's definitely heating up, and I'm very, very pleased about that. We're starting at pit exit end, and we've got new drivers to this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this weekend. Karsten Kramer and Michele Di Martino for the Kramer team, as I suppose it's supposed to be pronounced. They've had a pretty solid morning. We heard from Karsten just briefly during that club qualifying session. Henry Tuamala once again back for Karine. And Henry's a very experienced driver, was very, very quick in practice, especially in wet conditions. Maybe that Finnish rally driving blood coming in there. He's also got experience in NASCAR machinery and Euro NASCAR as well, so used to the car moving around underneath him. Next up, Schumacher CLRT, of course, very, very strong at Portimao. Both drivers, Flint Schuring currently second in the overall Pro Championship, and then Chester Kiefer with 2 rookie wins and pole position at Portimao. Unfortunately, this weekend at Estoril, neither driver are managing to get a pole position. That was our championship leader and former champion from 2024, Ariel Levy. But watch out for both of these drivers. They'll be very, very quick in the dry conditions. I'm absolutely sure of it, especially this weekend. Flint, I think, has been pushing the front guys of Sasha Norden and Ariel Levy in practice. Sasha Norden and Ariel Levy have been the two, I think, to watch, really. I think they've been sort of duking it out for fastest position in most races. We now move up to GP Elite, one of the biggest teams on the grid here. We've got Jonas Reif in the orange car in the background, then Soren Spreng. Soren, a new driver to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this weekend, but not a new driver to these cars. And I'm hoping to grab Soren's eye in a moment, because I was hoping to grab a word with him. He's just in the back of shot there. Very, very striking livery. I'm really enjoying this. The blue, yellow and green. Hopefully Soren can see me. Where is Soren? He was here just a moment ago. We can grab a word with Draker Janssen instead, because Draker is also a driver for GP Elite team. Draker joining us once again. He was part of the championship last season. Draker, thank you very much for heading over. I know interviews are not your favourite thing. You prefer driving the cars on circuit, but very, very strong this morning qualifying. If things had fallen slightly differently, we could have been seeing you on the front row.
Yeah, maybe. I feel that I left some time on the track, but yeah, we're just improving every race, and it's a learning curve, and we can be happy how I'm progressing. Yes. Of course, we want to really have the feeling that we got all of it out on the track, but P4 is not something to be really sad about. It's my best result in qualifying so far, so we're going to do our best in the races, maybe go on the podium, but we'll see. We will see. I'm sure you'd very much enjoy that. We've seen that you sometimes thrive in difficult conditions. Some of your best results this season in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux were, I think it was the Red Bull Ring in the wet conditions. You had some really good running. Of course, this morning, qualifying was on slicks, but it was still a bit damp out there, and that's when you have shown really good pace. So do you just feel a bit more comfortable in those conditions? What is it about that? Yeah, I had it since the karting days. I really like when it's a little bit more difficult. I also think the experience in the car matters a little bit less when it's a little bit difficult conditions, and I don't know, it's a mental thing I think, but I just like it. But fourth place for race one later on. We're looking forward to seeing how you get on in that one. Could you do me a favour? Could you go and grab Soren Spreng, please? I was hoping to grab a word with him. He tried to run away from me. If not, no worries. But thank you very much for chatting to us, Draker. Draker, of course, second-year driver in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Joined us last season. He's really, really growing as a driver. He's a young driver, as you can see, and that's what this championship is about for a lot of the teams and drivers, is getting as much experience before the season starts as possible. And Draker using that, yes, good. I've put our drivers to work. You know, it's not all fun and games for them. They've got to do some work as well. And thankfully, he's managed to grab Soren Spreng, a new driver this weekend. Soren, please come in this side for me. New driver to the grid in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this weekend. Soren, tell us about what you've been doing previously. I know you're not new to these 911 Cup cars.
No, I'm not. So I'm driving the German Carrera Cup for quite some years, and also the Carrera Cup Middle East. So that's what I mostly did in the past years.
Yes, and great pace as well. And we know that you've been, successful in other championships. Tell us about some of the successes you've had in these cars.
Yeah, I could win the Prem Championship in Carrera Cup Germany twice, and also the Middle East Championship once. So yeah, and I will fight again for the upcoming championship in the Prem Champ.
Amazing. Well, it's great to have you in the championship. What brought you here this weekend?
There's a big gap in the Middle East season between the last race and the upcoming race, so I thought I'd do something in between, and so I decided to do 2 rounds of the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Amazing. Well, great experience for you for the season ahead, I'm sure. Thank you very much for joining us for a quick interview. Hopefully we'll see you back maybe again.
Yeah, I will do Barcelona as well, so you'll see me back again.
Brilliant. Well, good luck this afternoon. Thank you for taking a moment to chat to us. That's Soren Spreng, new driver this weekend. Turns out he's going to be joining us again in Barcelona for the last rounds of this season. That'll be rounds 7 and 8 coming to you in just a few weeks' time. Moving past GP Elite, of course, that is our pole position driver and current champion Ariel Levy. Not a completely issue-free weekend for Ariel, because Ariel Levy, because he actually had a little off in practice, which is uncharacteristic. Double pole position driver. We could grab a word, but we're going to chat to him probably a few times later on. We've chatted to him a lot before. Not that we don't like chatting to Ariel, of course, but he gets a lot of air airtime, what being very, very good and getting on the podium a lot. So moving further down the grid, past the Hideka team for Alexander Dobic, and then garage number 19 to the right of that is the very green machine of Sid Smith, the British contingent, Team Parker Racing, and then the yellow car in the background, Lee Mole. We might grab a word with Sid Smith. We've chatted to him a couple of times before, but seeing as he's ready and raring to go, we're always good to chat to Sid. We'll bring Sid on this side. Sid, very briefly, I've got to run down this pit lane. We've got a little bit of a shorter time than normal due to the red flags, but how are the conditions out there? It looked pretty tricky.
Yeah, for qualifying, it was one of those where it's dry the whole way around, but there's a couple of braking zones. It just had to be on the biggest ones that are just a bit damp. So that kind of like chucks things up a bit, cools down the tyres and makes it a bit interesting, but I don't think we maximised it, but it's not too bad. We'll have a good race anyway.
Yeah, remind everyone where you're starting for race number 1 at least.
Yeah, starting P11, which it's a bit unfortunate because we were hoping for top 3 really, but it is what it is. We can't change that now, so we'll be coming through, and it's going to be fun in the car, so that's all we can do.
I look forward to that. Easily spotted in the bright green livery. Sid, we'll leave you to your lunch and preparations for the race. Great to hear from Sid as well. Could have grabbed a word with Lee Mole, but we chatted to him, of course, just in that final club division qualifying session. We now get to garage number 18. This is really unfortunate. It's Triple Crown Racing. This is Lennart Heemstra, his car. Of course, as you can see, the Porsche branded cover is on that one, because unfortunately, as you may have seen if you were watching the qualifying session, big incident for Lennart. Unfortunately, speaking to the team just a moment ago, damage sustained to the car is too bad to allow him to race today. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to fix that, hence the coverage on the car. So Lennart's out for the day. He is physically fine, which is the most important thing, but costly for his championship, and of course he wanted to go out racing. Moving up one, guys, number 17, MDM Motorsport, Jelte Hoffner, come this side please, mate. I've only got short arms. Good to have you back on the grid, of course. Talk to us, how was your first experience of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and are you feeling more prepared this weekend?
Yeah, it was very good for my first weekend. It was good results, and the car felt good, so that was good. And yeah, since then I've only been improving, and I'm feeling more and more comfortable with the car, so I'm happy going into my first race weekend in Estoril.
Absolutely, and I second your point there about you improving. I think was watching the practice times, especially in some of the wet conditions. At the start of sessions, you were right on the pace, right at the top. That must have been good for your confidence.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm from the Netherlands, so we're quite used to this weather.
Yes,
so.
Same with the Brits as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And to remind everyone at home where you're starting for the first race coming up shortly.
Yeah, so the first race I'm starting from P10, and the second race I will be starting from P8. So it's good positions, and I'm hoping to only improve from there.
We'll see you inside the top 10. Jelte, thank you very much for taking the time to chat to us. Jelte in the easily identifiable red and white livery there for the MDM team. Jelte's father, actually, I was chatting to him yesterday. He's raced in the past. He was very quick to move the attention back onto Jelte. He said, "Oh, I'm done with that." So you know, he's supporting his son in the background. He's a very nice family there. Moving down the pit lane, we're at garage number 14 now, so about halfway down. Reinhold Kran's car lives in there. I think he's currently over at the technical scrutineering. And then we've got Eric Wagner and his driver coach Sam Jongian for Enzo Enrico Fulgenzi. I'm going to grab a quick word with him. I already spoke to Eric last time out, but we'll have another word. Eric, come this side, please, mate. We chatted to you at the previous round, but I thought I'd come and grab a word with you again. It looks like you've really made a step forward this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Gained a lot of confidence with the car. Felt pretty good. The rain was great practice yesterday. That was tremendous help.
Yes, and also, of course, help in terms of you're used to the car moving around, so that when it was a bit damp in qualifying, it still okay for you.
Yeah, no problem. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to make a little more progress in quali, but we got kind of held up by a couple accidents there, some bad timing on some out laps, but that's what happens. So we'll make it up during the race.
Eric, you're a racing driver. You're never finished. That's that, as you know.
Exactly. Never. It's never. A lot of fun though.
Keep pushing. Eric, thank you very much for taking a moment to chat to us. Eric, coming all the way from the States. He's a busy man, actually. I believe he's racing next weekend back in the States in a different championship, and then coming back for the final 2 rounds of this. So commuting over the Atlantic, the commitment that these drivers have for these championships is quite impressive. We've got Sasha Norden in the car there. He's been very, very quick. He's starting inside the top 5. I think he's currently 3rd in the championship, if I'm not incorrect. Josh Stanton here as well, who's back again. We'll grab a quick word with Josh, seeing as he's not got his helmet on. Josh, come this side, please, mate. Josh, good to have another quick word. I've got to be a quick chat because I've got to get down the pit lane. Talk to us about your day so far.
First time out in the dry here for a year, so started off on the back foot a little bit, but yeah, I think we've got the pace in us, so looking forward to going ahead and cracking on, really.
Top 10, top 5, top 3?
Top 1.
Top 1. Josh Stanton going for first position. Josh, thank you very much for that. Josh racing for the Proton Huber team. It's again a stalwart of this championship and Porsche racing in Europe as a whole. So they'll be ready and raring to go in that one. Sasha Norden, I expect him to be on the podium at least once this afternoon. In practice and testing leading up to qualifying, pretty much every session he was in the top 3. So didn't quite get qualifying exactly right, I don't think, by his own high standards, but expect him to come through. We've got Luciano Martinez there in the yellow and blue Ombre Racing car. He's been fast at points this weekend, and he'll be hoping for some good results. And his teammate Anthony Imperato on the right-hand side there, just getting ready for the first race of this afternoon. You can see Luciano in the car now. Unfortunately, due to that the few red flags we had in the club division qualifying, we're a little bit behind schedule. So a lot of the drivers we may have spoken to already getting in the zone, getting their kit on, getting in the cars. So we're getting towards the start of the pit lane now. The last few garages. We've got the Fark Auto Tech team there with Harry. We spoke to David Harrison, should I say? We spoke to in the qualifying session. This is the man that a lot of the people who are watching are here to see. This is Ajit Kumar's car. Of course, Ajit joining us as part of the Ajit Racing with Red Ant Racing team. Ajit's a very popular man over in India. He's a film star and also a new face to this weekend. Come on in, please. Milan Marchak. Milan is a new driver this weekend. I'm not particularly old, but I'm more than 10 years older than you. How old are you?
I'm 16 years old.
16 years old, and I believe this might well be your first race weekend.
Yes, this is my first race weekend in a race car, so.
It's a big undertaking here. Estoril Circuit, a championship like this, an amazing car, but your pace has been really impressive. I think, you've been inside the top 10 in a couple of sessions.
Yeah, in the first practice of the day, it was pretty good. I was P5, but in the qualifying, we missed a little bit of pace. But I will be trying to make it back in the racing. So,
well, we'll see how you get on. I'm sure you're either psyched or a little bit nervous for your first race weekend.
No, I'm not that nervous. It's like I did karting for the past 2-3 years, so it feels the same.
Milan, thank you very much for catching up with us. Milan, Dutch driver with Polish heritage. He will be racing in the number 69 grey car for Red Ant Racing, and pretty much rounds out our grid. I think there's only a couple more garages to go, but we better get ourselves ready for the first race this afternoon. That will be coming up at 1:15. That's going to be round 3, race 1 this afternoon in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. That will be, as I said, just after 1:15.
Welcome back to Estoril. We are getting ready for round 3 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It has been an exciting day so far. This morning's qualifying session, certainly plenty to be talking about. We had qualifying for the club division, but before that, and it was a lively one, I have to tell you, before that, we had qualifying for the sport division. The fastest lap time recorded during that qualifying session will determine pole position for the race that is about to commence. The driver's second fastest time determined their grid position for the second race, which will happen a little later on this afternoon. So qualifying is all done and dusted. All cars are indeed qualified and grid positions are determined. And it was Ariel Levy, the championship leader and the defending champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division, who will start on pole position. But alongside him will be second place driver in the championship, Flint Schuring. Flint, who won last time out in Portimao, went with a third place that he got in the first race. A very, very rapid driver. It is the battle of the teams. It is Ariel Levy in the Team GP Elite Porsche, and alongside him, the Schumacher CLRT car of Flint Schuring, and it's going to be a very exciting race. It will be a standing start as the cars head in to that turn 1. We're fairly optimistic that the weather is going to stay dry this afternoon. The cloud cover has moved back in, but the temperature is good here, and all the wet patches that we had this morning have now dried out. It was torrential rain yesterday, so when we started this morning, the track was fairly green with all that lovely rubber that had been laid down in testing and in practice had been washed away. You can see the cars are now just coming out of the pit lane as they head towards the grid. And in a few minutes' time, we will be heading down to the grid where Piers will be bringing us all the news from his grid walk. You just saw at the front of that queue, Domas Radonis, and we need to keep an eye on him in the number 5 car, the orange, black and white car. He is starting in third place on the grid. In fact, there's another of the orange, black and white ones. There's several of them here, but they all look very, very similar. But Domas Radonis, keep an eye on him in this race because he's one of the real up-and-coming chargers, and he'll be starting third. In fourth place, Draker Janssen in the number 17, another Team GP Elite cars. Very distinctive livery on that car for the Dutch drivers. So the rest of them coming out now on to the grid on this circuit, a fairly legendary circuit. We are in the hills just behind the coastal town of Estoril, about 25 kilometres from the Portuguese capital of Lisbon, and apparently just down the road is Europe's largest casino. Well, that's news to me. The circuit opened in 1972 on the 18th of June, if you want to be precise. It's hosted Formula One many, many times, hosted it between 1984 and 1996. And it was in 1985, 40 years ago, in the pouring rain, that we saw the legendary Ayrton Senna take his first ever win in a Formula One car. And it was here at this circuit, and it was the scenes of much elation and partying at the time. Since then, there have been many wonderful races here. MotoGP has also featured here over the years. Its last race here was in 2012. The circuit that was reconfigured by Hermann Tilke in 1999. Hermann Tilke, a legendary racetrack designer who has put his touch on this circuit as well to make it something that is a little bit more suitable for overtaking. It's also the venue where Niki Lauda won his first Formula One world title by half a point ahead of Alain Prost. So seeing a fair number of legendary races here. And we're hoping for something similar here this afternoon in terms of fantastic racing as the cars gather on the grid. Coming into this event, the Points Championship sees Ariel Levy at the top of the points with 45 points. Second in the points is Flint Schuring. He's just 4 points behind with 41 points. And third in the championship is Sasha Norden. He has 26 points, so he's 19 points adrift of the championship lead at the moment. 25 points are awarded for a win, and the points are paid all the way down to 15th place. So lots of potential for points scoring in this race. Right, we're going to head down to the grid where Piers is waiting for us.
Thank you, Brian. Yes, grid is assembling right behind us, as you can see. The sun once again is breaking through the clouds. There's still a little bit of moisture in the tarmac, and the shadows down towards turn one caused by the trees could potentially still cause some issues that we saw on qualifying. But hopefully we make a clean start. It's a long run down to turn one. Plenty of opportunity for good starts to be capitalised on and bad starts to be causing drivers to lose positions. It's a very long run, and slipstream might even come into it. Driver on pole position is our champion from last year and championship leader, Ariel Levy. He'll be coming down in just a moment. Flint Schuring, second place, very, very close to taking pole position, just a few tenths away, in fact less than a tenth away from the ultimate pole position in this race. A good drive in previous races from him. He's managed to make up positions in races, so he'll be pushing hard to get his first win this season. Get a win in this one. That's our championship leader on the right-hand side, just in pole position. Domas Radonis, actually. Very impressive qualifying from him. He's third on the grid. It was only less than 4 tenths away from our pole position driver. Domas actually was very fast in qualifying at the previous round, had a 5th and a 7th, but wasn't able to convert that into 2 solid results finishes, unfortunately, so he'll be looking for good results in this one. Keep an eye out for the number 5, it's Domas Radonis. Draker Janssen in that very striking livery. I mean, this has got to be one of the most unique Porsche Cup cars that exists, with all of the artwork on the side and the matching helmet for Draker Janssen. We caught up with Draker just a few moments ago in the lunchtime pit walk. He was ready for a race. He wanted to get going. Matthias Verheera, actually our rookie pole driver. So he's going to be 5th on the grid, but was just 1 place higher than rookie pole driver for both round 1 and round 2 in Portimao, which is Chester Kiefer, who is lining up 6th. He's 2nd in the rookies starting in this race. So this battle here on row number 3 between Matthias Verheera and Chester Kiefer will be our battle for the rookie win in this one, I would imagine, unless anyone from further back down the grid can get involved in that one. But they are 2 fierce competitors. Talking of fierce competitors, Sasha Norden, he'll be disappointed with 7th on the grid, which is mad to say, because 7th is a very good qualifying position, but based on his pace at both the first 2 rounds in Portimao and in every single practice session we've had so far, actually underperforming slightly in qualifying, maybe not quite getting the tyre right, maybe not quite getting those conditions perfect in terms of where the damp parts were, maybe, I don't know, maybe just making mistakes, traffic, who knows. Nick Ho, strong qualifying from himself in 8th place. He'll be hoping to consolidate that top 10 qualifying position. Easy to spot as well with the branding on the sides. Of course, other fast food chains are available, but I'm sure I'll know what Nick's going to be going for tonight if he needs a chicken dinner after his win. Thomas Grangro, good result for him, 9th place on the grid for the number 48. He's part of Team Red Ant. Joining us once again, he was part of the championship last year. And then Jelte Höfner. We spoke to Jelte very, very briefly in the lunchtime race as well. He'll be starting in 10th place. Good to see him at this very early stage of his racing career. I think he's just 18 years old, just inside the top 10. Sid Smith, we also caught up with in that 11th place. He was saying he was ready to get his elbows out. He's going to be coming through the grid in that one, and I've watched Sid for a few years. He used to race in single-seaters in the GB4 Championship in the UK, and now, of course, races in these cars in both the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe and England. He'll be coming through, and then our Pro-Am driver, I think our Pro-Am pole sitter, I think, in this race, if I'm not mistaken, that is Henry Tuamala, who's had very, very strong running this weekend, especially in damp conditions. So if we have any rain later on, then he'll be one to watch for sure. But looks like the grid is being cleared, so I'll be handing you back to Brian Oliver for the first race here at this second event of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, round number 3 for the Sport division.
Thank you, Piers. I love this moment before a race where the tension is starting to build. We are getting ready for the start of round 3, the Sport Division Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and our grid looks something like this. Ariel Levy on pole position with Flint Schuring alongside him. That's going to be a great battle into the first corner. Row 2, Domas Radonis and Draker Janssen. Both of those young chargers will be looking to make the jump into turn 1 as well. Then Matthias Ferreira and Chester Kiefer, double pole sitter last time out on row 3. Sasha Norden, as already Piers has said, will be looking to make progress from P7, and Nick Ho, keep an eye on him, always there or thereabouts. He is on row 4 of the grid. Row 5, Thomas Kangro, that was a good solid job for him in qualifying. And then Jelter Hoffner, keep an eye on the number 919 car. Great Britain's Sid Smith has Henry Chuamala for company, Henry being the pole sitter in the Pro-Am category. And then it's Jonas Greif and Rodrigo Almeida. They'll be looking to make progress from the 7th row of the grid. Alex Ryman and Josh Stanton line up 15th and 16th on the grid. 17th, Milan Marchak and Zoran Spreng, both drivers making their debuts in this series this weekend, ahead of Charles Visser and Anthony Imperato, Luciano Martinet and Mace Muller. And then bringing up the rear, Michele Di Martino in the Creamer Racing Porsche. And keep an eye on him as well, because he will be looking to push his way back through the pack. But it is that moment before the race where it's just silent. The grid is clearing and there's a real air of tension. I have news that 121 has dropped out. So Michele Di Martino has a problem of some sort, so looks like he is not going to be able to make the start of the race. I said keep an eye on him. Well, don't, because sadly he's not been able to take the start of this race, which is a real shame. Hopefully we'll see him for round 4, race 2 for the Sport Division later on this afternoon. But the cars now on the grid. The grid is clearing. The indication has been given for all of the mechanics to now clear the grid, and very, very shortly the engines will burst into life and we will start the formation lap. It will be a very important lap where the drivers will be working hard to get heat into the tyres and into the brakes. Then we will come back round to these exact positions, and then it will be a standing start, a clutch start for these cars, and it will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing, and then we will discover who the winner will be. Will it be Ariel Levy? Will it be Flint Schuring? Domas Radonis, Draker Janssen, both looking for their first wins, but keep an eye on Chester Kiefer in the number 88 car as well. He was a double pole sitter last time out at Portimao, is very, very eager to end up on the podium, but also there is Sasha Norden. Those, just that shot of cars you can see there, all of them contenders for the win. So it is going to be exciting. Ariel Levy will be looking for his second win of the season. He's had a first and a second, and that has moved into the top of the point standings. Flint Schuring's brother Morris announced as a DTM driver this week. Congratulations to Morris Schuring. Of course, he is a winner at Le Mans 24, and to have done that at such a young age. And Flint Schuring looking every bit as rapid as his older brother, coming through the ranks. And what a way to do it. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the perfect way to prepare for all that is ahead over the summer. The Winter Championship, the Training Championship, whatever you want to call it, each of these drivers wants to win this championship. It means an awful lot, none more so than Ariel Levy, who leads the field away into turn 1. Still looks like there could be a couple of little damp patches on the circuit. If you weren't watching qualifying this morning, we had a couple of fairly dramatic moments in the club division qualifying. You can see the dent in the barrier on the left-hand side into turn 1. That was where Philip Wills had a big moment, did a big impact with the barrier. Just shows that the traction into turn 1 especially appears to be a little bit at a premium. So this lap, even more so important, because no tyre warmers allowed. The heat has to be generated manually. So lots of weaving and lots of braking. Ariel Levy will be very keen not to get to the grid too early, because when the car is stationary, the tyres and the brakes are going to be cooling down. So he'll want to be on the grid, but not a long way ahead of the person bringing up the rear, which in this case is Mace Muller in the number 67 car. Great circuit this as we look back towards turn 4, and now we're riding on board with Ariel Levy, and you can see him just weaving to get the tyres into the window. Needs to be able to get round that first corner and not end up in a gravel trap. The rest of the field, so much talent, so much to win on the first lap, but also so much opportunity to lose. Of course, the cars are all bunched up together, and if you get a good start, you can jump lots of cars, but if you can't slow it down into turn 1, you're going to lose everything. So really, really critical. Cars currently heading towards turn 7 on this circuit, which is 4.182 kilometres around. That equates to 2.599 miles. 13 turns, 4 to the left and 9 to the right, running in a clockwise direction. Fair few overtaking opportunities, the main ones into turn 1 at the end of the pit straight, and into turn 6 as they're heading towards the Parabolica interior. Around this windy section, quite a technical part of the track, is turns 9, 10, 11. That's the S's, and turn 12. And then the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, named after that driver who took his first Formula 1 win here at Estoril nearly 40 years ago. Give it a few weeks and it will be 40 years exactly. Out onto the pit straight we come. And Ariel Levy has not left the group behind, so he's done all that he intended to do. The other issue here, track limits. The drivers need to keep it between the white lines. Otherwise, the race stewards might well get involved, and we don't want to see any races decided in the stewards' box. So they're just forming up at the back. Once the cars are in position, we will have indication by means of a green flag, just to let us know that everybody is in position with engines running and we are good to go. And then we will have 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. So when the clock strikes 0, the driver will continue the lap that they have been on, and then it will be 1 more lap after that. So the cars now settled on the grid. You can see the heat rising, the engines up to temperature. In theory, the tyres are up to temperature as well. There's the man with the green flag. We're just waiting for indication from him that all is good. He says, yes, we are ready to go. So keep your eyes on that front row, because that is a car that has long since gone. That was Jelte Höfner, very, very eager out of the blocks. The rest of the field is going now. It's Ariel Levy who heads into turn 1. A great launch from him. Flint Schuring having a look on the outside, but I get the feeling that Jelte Höfner may well have been a bit eager on the accelerator. The rest of the cars coming through now. Into turn 2 they come. It is Ariel Levy who leads the way from Flint Schuring. In the background, though, jostling for positions. There's somebody locking up. There was a little puff of blue smoke as well, but almost certainly a jump start situation could be occurring here. The rest of the cars filing their way around turns 4. Now the flat out turn 5. And indeed, Jelte Höfner has been noted for a jump start. It looks as though he might have been ready for the previous race that he got away so quickly. Now heading in towards turn 6 they come. This is a hairpin, heavy braking. The rest of the cars are making it around. They all made it around turn 1. That's Alex Ryman going very deep into the corner. But Ariel Levy leading the way. Flint Schuring in second place. It's Jelte Höfner in third place, but under investigation. The rest of the cars just filling in the places behind them. Everybody fighting for position on this, the opening lap, being careful to keep it on the tarmac. There's Sid Smith on the inside of Sasha Norden. Chester Kiefer and Sasha Norden going spinning. There was a fair bit of contact into the S's, a slightly uphill section, and Chester Kiefer, he's able to rejoin, but Sasha Norden as well. Two of the real contenders. Bit of contact. Sid Smith was involved as well. The stewards are going to be taking a look at that. Out across the line we come once again. The first and second have broken well clear of third place. Looks like that might have been Draker Janssen up into third. Yes, it is. So Janssen up into third place. But Flint Schuring putting the pressure onto Ariel Levy. Jelte Höfner into fourth place, but coming under pressure from Domas Radonis. Behind Domas Radonis is Nick Ho, then Matthias Ferreira. Behind him, Thomas Cangro, Rodrigo Almeida. But here come the 1-2. They've broken clear of the field of cars behind them. So no challenges from the third place at the moment, but the race is very young. We have 27.5 minutes plus 1 lap of this race to run. Lots of opportunities for things to change, but Sasha Norden all the way down in 20th place after that spin. He will be steaming. Also, Chester Kiefer down in 22nd place. So a lot of work to do from them just to get into the points this afternoon. Points paid down to 15th place. Now look at this for the lead of the race. The challenge coming in towards turn 6 and 7. Ariel Levy leading the way at the moment. Flint Schuring keeping him in his sights. You get the feeling that Flint Schuring maybe has a little bit more pace than the number 25 car, lining them up through turns 10, 11 and 12 into Parabolica. Ayrton Senna they come, and then out onto the pit straight. It'll be the first major overtaking opportunity for Flint Schuring. Can he get close enough to pick up a slipstream? It's during this turn, turn 13, he'll want to get as close as he can. Then out onto the pit straight they'll come. We're riding on board with Ariel Levy. This is the view in front of him. It's an empty track. Will it still be empty when they come out of turn 1? Flint Schuring tucked up behind, but maybe just a little bit too far back to make a move. Ariel Levy having the racing line covered off. Into turn 1 they come once again. It's first and second running together. Ariel Levy with the fastest lap of the race. Draker Janssen solidifying his position in third place. Jelte Höfner, the leading rookie driver, but under investigation for a jump start, ahead of Domas Radonis, the number 5 car in 5th place, ahead of Nick Ho. There's first, there's second, then a gap back to third, but the fight for 4th place, Domas Radonis putting the pressure onto Höfner for that position. Looking down from the bridge very briefly, here come our race leaders once again. Ariel Levy, now he needs to think the long game here. He needs to look after the tyres, and that's the same for Flint Schuring, because if he uses up all of the grip in the early stages of the race, he'll have nothing to defend and attack with when the race comes to a conclusion. At the moment, Ariel Levy looking to have this under control. Into turn 8 they come at the moment, a third gear corner, taking it about 130 kilometres an hour. Then in towards turns 9 and 10, first and second gear corners, and then it's up that slight climb they come into the S's, turns 10 and 11 and 12. Ariel Levy very much under control at the moment. Into Parabolica, Ayrton Senna. It's a long 4th gear corner. The drivers just needing to gently feed the power on as they come onto the pit straight. And Ariel Levy having opened up the gap on Flint Schuring just a little bit. So the gap 0.567. So Ariel Levy's found about a 10th of a second, records another fastest lap, a 1:39.801, getting on towards the kind of times he was setting during qualifying this morning. So very, very rapid. Our leading rookie driver at the moment, Jelte Höfner, in 5th place, but under investigation. Second in the rookies is the number 27 car, and that's Draker Janssen going wide out of the corner. He regathers it. That was out of turn 1 towards turn 2, but he's lost a load of positions there. So he hasn't lost loads of positions, but he's lost a load of space on the track. So Draker Janssen doing a little bit of an excursion into the scenery. It's left him vulnerable to Domas Radonis. So a lot of fighting going on behind them. Domas Radonis registering in that 3rd place. So a big lock-up from Matthias Ferreira going deep into the corner. So a lot of the drivers, that's 6th place. Matthias Ferreira is also struggling with the conditions. So it just shows you that the grip is still very much at a premium. So Domas Radonis currently behind Draker Janssen as well. So there's been a fair bit of action going on in those positions, chasing the podium positions. But at the front, Ariel Levy still in control. Flint Schuring just taking his time to find a route towards and past Ariel Levy if he can. But the Israeli driver who's leading the way is very, very quick. Out onto the pit straight, looks to have this under control at the moment. Right, there is Draker Janssen, so he is up into 3rd place. Domas Radonis into 4th place at the moment. So into the pits, that looks like Matthias Ferreira, who's peeled off into the pit lane. So clearly that big lockup was something more than just a lockup. There was a lockup there also from Domas Radonis. We saw the blue smoke. A lot of the drivers really struggling for traction. Jelte Höfner into 5th place at the moment. Still no news on that investigation into a jump start. Anthony Imperato also under investigation for a jump start, car 19. So our leading rookie, still Jelte Höfner in 5th place. Our leading Pro-Am driver is Henry Tuamala. He is in 10th place. Second in the Pro-Ams is Søren Spreng. He's in 13th overall. And in 3rd place in the Pro-Ams, in 15th overall, is Anthony Imperato. The first two, they've broken clear of the 3rd place Draker Janssen. They've got just a little over 5 seconds ahead of the 3rd place car. But 1st and 2nd very much glued together. Scheuring looks to have closed the gap in a bit. 0.380 last time across the start-finish line. So keeping the pressure on. And in fact, Scheuring now recording the fastest lap of the race. So Flint Scheuring starting to turn the wick up a little bit as he challenges Ariel Levy for that lead. These are the drivers who have won every race this season so far. 1 win apiece for Ariel Levy and Flint Scheuring. Across the start-finish line they come once again. Ariel Levy still in front, opening the gap up by just a couple of tenths. But Flint Scheuring very much in contention. The fastest lap once again passing back to Ariel Levy. Draker Janssen some 5.3 seconds back. Domas Radonis has also dropped back a bit as well. Jelte Höfner still in that 5th place. So he still holds there in the lead in the rookie race. Nick Ho in 6th ahead of Thomas Cangro. Rodrigo Almeida in 8th ahead of Alex Ryman. And then our leading Pro-Am driver, Henry Tuamala. Here come our lead duo, glued together as they head towards turn 5. The corner that is taken flat out in 5th gear at about 200 kilometers an hour. Now this is the bit where there's the heavy braking from 240 kilometers an hour 6th gear down to something like 88 kilometers an hour on the exit in 2nd gear. Then back up to speed again as they head towards turn 7. A corner that is taken at just over 200 kilometers an hour just prior to that in 5th gear. Then it's down to about 90 kilometers as they go round that corner. Then into turn 8, a 3rd gear corner, and then into the S's. It's a 1st gear in turn 9, 2nd gear in turn 10, and into turn 11, and turn 12 is 3rd gear, and then into 4th gear as they head into the Parabolica Ayrton Senna once again, just picking up speed. And Ariel Levy looking to have just opened up a bit of a gap now on Flint Scheuring. So is Flint Scheuring biding his time? Is he waiting? Has he taken too much out of the tyres, or is he allowing Ariel Levy to just take all the life out of his tyres before he launches his attack? We're going to find out, certainly in the next 20 minutes or so, as they head into turn 1 once again. So there's 3rd place Draker Janssen. Domas Radonis in 4th place just behind him, and then Jelte Höfner. Nick Ho in the 6th place. There is Nick Ho in the yellow, black and white car in a solid 6th place, just staying there. Thomas Cangro has been very much there or thereabouts all day today in qualifying, and now in the race in that 7th place. Rodrigo Almeida still in 8th, then Alex Ryman, then the leading Pro-Am driver Henry Tuamala, well clear of Anthony Imperato, because Søren Spreng has dropped down into 19th place. So Søren Spreng has clearly had a bit of a moment. So he's dropped down into 19th place overall and 3rd in the Pro-Ams. There is Nick Ho, and he's loving it in car 98. Riding on board with Nick now. You can see the view as he heads towards turn 7. Down the slight hill and in towards turn 8 he will come, and then the windy S's coming up. You see the car just pitching as he hits the brakes, bumping up onto 2 wheels. These cars can afford to be absolutely hustled over the curbs. They're built strong, they're made to race properly. These amazing Porsches 911 cars, the 992 generation. And there is Nick Ho in that 6th place at the moment. Ahead of him, Jelte Höfner. And behind him, Thomas Cangro. Across the line we come once again. There is Draker Janssen in a fairly solid third place. We saw him having a bit of an excursion earlier, but Domas Radonis having his fair share of problems as well. A lock-up from Jelte Hofner into turn one. That's going to have flat-spotted those tyres. So Jelte gathering it all up again, the 919 car. He had 2 second places in the rookies at Portimao and was 11th and a 6th overall. Holding it together at the moment in 5th place. I've still seen no news on anything to do with jump starts. So Hofner at the moment, it was very hard. We couldn't see the lights with the angle we were at, so it was very hard to know whether Hofner was just very eager on the accelerator or whether he did over-anticipate the lights. But we will find that out because our race stewards will have all the angles that they need. This is our lead duo. This one's going to go all the way to the flag, isn't it? Last time across the line, Ariel Levy had opened the gap up to 9/10 of a second. But it looks to me as though Flint Schuring has responded a little. He's gone the quickest of anybody in Sector 2 on this lap. So setting a purple time and heading into Sector 3. So Flint Schuring is responding to that 9/10 gap to the leader. We're not at the halfway point of the race quite yet. In all of it, we've lost Sid Smith. I see that he is into the pits. And we've also lost Matthias Ferreira in the 27 car. Across the line we come once again. So about 0.3 of a second taken out of the lead by Flint Schuring. The flashing of the lights. The attempts to distract the car in front. Get him to miss his braking point into turn one by filling his mirrors with bright flashing lights. But you've got to get up pretty early in the morning to put one over Ariel Levy. Heading into turn one also is Jelte Hofner with Nick Ho putting the pressure onto him. That is for 5th place, and behind them Thomas Cangro is a fair way back. So Nick Ho in a position where he can challenge. Somebody's had a bit of a moment in front. You can see the smoke. Nick Ho in a position where he can challenge Jelte Hofner without risking losing a position to Thomas Cangro if he were to try and make a move on the outside, because Cangro has got his own issues, and that is with Rodrigo Almeida in the number 18 car, who is closing in on him. So here comes our race leader once again, first and second. It was about 7/10 between them last time across the line, but that is changing on every corner. Certainly Ariel Levy is not getting away from Flint Schuring. You just get that feeling that Schuring is potentially just biding his time, waiting for that moment, waiting for a potential mistake, waiting for the tyres to expire on the Ariel Levy car. At the moment, just keeping him within his view. Once again, through those S's. Back out onto the Parabolica. You can see Nick Ho has really caught up with Hofner now. Jelte coming under more and more pressure from the number 98. The Dutch driver has a little look to the outside of Hofner. It's Dutch driver versus Dutch driver. Into the Parabolica they come. Hofner looking very, very eager. But Nick Ho now making the challenge, heading along the pit straight. Once again, he'll pick up a slipstream as they head towards turn one. In the background, there's Thomas Cangro. Nick Ho looks to the outside under turn one. Can they get it slowed down without locking up? Nick Ho trying to go the long way around. Hofner has that racing line on the inside, but Nick Ho just keeping it all together, hanging it out there side by side around turn two and turn three. The back end sliding on Jelte Hofner, but that's just allowed Thomas Cangro to close in. Now Thomas Cangro to the inside of Nick Ho, but Rodrigo Almeida trying to take all of them. Brilliant stuff from Rodrigo Almeida. Very opportunistic, can't quite make it stick. He drops back in the meantime. Look at that. Sasha Norden up into 10th place, having dropped to the very back of the pack. In this fight here, though, Alex Ryman also getting involved. What a fight this is for 5th place. Jelte Hofner, Nick Ho, Thomas Cangro, Alex Ryman now past Rodrigo Almeida. So Alex Ryman looking to get involved as well. Alex Ryman, who is the outgoing Pro-Am champion. Nick Ho to the outside of Jelte Hofner once again. The two cars running absolutely neck and neck. Nick Ho trying to hold it on the outside without losing the position of Thomas Cangro. Cangro's dropped back just a little. Hofner still holding on by the absolute skin of his teeth. Now, once again, Cangro back in there as well. Cangro in there as well. Alex Ryman at the back of that queue, ready to pounce. What a fight this is turning out to be. You get the feeling that if Jelter Hoffner gets muscled off the racing line, he could lose a load of position. So he is just making sure that the number 919 car is absolutely glued to the track in the best way he can. Out along the pit straight, these are cars all on the same lap, all fighting for 5th place. Less than 13 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Once again, Nick Ho having a look to the outside, taking advantage because Thomas Cangro has Alex Ryman. Ryman, man on a mission, but look who's in there as well. Sasha Norden coming back through the pack. Still holding on at the front of this pack. Jelter Hoffner in 5th place, holding on, drawing on every bit of experience that he has to hold on to that position. Rodrigo Almeida, Sasha Norden running side by side as well. This is why we love Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. This is real racing here. Heading towards turn 5, once again taken flat out. Nick Ho looking impatient. He's got a gap now ahead of Thomas Cangro. This is his opportunity. He needs to make it stick if he wants to get past. Looking to the outside, Nick Ho. Is he going to duck back to the inside? Yes, he is. Jelter Hoffner with a gap on the inside. Has Nick Ho made it stick? Yes, he has. Nick Ho through into 5th place now. Can he break clear? But Jelter Hoffner going to try and come back. Great stuff from the young 919 driver. The two cars make contact, but Nick Ho holds it together. Nick Ho just in front in that 6th place. Brilliant stuff. Nick Ho, Jelter Hoffner coming back. Thomas Cangro in there as well. Also Rodrigo Almeida. Sasha Norden in the fight along with Alex Ryman. What a fight for 5th place. Ahead of them is Jonas Radonis. He's well clear, but this fight far from done. Thomas Cangro now getting involved with Jelter Hoffner. Finally, Nick Ho looks to have got the job done. He's broken clear and now leaves Jelter Hoffner in his wake as he pulls clear along the pit straight. Suddenly, Jelter Hoffner has Thomas Cangro breathing down his exhaust pipe in the background. So many other star drivers. The lights are flashing. That's Chester Kiefer also coming back from the early incident at the start of the race. 11 minutes remaining. Great stuff here, the fight for 6th place because Nick Ho now having secured that 5th place. Look at Thomas Cangro and Sasha Norden running absolutely side by side. And a 10-second time penalty has been awarded to Jelter Hoffner for a jump start. We had a feeling that might happen. Jelter Hoffner is going to have a time penalty as a result of that jump start that we saw, and that's going to drop him down the order. But Nick Ho has done all the hard work now up into 5th place, and we still have plenty of other positions to fight for. So Jelter Hoffner, he's got that time penalty, but he's done a sterling job. Thomas Cangro now having to give way to Sasha Norden. Sasha Norden back up into 8th place, that is, for Sasha Norden. Track limits warning has been given to Sasha Norden, though, so still the stewards may well get involved in this. But Sasha Norden, what a brilliant drive from him. Sometimes having that spin is what you need just to get the red mist. Thomas Cangro starting to get a little bit mugged because the leader in the Pro-Ams is coming through. Henry Tuamala in the 1-2-3 car. Our leading rookie at the moment is Jelter Hoffner, but remember, he has a time penalty now hanging over him. We're on board with the leading Pro-Am driver for Team Quaranen. That is Henry Tuamala, 1-2-3 in 11th place, but the leading Pro-Am driver. Second in the Pro-Am races, Anthony Imperato. He is in 17th place overall. Across the line we come once again. In all of this, Ariel Levy continues to lead, but only by 7/10 of a second over Flint Shurin. There is Alex Ryman. He's not done yet. He and Henry Tuamala running side by side. It's hard work keeping on top of all of this. Brilliant stuff from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here at the Circuit de Estoril. There's Rodrigo Almeida once again making his challenge, but now he's got Sasha Norden breathing all down his neck, and Sasha Norden looking to pick up another position. So there is our race leader, Ariel Levy, leading the way ahead of Flint Shuring. Then it's Draker Janssen. That's your 1-2-3. Then Jonas Radonis. Then Nick Ho. Then Jelter Hoffner, but he has a time penalty. It's Rodrigo Almeida and Sasha Norden Then Chester Kiefer, if things remain as they are, Chester Kiefer, after that spin at the beginning of the race, is going to take the top step of the podium in the rookie race. So absolutely sterling stuff from Chester Kiefer in a car that is identical to the one that is running in second place and the one that has recorded the fastest lap of the race, that being in the hands of Flint Schuring for Schumacher CLRT. Up to the S's once again. As always, with Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the entertainment coming thick and fast. Out onto the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Once again we come. Finally, the fighting has settled down a bit. They cross the line. It is Ariel Levy leading the way. Flint Schuring in second place by about 0.6 of a second. Then Draker Janssen. This is Sasha Norton to the inside of Rodrigo Almeida. This is the challenge for 7th place. So Sasha Norton just trying to get back to the position that he started this race in. Also there, Milan Marchak in the Red Ant Racing number 69 car. We haven't mentioned him yet. The young 16-year-old driver only got his racing license the day before yesterday and fighting with all the big boys here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So 7.25 minutes remaining plus 1 lap. Here we come along turn 5, once again taken flat out. Our race leader still Ariel Levy. Flint Schuring is not done yet. 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Fighting for the position up and down the pack. There is Jonas Greif in the number 4 car, and behind him Milan Marchak making his debut. Jonas Greif, who is an experienced driver in the grand scale of things, has done many years at Porsche, now been put under pressure by Milan Marchak, the Dutch driver for Red Ant Motorsport, and that is the leader of the Pro-Am, Henry Tuamala, who's gone spinning. So Henry Tuamala into the gravel trap. Now, can he get this going? Because if he can't, this could bring out a full course yellow or even a safety car, but a disaster for the driver who was leading in the Pro-Am category, Henry Tuamala, and that could potentially hand the Pro-Am lead to Anthony Imperato. In fact, it's going to, because Henry Tuamala is stranded in the gravel, and I get a feeling we are going to see some kind of caution here. We may see a safety car, we may see a full course yellow, and in fact, we are going to go full course yellow. So the full course yellow is about to come out. The car's going to have to reduce in speed. You saw the hazard lights coming on Ariel Levy's car. This is a bit of a gift for Ariel Levy because it takes the pressure off, because full course yellow means the cars must reduce their speed to 80 kilometers an hour. They're not allowed to brake heavily. They have to lift off the accelerator and go down to 80 kilometers an hour. So first and second glued together, but now Flint Schuring can do nothing about the car in front of him, and he'll want this full course yellow to last as long as it possibly can. Will Ariel Levy, because that will be less chances for Flint Schuring to find a route past. Flint knows that time is starting to run out as he looks towards the lead. So, looking to see whether there's any other penalties that have been awarded that I can see. We know that Jelter Hofner has a penalty. Just looking through the screens to see if there's anything else that is worthy of note. I've got nothing else that's popped up on my screen at the moment. Safety car looks like it's going to be deployed as well. So it's a 10-second time penalty for Jelter Hofner as a result of that jump start. Now, we're back out onto the pit straight at the moment. The car's just weaving. Yeah, safety car has been deployed as well. So, safety car out on track. It means all the gaps are going to close up, and Draker Janssen will be pleased about that, because suddenly he will be moved into contention with the first two, and he will have potentially an opportunity to challenge for the lead, and Domas Radonis as well, and Nick Ho will be able to join in as well. The safety car is very bad news for Jelter Hofner, because that 10-second time penalty if the cars are all queued up behind him, means that he is going to be dropped an awful lot of places, potentially out of the points, with 3.5 minutes, a little over 3.5 minutes of this race remaining. Depending on how quickly they can get the Henry Tuamala car moved, will depend on whether we can get back to green flag racing at all. Could well be a real dash for the cash at the end, but such a shame for Henry Tuamala. Ending up into the gravel trap, it hands the lead in the Pro-Am race to Anthony Imperato, and second in the Pro-Am race to Soren Spreng. They are in 16th and 17th place respectively. As we look towards turn 4 from the perspective of turn 5, the car's just weaving to keep the heat into the tyres, and we're watching that clock tick down. Ariel Levy would be quite happy if this race finished now. The pink FL next to Flint Schuring's name indicates he has the fastest lap of the race, which shows what kind of pace he has. But if we do get back to green flag racing, he's going to have to get onto it pretty quickly if he's going to challenge for this race win. Draker Janssen showing some of the potential that he felt was maybe missing in Portimao, with a potential podium position. So at the moment, Jelter Hofner in 6th place. When that 10 seconds has been added, that is going to put him down in about 16th place. So our next leader in the rookies is Chester Kiefer. Very impressive after that spin early on in the race. Lights are still on the safety car, though we're not going to be going this time around. We're in towards, I can see that the 1-2-3 car has been moved, so I think we might well get 1 or possibly 2 laps of racing left. We got word that we may potentially even be going this time. Yes, the lights are off on the safety car, so we are going to be going racing this time around. A late call from the safety car to go racing. Right, this is going to be good. Don't go anywhere. 1 minute and 3/4 just under, plus 1 lap remaining. All of the places stacked up in single file. Ariel Levy with all the pressure on his shoulders. Flint Schuring will feel like he's got nothing to lose, but he has everything to lose, because Draker Janssen, Domas Rodonis, Nick Ho will all be queuing up to get through. Ariel Levy now onto the accelerator. He hasn't got the jump on Flint Schuring, but Schuring will know that he's got an opportunity. The spectators running towards the fence to watch the action because the green flag is out. Now to the inside, Flint Schuring, is he going to make a challenge into turn 1? Yes, he does. Ariel Levy, though, will try and take the long way around to stay in the lead of this race. The first and second running absolutely side by side, but Schuring has the inside line for the next corner. Draker Janssen also challenging. You can see how hard he's pushing. Our new race leader, Flint Schuring, the lead of the race, but Ariel Levy, and maybe a little tap, but the 2 cars running as one through to turns 4 and 5 they come. Brilliant stuff here. Draker Janssen in the background, ready to jump if any of these cars get together. It is Flint Schuring who leads the way, though. Towards turn 6 they will come under braking. Flint Schuring leading the way. Ariel Levy in 2nd place. Draker Janssen in 3rd place is not done yet. In 4th place, Domas Radonis also very much in contention for a podium position. We are now into the last 15 seconds of this race. It will be what remains of this lap, plus 1 more. About a lap and a half remaining of this race. Round 3 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. There's all sorts of challenges further back. We can see plumes of blue smoke rising up into the air. But at the moment, Flint Schuring, he made the most of the opportunity to get in front. But Ariel Levy's not done yet. We're riding on board with him. We can see the view of the race leader, Flint Schuring, just ahead of him. Has he got anything up his sleeve that he can do? Because there is now about to be just 1 lap remaining of this race. There's cars running all over the place. That's Alex Ryman who's taken to the dirt. Now along the pit straight we come. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. All running together in towards turn 1. We've got to get it slowed down into the last corner. There's a car going wide there. I think that was Milan Marchak who might have been going wide onto the grass. A bit of a lock-up into the corner. Flint Schuring still there, though. Ariel Levy all over him like a cheap suit. Draker Janssen in 3rd place. Domas Radonis has dropped back just a bit. Nick Ho's still in there as well. But Flint Schuring now into turn 3, then into turn 4 of the final lap of this race. Ariel Levy doing what he can to try and fight back, but it looks like it could be too little too late. Draker Janssen fairly solid in that third place, but anything could happen as they head towards the flat out turn 5. They will come and then in towards turn 6. A wonderful side of these cars. The final lap of the race, round 3 of the season. Flint Schuring leading the way. Ariel Levy, a lock up from Domas Radonis. It doesn't look like he's going to lose the position to Nick Ho. Ho just a little bit too far back to challenge, but now Flint Schuring, having broken clear of Ariel Levy, he's just got about 7 more corners to go, and then he will see the checkered flag. Looks to have it all under control. He waited for his moment, he bided his time, and now Flint Schuring leading the way in round 3 of an 8-round series in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He's going into the Parabolica for the very last time now. The Parabolica to Ayrton Senna. It is going to be Flint Schuring who exits turn 13. And in a few moments, he will see the checkered flag waved high in the air. He goes wide onto the gravel, but it doesn't matter. It's a second win of the season for Flint Schuring. Second place to Ariel Levy, our pole sitter. A good finish for Drake Jansen in third place. Then Domas Rodones, Nick Ho, and then Sasha Norden coming back to 6th place ahead of Chester Kiefer, who takes the win in the rookie race. Then it'll be Rodrigo Almeida. Jelter Hoffner is next to cross the line, but he will have that 10-second time penalty. So Thomas Cangro will be promoted up into 9th place. So our winning rookie will be Chester Kiefer. Second in the rookies will be Mace Muller, with Charles Visser third in the rookies, finishing in 14th place. Phenomenal stuff. What great racing from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. A win for Flint Schuring. He was in 2nd place for so long, but he picked his moment to take the lead from Ariel Levy in the closing stages of this race. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Pure entertainment from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So there's still a number of incidents to be looked at by race stewards, but I don't think it's going to be anything that will affect the 1, 2, 3. A number of drivers having excursions, looking for additional traction, maybe a little bit outside the track limits, but the 1, 2, 3, I think pretty solid as they are. A shame for Jelter Hoffner with that 10-second time penalty, but it looked like a fairly slam dunk in terms of a jump start. And so with that 10 seconds added to his time, just looking to see where he will end up. It's going to be down in about, well, he's probably going to be out of the points, sadly, but good solid driving and a lesson learned. There's the rest of the results just scrolling through. Søren Spreng in the closing stages taking the win in the Pro-Am race. So somehow in all that carnage that we saw going on at the back, it was Søren Spreng who came out on top. Anthony Imperato in 3rd place in the Pro-Ams, and Henry Tuamala, after that moment that brought out the safety car, is still recorded in 20th place and 3rd in the Pro-Ams. So loads going on there, and that last couple of laps, phenomenal stuff. A lot of pressure and such maturity from Flint Schuring. He didn't just go for it, he waited for his moment, he bided his time, and then he jumped into the lead. And some good side-by-side racing, some good clean racing. There is the very unique Drake Jansen livery. Ariel Levy moving his door when I'm Flint Schuring sweeping off, thank you. There it's Flint in the gold black car. Ariel climb from the seat of his car. Flint Schuring receiving the applause. So the first driver to take 2 wins this season. Flint Schuring receiving congratulations from the team at Schumacher CLRT. And there's Drake Jansen in the background as well. There's Drake. Embarrassing hug time. Brilliant. Drake, who likes to do his talking on the track, And he certainly does that as we look towards the podium. And really entertaining stuff. The first of 4 races this afternoon. That was round 3 for Sport Division. Fantastic racing. Never, ever disappoints. I cannot remember the last time I saw a dull race in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. So much talent, so many good drivers. And as the circuit falls silent, albeit briefly, in a few moments, hopefully, we can head over to the podium and we can see the drivers picking up their trophies. So it's that time. Head back over to Piers for the podium ceremony.
Yeah, Brian, what a race that was. First race this weekend, and our winner, Flint Schuring. What a tense race that must have been. You were chasing Ariel for the first half, the safety car played into your hands, but a well-executed move to take the win.
Yeah, it was a difficult race, driving behind Ariel, I think 80% of the race. Then had a safety car, managed to get a good exit out of the last corner and managed to get past. And was still tense in the last lap, but managed to make it work.
Second win of the season now. You're closing in, if not maybe taking the lead in the championship. It's going to be very, very close now. You're pushing Ariel very hard. Of course, he was champion this time last year. I assume you're going to be trying to take as many points off him as you can.
Yeah, we still have 1 race to go today, so we'll try to win that as well.
And the pace looked good, but you two at the front were pulling away from pretty much everyone else. So clearly, you think it's going to be a fight between just the 2 of you in race 3 as well?
Yeah, it seems like it for now. But I think at the start we already managed to pull quite a gap, so no one really was able to compete. But it was a nice one.
Flynn, congratulations. I saw your team are very happy. We'll leave you to go and celebrate with the team before we move on and get ourselves ready for what is going to be the second race this afternoon, first race in the club division.
Thank you, Piers. Good to have a word with Flint there, and he looks as cool as a cucumber after that, doesn't he? I've just been doing some calculations. By my reckoning, Schuring moves to the top of the point standings by 1 point. That is subject to confirmation, but according to my complex maths, which is somewhat dubious at the best of times, Flint Schuring will have 66 points. Ariel Levy will have 65. So the gloves are certainly off. Of course, we've got another race to go, and that will be very exciting as well. I haven't seen the grid for the next race yet. But yes, that was very, very exciting, wasn't it? To the wire. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from what has been a fantastic round 3. It was a very eager start for Jelte Hofner, and it was one that was going to bite him on the backside when all was said and done. A 10-second time penalty relegating 919 down the order. But the story was going to be Ariel Levy versus Flint Schuring, and Ariel Levy leading for pretty well most of the race. I'd say probably more than 80% of the race led by Ariel Levy. No such issues further back. Flint Schuring, not Flint Schuring, Sid Smith getting into Sasha Norden, and also Chester Kiefer, and the stewards taking a look at that. Chester Kiefer rejoining at the very back, but then coming through to take a win in the rookie category. Lots of good racing going on. The number 69 car with Milan Marchak at the wheel, making his debut, the young 16-year-old, mixing it with the best and fighting his way through the pack. Sid Smith had been very much in the wars, but he holding it all together. It was Draker Janssen sliding it through the S's. Sasha Norden, after that spin, having to fight his way back up through the pack and eventually coming through to score some good points. That was the moment that Draker Janssen went wide, but somehow didn't lose a hatful of positions. Allowed Domas Radonis to close in on him, but Draker Janssen eventually bringing it home for the podium. Matthias Ferreira clearly having issues with the brakes, and it was an issue big enough to bring a retirement, and I think maybe that splitter going might have been something to do with his retirement as well. There was Zuren Spreng also doing some pirouettes, but he came home to still take the top step of the podium in the Pro-Am category. The race lead, though, was going to be a fight all the way to the end. Ariel Levy still keeping control of Flint Schuring. That was a whopper of a lockup for Jelte Hofner. The 919 car with tyres that would have resembled 50p pieces. And there was Sasha Norden on the inside of Henry Tuamala fighting his way back up through the pack, and I think the red mist may have descended, but it was very entertaining to watch. Lots of cars struggling with adhesion. Jelte Hofner had Nick Ho breathing down his neck, and eventually Nick Ho hanging it wide on the outside and keeping it all together to eventually sail past Jelte Hofner. But Hofner doing a sterling job. You see the back end stepping out as he fought as hard as he could to hold on to that position. Thomas Cangro showing great maturity. Rodrigo Almeida taking a little bit of a shortcut to try and stay in that battle. Little bits of tapping going on through the field, but that's why we love Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The fight for positions continued, and this scrap, which was for 5th place, was very entertaining. At one point, maybe 8 or 9 cars involved in that scrap. Thomas Cangro, Alex Ryman, Rodrigo Almeida, Sasha Norden, all fighting for it. Nick Ho, well, we said he got past. This was the moment where he actually made it happen. He went to the outside, then ducked back to the inside, and this was the point where he stole that position away from Jelte Hofner. Hofner did try to come back at him, but Nick Ho had the position. There was a moment where the two of them looked as though they might get together, but they held it all together. Meanwhile, Chester Kiefer coming back to take the top step of the podium in the rookie standings after that spin as well. And it was a spin for Henry Tuamala with Alex Ryman getting very close. It brought out a safety car, but it meant that we were up for an absolute grandstand finish at the end of this race. Once the Henry Tuamala car had been removed, we ended up under racing conditions. The safety car pulled off into the pits, and Ariel Levy had all the pressure from Flint Schuring. Schuring went to the inside into turn 1, and it looked like Levy might be able to just have enough momentum to hold on to that position, but Schuring held it together, had the inside line for the next corner, and stole the lead away. Draker Janssen also fancied a little look at that second place as well. In the background, there were cars going wide. Jelte Hofner, one of them, and a spin for Anthony Imperato at the end. So flames coming from the exhaust pipe. That's why he dropped out of the lead in the Pro-Am race. The very impressive Milan Marchak also in the battles as well. But it was Flint Schuring who took the win ahead of Ariel Levy and Draker Janssen. Really, really good stuff. So we're going to head back down to the podium now, and Piers.
Yes, here we are on the podium, and we are going to be starting with the sport division. And in 3rd place, the number 17 from the Netherlands, Draker Janssen. In 2nd place, from Israel, the number 25, Ariel Levy. And our eventual winner after an excellent race, Flint Schuring. Flint, after a brilliant last few lap battle with Ariel, he took the win overall, and will now have the Dutch national anthem. A brilliant first race of the day, round 3 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Overall in the sport classification, 3rd place was Draker Janssen taking the trophy. 2nd place, our championship leader coming into this round, and champion from last year was Ariel Levy, relinquishes the championship lead to this man, Flint Schuring, who takes the win overall and the championship lead at this stage in the season. Drivers coming together on the top step of the podium. And I don't imagine we're going to get any champagne spraying with just the round 4 of the championship coming up in just under an hour's time. That is our podium for round 3 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division overall. Next up, we will be having the rookie classification, and this was a very interesting battle this time. Last time out, it was Chester Kiefer taking 2 victories. Of course, this time, after an incident on lap number 1, he had dropped all the way to the back of the grid, but managed to fight his way through, and we'll be hearing from Chester in a moment. But in in a moment we will be having the podium. So in third place we have the number 7 Charles Visser from South Africa for target competition. Charles Visser, everybody, third place in the rookie podium. Second place from the Netherlands, the number 67 Mace Muller. Mace for PG Motorsport. And our winner, after a difficult start, coming through to take the win, Chester Kiefer. Brilliant drive from Chester, racing for the Schumacher CLRT team. And now we have the Luxembourg national anthem. Congratulations to our podium drivers. Trophies now being handed out by Lars Plato of Series Manager. Third place for Charles Visser from South Africa. Second place, Mace Muller from the Netherlands. And our winner after a gritty drive coming back through the field, Chester Kiefer. He raises the trophy aloft. Clearly very, very happy with that one, and rightly so. All 3 drivers in the rookie division are on the podium now, getting their photos. Again, I think it's unlikely we'll get much champagne spraying at this stage. Maybe later on. We'll see. We'll see. Rookie drivers, you are free to leave the podium and get yourselves prepared for round 4 of the championship coming up, as I mentioned, in just under an hour's time. That just leaves the Pro-Am classification coming up once again. Drama in this race too, with drivers moving up and down the order. But we will start with our driver in third place, the number 123 from Finland, Henri Tuomala. Henry racing for Team Karainen. Second place, the number 19 from the USA, Anthony Imperato. Anthony racing for Team Ombra. And our winner eventually in the Pro-Am division, the number 197 from Germany, Søren Spreng. Congratulations, Søren. First race in this championship and a win in his division. We'll now have the German national anthem. Trophy is now being handed out once again. Third place, Henri Tuomala. Second place, Anthony Imperato. And finally, our winner, Søren Spreng. Søren will be joining us again in Barcelona, but this weekend he'll be trying to take as many victories as he can. The top 3 drivers in the Pro-Am classification getting their photo on the podium. And that concludes our podium for the sport division, round 3 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Up next, in just a few moments' time, we'll be having the grid walk for the club division for round number 3. So I'll hand back up to Brian for just a moment, and then we'll be bringing you that race very shortly.
Thank you, Piers. Great stuff. What a way to round off the first race of the afternoon, race 3 of the season, and really, really good stuff. We're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes.
Here we are for round 3 of the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we're here on the grid just a couple of minutes before we roll out on the formation lap. Slight difference if you were just watching the sport division. It was a one staggered with pole position on the outside, but with the rolling start in the club division, we have our pole driver Andre Fernandez in the green car here, starting on the inside, a 2x2 rolling start. He's just getting a few words of encouragement from his team. Outside of the front row, we have Angelo Fontana, and I'm going to see if I can grab a quick word with Angelo. Would you reckon he'll be happy to have a chat? Angelo, of course, a strong qualifying, was looking like he was going to take pole position until the dying moments. Angelo, second place on the grid, very good pace in qualifying, just pipped at the end. Good view down to turn 1. What can you do in this race?
Yeah, we're looking to win. We hope to win.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you've got the pace to do so. After watching the sport race, it looks like overtaking is certainly possible around here.
I see this track is very hard to pass, so you need to find the place. Not easy.
Not easy, but I'm sure you'll give it a good go. Angelo, good luck in this race. Angelo starting second place for the S1 racing team. His teammate on the inside of row 2, Javier Ripoll Jr. We've spoken to Javier many times throughout last year and this season. And outside of the second row, Reinhold Kran is going to be looking to get inside the podium if he can. We grabbed a word with Reinhold before this race, so I think we'll leave him to it this time. Inside of row number 3 for Team Parker Racing, Lee Mole, who we also caught up with during qualifying. He is going to be looking to make his way through the field. He was actually at the top of the times at one point in one of the red flags, so we know he's got pace in that Team Parker Racing car. Then we move back to row number 4, Alexander Dobik on the inside, and alongside him, Ernst Inderbitzen, a good qualifying for Ernst on the outside of row number 4. Row number 5, Eric Wagner for Team Enrico Fulgenzi. Alongside him on the outside is David Harrison. And then the final row of the grid, dramatic final row of the grid, Philip Wills, our championship leader, will be starting at the back of the grid. Great job by the Proton Huber team to get that car back ready again after what was a pretty heavy hit in qualifying. And then on the inside of the final row of the grid, Ajit Kumar, many of the fans' favourites, but he'll be looking to have a good race from there. So that rounds out our grid and our grid walk. I'm being told to leave the grid, so I'm going to hand back to Brian Oliver for race round number 3 of the club division in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Thank you, Piers. Good job, and good job from Proton Huber Competition getting Philippe Wills onto the back of the grid. I get a feeling that's not the same car, but great to have him there. Andre Fernandez, he starts on pole position after a very lively qualifying session, but Angelo Fontana pressured him all the way, and he starts on the front row alongside him. Javier Ripoll Jr. and Reinhold Kran occupy row 2 ahead of Lee Mole and Carsten Prima. 7th on the grid, Alexander Dobik with Ernst Inderbitzen company. 9th on the grid is Eric Wagner with David Harrison, and then Ajit Kumar lined up 11th with Philip Wills 12th. That's Proton Huber Competition Porsche, and yeah, I think that might be a different car to the one that made contact with the barrier into turn 1, but top job from the team getting that car on to the grid. A lot of effort after what was a very lively qualifying session this morning. We have lost Lennart Heemstra as a result of him mounting the tyre barrier and that car with damage that can't be repaired today, but hopefully we'll see him when we resume in Valencia in a couple of weeks' time. So once again, the grid is formed and goes quietly, but unlike the sport division, which we saw just now, this will be a rolling start, so we'll still have the formation lap. We still have lots of people on the terraces, and a huge number of people here supporting Ajit Kumar. And for those joining us around the world, both online and on television, we say good afternoon, welcome along. And to all of you who are out on the terraces here in Estoril. We say good afternoon to you as well. We hope you are being thoroughly entertained with what you have seen. You are going to be entertained now as the club division rolls into action for round 3 of the season. The first of 2 races this afternoon at Circuito di Estoril, a circuit that is 4.182 kilometres around with 13 turns, 4 to the left and 9 to the right. It was an incredibly lively qualifying session this morning, which had its fair share of stoppages. Andre Fernandez, who started the qualifying session, pointed in the wrong direction in the gravel trap with the front splitter hanging off the car, then came back to not only complete in qualifying but also to score a pole position. In fact, the only driver into the 1:39. Such was the strength of his car. Really good qualifying session, but Angelo Fontana in that second place, keeping him honest. And for a while it looked as though Fontana was going to have that pole position. The driver who we've seen guesting in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, has also been in the FIA Motorsport Games and GT Single Make Series. He is a driver who has a lot of experience and will be taking all the pressure to Andre Fernandez at the front of the pack. On this formation lap, the driver is now currently just getting the heat into the tyres. Once again, tyre warmers not allowed, but unlike the previous class that we saw, they are allowed to run ABS on these cars. So ABS on all the cars, although that doesn't always make it easy, as we heard in some of the interviews earlier on today. All these drivers are in the AM category. It means they're aged 40 plus with no professional motor racing background. We don't have any GT4 drivers on the grid this afternoon, but we have plenty of AM drivers to entertain us, and that's exactly what they're going to do, because in a few moments we will have 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us, and we will find out the winner, who is going to challenge Philippe Wills, because he is in this race. He's leading the championship. Evgeny Leonov, who's second, is 14 points behind, but he is not here today. So third in the championship, Javier Ripoll Jr., 26 points adrift and starting on the second row. So he's got a great opportunity to gain ground on Philippe Wills in the championship challenge. Philippe Wills will be fighting through from the back in the yellow and black car that just flashed through your screen. So, safety car with the hazard lights flashing, about to duck into the pit lane. And in just a few moments, we will be getting ready to go racing. The car's building the speed. They see the lights ahead of them. The lights are about to go green, and we are racing. And it's Andre Fernandez who steps off that pole position, leading the field in towards turn 1, 4 abreast into turn 1. Are they all going to make it around? They very sensibly back out of it just a little. So Angelo Fontana into that second place. The rest of the cars just coming through at the moment, all fighting for those positions. But our race leader at the moment, Andre Fernandez. Everybody making it around turns 1 and 2. There's Ajit Kumar at the back of the pack at the moment, but he'll be pushing to make his way forwards through the pack. Javier Ripoll Jr. in third place, just falling back a little bit from the lead duo. Across the line they came, and they all made it into turns 1 and 2. Here we are into turn 5 now, and then into the braking of turn 6. One of the hairpins here at this circuit. Andre Fernandez appears to have this under control at the moment. That's Lee Mole going very deep into the corner, just leaving himself vulnerable to Alexander Dobik. Dobik not really close enough to do anything about it. Now, the 1-2-2 car of Carsten Creamer, he's coming under pressure as well, and lots of positions that can be lost or won on this opening lap as they head into the S's. And there is Philippe Wills from the back of the pack, and he's already found his way past a couple of cars, so he's already making good progress, completing the first lap of the race out of the Ayrton Senna Parabolica and out onto the pit straight they come, and across the line they will come. 28.25 minutes plus 1 lap of this race to run, and our race leader Andre Fernandez, Angelo Fontana showing at 0.482 behind, then Javier Ripoll Jr., Carsten Creamer, Reinhold Kran in there as well in 5th place in 2.33, and Kran putting a bit of pressure onto Creamer for that fourth place. Then it's Lee Mole, then Philippe Wills from the back of the pack, having got past Alexander Dobik, Ernst Inderbitzen, Eric Wagner, David Harrison and Ajit Kumar. He's got past all of those, is halfway up through the pack already with just one lap run of this race. So phenomenal progress from Philippe Wills. Really did not expect him to be even starting this race this afternoon. So 10 out of 10 to Proton Huber Competition for getting a car onto the grid for him to run in and to attempt to maintain that championship lead. And what a position he is in. So there is Carsten Creamer in fourth place. Reinhold Kran in fifth, just behind him. That is one of the closest battles on the track at the moment. Having said that, suddenly Angelo Fontana has closed in on Andre Fernandez for the race lead. So we could see a challenge for the race lead here. I would suggest that Fontana is the more experienced of the two drivers as they head into turns 9, 10 and 11 up that hill once again. I wonder whether Fontana is going to make a move as they head along the pit straight. We saw Philippe Wills just picking up another position. So here's our race leader, first, second and third. They've broken clear of Carsten Creamer in fourth at the moment. Javier Ripoll Jr. is now just staying in contact with Fontana. Out along the pit straight we come in towards turn 1. Here's our race leader, Andre Fernandez, lining up behind Angelo Fontana. Is he close enough to make a move? Probably not quite close enough heading into turn 1, but a challenge further back. Reinhold Kran and Carsten Creamer running together. Kran can't make it stick at the moment, but this is for fourth place. But that's a battle that's going to rage on. Here are your podium positions at the moment. First, second and third, heading around turn 2 and turns 3. A little bit of undulation here. Nothing like what we saw in Portimao. But plenty to play for here at Estoril. Along turn 5, taken absolutely flat out in fifth gear, about 200 kilometers an hour, just picking up the apex of the corner. There's parts of the track there that's never been raced on. They all just cut as close to the apex as they can. Then under the braking into turn 6. That is Reinhold Kran, just ahead of him, Carsten Creamer. Right, battle for the lead, first and second. Fontana looking very rapid, proven by the fact he's just recorded the fastest lap of the race. On the previous lap, Andre Fernandez was the quickest of anybody in Sector 1. Javier Ripoll Jr. also putting in a quick purple time in Sector 2 on the last lap. So third place is definitely closing in on our race leaders. So this two-way battle for the lead has become a three-way battle for the lead. We've still got 25 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Here's your 1, 2, 3. Out along the pit straight they come, in towards turn 1. Andre Fernandez leading the way. Angelo Fontana in second, flashing the lights. The urgency now is starting to increase because he knows that Javier Ripoll Jr. is closing in on the both of them. He needs to try and find a route past before Ripoll gets close enough to challenge him. There's Lee Mole with Alexander Dobik. Mole in 7th place. Fastest lap of the race. Philippe Wills from the very back of the pack up into 6th place. Working his way forwards. Is he going to be challenging for the podium position before too long? Well, he's almost in the same camera shot. There he is. Philippe Wills in the 912 car, the yellow and black car, having left the others in his wake, charging his way through the pack. Here's the race leader. Here he comes again, Andre Fernandez. Angelo Fontana tracking his every move at the moment. Into turn 6. Out of 6 they come. Towards turn 7. Onto the power briefly, then under braking. Once again, Fontana to the inside, sees a gap. Fernandez slamming the door in his face. I don't think Fontana had quite enough of his nose in the gap to be able to claim that position. Fernandez certainly didn't seem to think so either. First and second, will they know that Philippe Wills is in 6th place, having recorded the fastest lap of the race as Javier Ripoll Jr. slides it up around the corner. Wonderful bit of drifting there from Javier Ripoll Jr. Here comes our race leader once again. Now suddenly Fontana has dropped back and into the clutches of Javier Ripoll Jr. Did Fontana make a mistake? Has he got a problem? Because Fontana certainly dropping a little bit back and into the clutches of 3rd place. Suddenly, that's given Andre Fernandez a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card because Fontana is now under pressure from Javier Ripoll Jr. Into turn 1 they come. So looking at the lap times, and certainly Angelo Fontana was about 1.1 seconds slower on the last lap than Andre Fernandez. So clearly a bit of a moment for Fontana, and that is giving an opportunity to Javier Ripoll Jr. But catching up with him is one thing, getting past him is another. So at the moment, Javier Ripoll Jr. in that third place. Carsten Creamer still in fourth and a little bit too far back to challenge. Here's our race leader, first, second, third. Now here comes fourth, fifth and sixth for Philip Wills. Then we wait a bit of a gap before we see seventh and eighth. That's Lee Mole and Alexander Dobic. And then a big gap before Eric Wagner comes across the line. There is Angelo Fontana in that second place. Now what has happened? He lost about a second to the race leader on the previous lap. It looks like he's picked it all up again. So clearly had a bit of a moment. But it's allowed Javier Ripoll Jr. to start a challenge for that second place. Philip Wills in sixth at the moment. Is there any more to come from the championship leader? We're about to find out. Into the S's we all come once again. The back wheels of the cars just bumping up slightly over the curb. There's Angelo Fontana, the car bouncing as he picks up just the right amount of curb, heading into the Parabolica Ayrton Senna turn 13 and then out onto the pit straight. Whatever was wrong with Fontana, it looks like he's regathered it a bit now. Across the line we come. It was 1.4 between first and second. It's now 1.5. So Fernandez stretching his legs further. Angelo Fontana no longer challenging for the lead. More worried about defending that second place to the inside. Philip Wills looks to the inside of Reinhold Kran. This is for fifth place from the back of the pack. Still with the fastest lap of the race. Great start from Philip Wills. Really, really solid driving. Remember, he had a mighty accident in qualifying this morning. I believe that's a different car. He's had to fight from the back of the pack. He is the championship leader. He wants to keep that championship leader. His main rival in the championship is currently in third place. He is just 3 places behind in sixth place. Looking down from the bridge once again, the flat out turn 5. Here they come in towards turn 6. Once again, Andre Fernandez. There is Reinhold Kran. Philip Wills just with him at the moment, not able to find a route past at this time. Of course, the further up the field he gets, the harder it is to get past the cars. But Philip Wills will be thinking of the bigger picture. He'll be thinking of the championship. He's got a gap on the inside of Reinhold Kran. Kran covers it off. This is the fight for fifth place that we're witnessing at the moment with 20 minutes of this race remaining, plus the obligatory 1 lap. Philip Wills with a lot more traction coming out of turn 9, taking a tighter line. Here's our race leader once again, Fernandez. Now Fontana's closed back up, so whatever happened on that lap, clearly he sorted it because there is a challenge once again. Angelo Fontana has broken clear of Javier Ripoll Jr. is back with the race leader. 0.2 of a second is the gap between first and second to the inside into turn 1. Is he going to make a move? Can he get it slowed down? Fernandez pretty daring with shutting the door in front of Angelo Fontana. It works. Fontana with the fastest lap of the race. So Philip Wills' fastest lap now been stolen away by Angelo Fontana. This is the fight for the top step of the podium. Andre Fernandez being pretty bold with his defence. He sees the gaps on the inside and he shuts the door in front of Angelo Fontana. Fontana deciding that discretion is the better part of valour. Just backing out of it, waiting for his moment. Has he got anything left? We're not even at the halfway point of the race yet. Andre Fernandez leading the way. Angelo Fontana in that second place. Into turn 6. And then round to turn 7 they will come. Down a slight descent, under braking. First and second, broken clear of third place at the moment. Andre Fernandez will have an open track in front of him. But he will have one eye in front, one eye on the mirrors, because he knows that Angelo Fontana will jump if he sees just the slightest gap. If he's got one moment that he can get his car in front, he knows that that lead will be gone. The car's bouncing across the curbs, absolutely hustling it as they head around turns 8, 9 and 10, and then into 11, and then 12 and 13. The Parabolica Ayrton Senna out along the pit straight is now flat out up to something like 265 to 270 kilometers an hour in 6th gear in towards turn 1. Then the heavy braking for the 2nd gear corner, taken at about 85 kilometers an hour. The fastest lap of the race belonging now to Angelo Fontana. So Angelo Fontana with the fastest lap. Philip Wills in front of Reinhold Kran up into 5th place. So Philip Wills now pushing his way forwards. Next up the road for him is Carsten Creamer. And then it will be his main championship challenger, Javier Ripoll Jr., who is his main challenger in 3rd place. Philip Wills up into 5th place now from the very back of the pack. So there is Philip Wills in the yellow and black car. Behind him, Reinhold Kran in the green and black car. As they head towards turn 5. Once again, absolutely flat out, riding on board. What a great shot from Reinhold Kran. We get his view as he heads towards turn 6 now. See how hard he's having to work around turn 6. And then turn 7 he will come. Great shots on board with these drivers. The Philip Wills, who's found the route past. Philip Wills, who is just 6.6 seconds back from the lead battle. About 7, nearly 8 tenths of a second between 1st and 2nd last time around. But Fontana, with that fastest lap, continuing to push forwards as best that he can. There is 2nd place, Angelo Fontana. There is the race leader. So the gap has opened up a bit once again. Fernandez responding every time Fontana puts in that quick lap. Well, the gap has remained about the same, marginally less between 1st and 2nd, 0.76. And Javier Ripoll Jr. by no means out of the equation. Carsten Creamer in 4th place. Philip Wills rushing to join this battle. Can it be that from the back of the pack, in an unfamiliar car, Philip Wills will be challenging for a podium? Angelo Fontana, looking impatient, has now closed back up with Andre Fernandez. Famous IndyCar driver, Adrian Fernandez. Don't get them mixed up. Fontana in that 2nd place. Right, turn 5. They're heading into now, 1st, 2nd. A little clear of Javier Ripoll Jr. Then to turn 6. Under braking once again. Still, Andre Fernandez has the lead of this race. Still, Angelo Fontana gets close, then sometimes drops back, then gets close again, then drops back. Needs to get close, particularly in this 2nd part of the lap, because if he can do all the hard work now through turns 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12, he will set himself up to make a challenge out of 13 and along the pit straight, but he needs to stay as close as he can to Andre Fernandez through this section. Up the hill, and now into Parabolica Ayrton Senna they come. Is he close enough? Still maybe not quite close enough to challenge. This is the section where all the hard work is done, and then out onto the pit straight. Is he going to be close enough to make a challenge? It doesn't look like it. He will pick up something of a draft as they head past the pits, but not enough to make the challenge. Flashing the lights. Into turn 1 they come once again, deciding just to stick behind for the moment. Still got 14.5 minutes of this race remaining. Javier Ripoll Jr. about 1.9 seconds back from the lead battle, but keep an eye on the car that's behind Carsten Creamer. Philip Wills in 5th place and closing 6.1 back from the lead battle. And this is that lead battle. Angelo Fontana may be aware that if he doesn't make a move on Andre Fernandez soon, he may well have an additional car fighting for that position. As Philip Wills has left Reinhold Kran in his dust, Lee Mole in 7th place. A solid job, but 15.2 seconds back from the lead battle at the moment. We come once again. That is Philip Wills in 5th place. Ajith Kumar still out on track at the moment in 12th place. There is Philip Wills. Remember, he had that big accident this morning. It really shook him. The car was wrecked. I think it's a different car. And there is Ajit Kumar, in that 12th place at the moment. The Indian superstar, the superstar actor who has so many fans from around the world, and a lot of people are watching Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this weekend to cheer on their man Ajit Kumar. Perhaps not having quite as much pace as he'd hoped for, but still very much learning the ropes in this series. And a driver who finished third in the Dubai 24-hour race in the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup a few weeks ago. So clearly has the pace, has the skill, but maybe the car not quite where he wants it at the moment. But in that 12th place at the moment, and picking up lots of experience. Back to our leaders. Andre Fernandez. Angelo Fontana was shown as 0.458 last time they crossed the line. Behind him, Javier Ripoll Jr. has dropped back from this lead battle a little. A little over 12 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Are we going to see a challenge for the lead? Well, Fontana thinks so. Look at him flashing the lights, doing anything that he can to fill those mirrors of Andre Fernandez with flashing lights to distract him, to try and make him miss a braking point, to make him go wide. Fontana again, drawing in just a little bit closer. Up to turn 8 they come. And then 9 and 10. It was 0.458 last time they crossed the start-finish line. Fernandez was the fastest of anybody on the last lap, so clearly responding. So what will it be this time around? They're through that little windy bit, then onto the parabolica. The corner that feels like it goes on forever. Drivers just picking up the speed, allowing the car to drift wide on the exit of turn 13, and out across the line they come. And the gap, 0.561. So Fernandez just responding slightly, opening up the gap by a tenth or so. Javier Ripoll Jr. now falling into the clutches of the cars behind. Philip Wills in 5th place. Is there anything you can do about Carsten Creamer with less than 11 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race? First and second. Still running together. A battle that you feel is going to go on all the way to the end of this race. And just to confirm, Piers has been doing his work in the pit lane. It is a different car for Philip Wills. I had a feeling that one was not going to run again that went into the barriers this morning. So yes, it is a new car for Philip Wills that he's had to familiarise himself with. But now he has closed in on Carsten Creamer. Can he make short work? And just ahead of them, Javier Ripoll Jr. And there's a gap on the inside. He doesn't need any more invitation than that. Filled by Philip Wills and up into 4th place. He is now just 1 spot away from a podium position. Creamer trying to cut back at him though. He's not just going to lie down and play dead here, is he? But Philip Wills has the position signed and sealed and delivered up into 4th place. Now Javier Ripoll Jr. just ahead of him. Can it be that Philip Wills, after that drama this morning, having started from the back of the pack, can it be that our championship leader can end this race with a podium position? We're going to find out in 9.5 minutes plus 1 lap, because that's how long is left in this race. First and second, very much the same, but subject to change. There is the leader. There is second. Fontana keeping Fernandez very honest. Fernandez, though, another fastest lap of 1:41.459. A very, very quick lap. There is Philip Wills stealing the headlines from the back of the pack. His main championship rival, Javier Ripoll Jr., just ahead of him. Second in the championship, Evgeny Leonov is not here this weekend, so his main rival is third in the championship coming into this race. Javier Ripoll Jr. was 26 points adrift of Philip Wills. If Philip Wills can get past him, he really will be in a very strong position for the championship. The AM Championship, the Club Division Championship for Porsche Sprint Challenge in Southern Europe 2025. Now we're getting to 8.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Philip Wills wringing the neck of that car. The yellow and black 911 GT3. 4 litres of naturally aspirated power. Water-cooled 6-speed transmission. And with the aid of ABS here in the Club Division, closing in on Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 3rd place. The gap between them was 1.539 last time around. We'll see what it is next time around. Our race leaders out onto the pit straight. But the man on a mission, Philip Wills, from the back of the pack, trying to get a podium position. He's into fourth at the moment. And across the line they come. Here's our first and our second. So what has Philip Wills done? He's taken a couple of tenths out of Javier Ripoll Jr. So he's going in the right direction. He can see the target in front of him. And all credit to Carsten Creamer in 5th place. He's not allowing them to get away from him. There's first and second once again. 0.466 between them last time around. What can Angelo Fontana do? Andre Fernandez just doing everything right. He keeps it on the racing line, doesn't make any mistakes, but that's exactly what he makes. The back end of the car sliding on the exit of turn 4. He holds it all together, but that would have allowed Angelo Fontana to close in. A fastest lap now going to Angelo Fontana. They're trading the fastest laps here, but that was a bit of a leery moment for our race leader. You saw the back end just sliding on the exit of the corner. You get the feeling the tyres are starting to cry enough. 6 3/4 minutes remaining. Can Andre Fernandez hold on? Angelo Fontana focused, doing what he can to keep the 917 car completely in his sights. Now up towards 8 and 9 they come. Once again up that hill into 10 and 11. And then it'll be 12 and then the long sweeping parabolica. Our race leader picking up a bit of curb. Fontana looking pretty eager there. Into 13 they come. Once again that corner that just seems to go on for such a long time. Now onto the pit straight they come. Fontana just a little bit too far back still. 0.466 last time, 0.468. The gap is about the same, but Fontana records the fastest lap of the race once again. Into turn 1 they come. Fernandez needs to do what he's been doing all race long for another 5 minutes and 50 seconds, plus the 1 lap to take his first win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He had a non-finish and a 19th place at Portimao. Showed loads of potential, but was not able to turn it into points. By his own admission, was very disappointed with that. Angelo Fontana, very rapid in the pouring rain at Portimao in race 2 last time out. Currently looking to equal his best ever finish if things finish as they are now, but he's not given up yet. We're into just about the last 5 minutes of this race, and you can see how hard Fernandez is pushing that car. The back end stepping out. That's allowed Fontana to close right in. The rear tyres of the 917 car appear to be pretty shot. You saw the back end just sliding. Is this Angelo Fontana's strategy to just wait behind Andre Fernandez, wait for him to use up the tyres, to use up all the grip, then to jump when the moment comes? Because the 917 car looks to have very little traction at the back. How well is he going to do around the S's? He comes now, 917 gathering it all up, but Fontana looking closer than ever. Into turn 13 they come once again. Is he going to be close enough to make a challenge into turn 1? Somehow Fernandez once again opening up that gap. Across the line they come. It was 0.468. It's 0.370 this time. Maybe on account of that little slide that Fernandez had in towards turn 1. Fontana will be aware that time is running out. 4 1/4 minutes plus 1 lap. They're well clear of Javier Ripoll Jr. in 3rd place. Felipe Wills doesn't look like he's going to catch Javier Ripoll Jr. for the last of the podium positions, but 4th place will be one heck of a result when you consider what he has been through today. Now, ahead of the race leader is Ajit Kumar, the back-marking number 28 car. Is this going to be the moment that Angelo Fontana needs to make a challenge for the lead? Kumar, very, very cooperative, getting out of the way, so doesn't want to interfere with the lead battle. So, first and second come sailing through. Kumar resumes on his way behind these two. Here's first and second, once again towards turn 6. Andre Fernandez still in control. It was somewhere around here where the back end started to slide last time around. Angelo Fontana, the last driver to have the fastest lap, but they've been trading it all race long in that 2nd place. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. A gap on the inside. Angelo Fontana, dare he put his nose into it? No, he can't. Andre Fernandez still in the lead. Up the hill they come once again. It's still 917. So much pressure coming from behind. Angelo Fontana throwing everything that he's got at the green car in front, but he still can't find a route past. What great racing from these two drivers, but Fontana now, I would say, closer than he has been at any point during this race. Out onto the pit straight. Is this going to be the challenge? Flashing the lights. Past the pits they come. In towards turn one. Still Fernandez with that lead. Still Fontana not close enough to make a challenge. He has a little look to the inside, but decides that he's not got enough space to make a challenge for the lead. 2.5 minutes remaining. Time is starting to run out for Angelo Fontana. Javier Ripoll Jr. Philippe Wills in 4th place, and then Carsten Creamer. And Wills does look as though he has closed in on Javier Ripoll Jr. So the battle for third not quite over yet. Bit of a wobble from the cars as they head around the corner. The tyres on these Porsches all worn out. There is Javier Ripoll Jr. You can see where Philippe Wills is. He's clearly not done yet, is he? Carsten Creamer in there as well. 2 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap. First and second running together into turn 6 once again. It's going to be a couple of laps remaining after this one. Our race leader has not put a foot wrong all race long. He's got 1 minute and 3/4 plus the 1 lap to keep it in that position to take his first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. He's had his mirrors full of the Est1 car of Angelo Fontana all race long. Fontana, though, has not been able to find the secret to get past that green car in front of him because Andre Fernandez has just held it all together. 1 minute and 1/4 remaining plus 1 lap. So out across the line they come. It's going to be 2 more laps remaining of this race. It'll be this lap where the clock will strike 0 plus 1 more. So 2 laps remaining of this round 3 of the season. For the club division, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. What great racing we're seeing into turn 1 for the penultimate time. Fontana, he's going to have to wait until the last lap if he's going to make a move on turn 1. Or is he settling for second place? Surely not settling for second place. He can see the leading car. He can almost touch it. He's that close. But Andre Fernandez still with 35 seconds remaining. 1 lap and 3/4 of this race remaining. Andre Fernandez just needs to keep on doing what he's been doing all race long. He needs to keep his head. He needs to not allow the pressure to get to him. He doesn't show signs of cracking yet, does he? Andre Fernandez has done it all right. Fontana along behind him into turn 6 they come, under braking for the penultimate time once again. The clock now about to strike 0. It will be the remainder of this lap plus the 1 more for that man there. 917 will be our race winner if things remain as they are, but he's still got to hold it together for just over another lap. So here we go. Up the hill once again into the S's. And then into turn 11, 12, and then into Parabolica Ayrton Senna for the penultimate time to see the last lap board, which will be shown to car 917. Still Fontana close, but not close enough. It looks like he might be out of options. Now out onto the pit straight. Surely this is the last big opportunity that he's going to get. The final lap is now started for Andre Fernandez. Is Angelo Fontana going to ruin his dreams? He's flashing the lights. He's trying everything that he can, but he can't find any kind of route. Fernandez opening the gap to .559, looking solid to take his first ever win. Javier Ripoll Jr. has fended off Philippe Wills. Wills in that 4th place still. A very solid job from the very back of the pack. Into turn 4 they come for the very last time. It's Andre Fernandez holding off Angelo Fontana, who has tried everything to try and find a route past. So, the final lap of the race. Andre Fernandez leading the way. Angelo Fontana, Javier Ripoll Jr. This is Fontana, 2nd place. Surely the last chance now to try and make a move past. But you think maybe the opportunities have run out, because Andre Fernandez looks to have this well under control towards turn 7. He comes for the very last time under braking. Just being careful not to allow that back end to step out, not to miss a braking point. And now Angelo Fontana looking closer than he has done at any point. Fontana, has he got one more trick up his sleeve? Is he just going to put the pressure on for the last time? Into turn 8, into turn 9, and then to turn 10 they will come. And then it'll be the Parabolica Ayrton Senna for the very last time. Out onto the pit straight. Fontana has kept the pressure up all race long. Andre Fernandez has just kept his head, kept it cool. Around the Parabolica they come, out onto the pit straight. It's going to be a first ever win for Andre Fernandez. Angelo Fontana matching his best ever score with second place. Javier Ripoll Jr. will close in slightly on championship leader Felipe Wills with a third place, but Felipe Wills in fourth place. What damage limitation that is from the back of the pack in a new car. Then a great drive from Carsten Creamer in fifth place ahead of Reinhold Kran. And then we wait a few moments and it's Lee Mole who will cross the line in seventh place along with Alexander Dobik, Eric Wagner, Ernst Inderbitzen, and then David Harrison in 11th place and Ajit Kumar who finishes a lap down. Brilliant. Great stuff. What a tense race that was. Adrian Fernandez, a solid drive, just holding it all together and not allowing the pressure to get to him. So race 3, round 3 of the season for the Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Club Division, the first of 2 races today here at Circuit d'Estoril. And what a good race that was. The rest of the cars just coming through and they will head into Parc Fermé. The good bit is we get to do it all again. I haven't seen a grid for the next race yet, but you get the feeling it might be the same contenders towards the front. There is your confirmation. It's subject to official confirmation, but that's what we've got so far. Andre Fernandez ahead of Angelo Fontana, Javier Ripoll Jr. That's your 1, 2, 3. Philippe Wills in fourth place from the back of the pack in a new car. Carsten Creamer in fifth ahead of Reinhold Kran. Lee Mole in seventh place ahead of Alexander Dobik. Eric Wagner, Ernst Inderbitzen rounding out the top 10, and then David Harrison and Ajit Kumar a lap down in 12th place. But a solid drive from Ajit, and you just know that they're going to be working on that. So all the Ajit Kumar fans, don't be disheartened because he's a driver who is getting quicker and quicker. And we won't be long before we see him challenging some of the drivers further up through the pack. There is Andre Fernandez. I did call him Adrian Fernandez at one point, who was a very, very quick IndyCar driver in the 1990s, not to be confused. Angelo Fontana from Venezuela. I would just say Adrian Fernandez is from Portugal, local driver, and Javier Ripoll Jr., another Venezuelan driver. So Est1, a great team, the Estonian team, great to have them here in second and third place. So a very successful day for Est1. Javier Ripoll Jr., mind the paintwork, chat, please, don't want door dents. Javier Ripoll Jr. Will have closed in slightly on Philip Wills, but that was a sobering thought for them when you see the progress that Wills made from the back of the pack. A bit of a reality check. There is our race winner though. Piers spoke to him. Oh, there is Dylan Pereira, ace Porsche driver and indeed winner in the blue hoodie there, congratulating Andre Fernandez. I don't know whether he's been coaching or not. If he has, that would explain an awful lot. But Dylan, the superstar in his own right. And I ought to recognise the guy with the glasses as well, but I don't. Yes, Andre Fernandez. Let's not remove the focus there. Piers spoke to him earlier, and he's going to speak to him again, I think. So down to you, Piers, in the pit lane.
Brilliant, thank you, Brian. Yeah, grabbing Andre Fernandez. Andre, you soaked up a lot of pressure in that one.
Yeah, look into the mirrors is not good, but I keep my team saying, look forward, stop looking in the mirrors. I don't know how they see inside the car, but they already saw. and I tried to keep the distance and control the race, so no spin again, and try try to get a win, the first one, and get some points.
Congratulations. It must feel really good to get your first win in the championship.
It is, feels good, feels great. Appreciate it, guys. Amazing series.
Yeah, good race. You were pushed all the way. It looked like the gap was ebbing and flowing a little bit. You would get a bit of a gap and then make a small mistake. Angelo was right on you. He'd make a small mistake. It really came down to just being pinpoint perfect.
Yeah, try to control the distance, push it back, pull again, push it back, pull again. This way, no race too much, but keep a little bit distant. Some part of the track.
Fast and clever.
Yeah, thank you.
Andre, congratulations. That was a great race from Andre. I'm hoping to grab a word with Angelo Fontana as well, because it was such a good race. If we could get Angelo in, because, we saw that. If you were watching the race, so close for the whole thing. Angelo was trying everything, inside, outside, flash of the lights. Angelo, I'll get you to come this side if that's okay. Angelo, what a great race that was. Pushing Andre all the way, couldn't quite get it done.
Till the end, fighting. But try passing, but hard. He make little mistakes, so it's really hard to pass him.
You tried everything. I saw you flashing the lights, left-hand side, right-hand side, deep, wide. What are you going to do in the next one to get one over on him?
Well, I think the next one I'm starting a bit in the back, so I have to fight and come back in the front.
Anyway, great result for yourself and great result for the team with the 1-2-3 as well. So we'll see you on the podium in a moment, and I'll hand up to Brian to go through some of the highlights for what was a brilliant round 3 in the club division.
Thank you, Piers. How good to hear from those drivers. There's such enthusiasm. I love the fact that Andre Fernandez's team was saying, stop looking in your mirrors, because they could tell, couldn't they? Brilliant. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of what was a fantastic race. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Club Division. So it was looked like a fairly solid start from Andre Fernandez, 4 abreast into that turn 1. I didn't think they were all going to make it, but they did, so all good there. We didn't have our eyes on Philip Wills because we thought, oh well, he's at the back, he's going to stay there, isn't he? No, he's not. He's obviously seen how he can drive in that new car, but there was lots of action further up. There was Lee Mole and Alexander Dobic. They were exchanging a bit of paint at one point or the other, but Philip Wills had already picked off a few places from the back of the pack and was charging his way through. Eric Wagner and Ernst Indebitzen were having their own battle as well further back, but this was the fight for the lead that raged on all through the race. It looked at one point as though Angelo Fontana was going to get past Andre Fernandez, then it looked like he wasn't, then it looked like he was. While all that was going on, Philip Wills was picking off the places one by one up into that 4th place. This was such a great battle, and as Angelo said just now, he could see little moments of mistakes, but not enough to be able to capitalise. Andre Fernandez did what he needed to do. Philip Wills, from the back of the pack, he found a route past Carsten Creamer, picked off another position. He got up to his main championship rival, Javier Ripoll Jr., but that was about as far as he was going to go in this race. Carsten Creamer didn't exactly lay down and play dead either, did he? He was fighting back Philip Wills, but it was still Andre Fernandez at the front. There was Ajit Kumar having a bit of a lonely race at the back, and there'll be a little bit of analysis going on in that team along with Red Ant Racing to decide how they can find a bit more pace. But at the front, the battle raged on. It was a familiar story. It looked as though it could all change at a moment. Andre Fernandez knew that one slight mistake and he would have surrendered that position to Angelo Fontana, but he just held it together. You could see how delighted he was. You could see how hard he was having to fight for traction with the rear end of the car. There was Lee Mole once again, and there was Alexander Dobic once again, and they had their own fight going on. It went the way of Lee Mole in the end because he got a 7th place, Dobic in 8th place. But as the race came to a conclusion, Fontana looked as though he was winding himself up for one last challenge, but it didn't appear to materialise, and things remained as they were. That was Lee Mole, Alexander Dobic. A bit of Oppo Loco around the corner. That's very entertaining. Not necessarily the quickest way around, perhaps letting Lee Mole off the hook a little bit for a few moments. This was the battle once again, 1st and 2nd. They were this close together for the whole race. That is how close these cars are. They're all identical cars, And they all carried on. There was Alexander Dobic. He did poke his nose in, but Lee Mole was having none of it. Thank you very much. They ran side by side, but it was advantage Lee Mole at the end. It was advantage Andre Fernandez at the checkered flag, taking his first ever win. Certainly one that was overdue, but you know we're not going to have to wait long to see Angelo Fontana on the top step. And this fight had been raging on. Lee Mole, Alexander Dobic. What a great fight between them as well, all race long. Andre Fernandez, for the first time ever, stopping in the first place position in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, taking a well-deserved win already. Can't be long before Angelo Fontana will be stopping in that position. We will see, maybe in the next race, which is coming up later on today. Right, down to Piers, who's at the podium.
Brian, thank you so much for running us through the highlights. We're ready to have the one and only podium in the club division, and in third place, the number 91 from Venezuela, Javier Ripoll Jr. His teammate for S1 was from Venezuela also. It's Angelo Fontana. Pushed so hard to get the win, couldn't quite get it done, but it was a brilliant drive from our winner, Andre Fernandez. Congratulations, Andre. The Portuguese driver taking victory in Portugal, and will now have the Portuguese national anthem. Congratulations, Andre, on the win. We'll now have the trophies. So third place it is Javier Ripoll Jr. Second place, Angelo Fontana. And our winner, driving for Veloso Motorsport, was Andre Fernandez. His first victory in this season. First time he's been able to show that pace in the race and get the result that he was looking for after a tricky round 1 and round 2 in Portimao. Photos on the podium, all three of them big grins. Good race for S1 racing as well with, oh, we're having some champagne. We weren't expecting that. But no, I'm going to get champagne on me as well. Good to see the celebration from the guys. I'm sure their cars will be smelling slightly of champagne. And that is our only podium for the club division. So I think we better hand back down as we're about to have the sport division round number 4. Let's hope that it's as good as the first one this morning.
Thank you so much, Piers. That'll teach you to get too close to the podium, won't it? Yes, the celebrations have started, and in just a few moments, we're going to be bringing you the second race of the day. It will be round 4 of the sport division. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to Estoril for round 4 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. What a round 3 we enjoyed earlier on this afternoon. We saw Ariel Levy starting from pole position. He led for most of the race, but when it counted, it was Flint Schuring who was in front in the closing laps of the race. Schuring finding a route past the number 25 Team GP Elite car and taking his second win of the season. And in so doing, by my calculations, taking the lead in the championship by 1 point from Ariel Levy as well. It was a thrilling race. Draker Janssen also doing a sterling job to finish on the podium. We saw a rookie win for Chester Kiefer. That's 3 out of 3 wins for him in the rookie championship and in the rookie racing this year. But all the more impressive considering the fact that he spun on the opening lap of the race and had to work his way back through the pack. Sasha Norden was another who had a spin on that opening lap in the same incident, and he fought his way back to 6th place. So some very solid drives there. So Chester Kiefer took the win in the rookie race. Søren Spreng took the race win in the Pro-Ams. I have seen subsequently that there was a penalty issued to Søren Spreng for forcing another car off the track, and he has been awarded with a 10-second time penalty. So Søren Spreng, who's making his debut in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this weekend, picking up a 10-second time penalty. So he'll be looking for better things in this race. He starts from 21st place, and the driver he got together with is starting alongside him in 22nd place for this round 4. So that's going to be exciting. Chester Kiefer starts 3rd as the leading rookie qualifier, and will be looking to continue his run of winning every rookie race of the year so far. But the headline will be exactly the same as it was in round 3, and that is Ariel Levy starting on pole position. Flint Schuring will be alongside him. It's an all front row, the 1-2 in the championship, the 1-2, or should we say the 2-1 in the championship, the 1-2 on the grid. They start alongside each other. Chester Kiefer will start in 3rd. Draker Janssen, the driver who finished in 3rd place in the last race, will start in 4th. And Domas Radonis and Sasha Norden, who has got a point to prove, he'll want payback time. We didn't see anything from Matthias Ferreira in the last race. Well, we saw something briefly, but he retired to the pits. I'm not sure what the problem was. We saw a big lockup. Now, whether he retired because of the lockup or whether the lockup caused his retirement for the target competition Porsche, but whichever way, Ferreira starts in 7th place. Jelte Hofner, there's a name we've been saying lots during this qualifying and race day. We're going to be saying quite a lot more of him. He's starting in P8 on the grid. Also, Nick Ho and Jonas Greif are up there as well. So it's looking pretty good for another nail-biter of a race, as is always seems to be the way with Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. You really have no idea who is going to win. All part of the wonderful Porsche pyramid. In just a few moments, we're going to head down to the grid where Piers is going to try and grab a word with a few drivers. But we look down from turn 1, a turn that has caught an awful lot of people out today, both in qualifying and the race. I think the rubber tyre tracks tell a tale all of their own. Some to the left and some to the right, heaven forbid, as the cars are under the heavy braking in towards turn 1 here at Circuito de Estoril. It is a legendary circuit, circuit that has hosted the Portuguese Grand Prix many times in the past, and of course it was the scene of Ayrton Senna's first ever win in Formula 1. But our focus today is very much Porsche, this mighty series, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. They say that summer wins are made in the winter, and mark my word, you will see a lot of these drivers in other series throughout this coming year. And the statistics are pretty phenomenal. We've seen drivers that won in last year's championship going on to take wins. In fact, 6 drivers became champions in their summer championships. 6 drivers who took part in last year's Southern Europe went on to become champions in their respective summer championships last year. We're expecting the same again this year. We're expecting Piers Pryor, who is down on the grid. Over to you, Piers.
Brian, thank you so much. We are, yes, heading into the second race of this weekend here at Estoril. Round 4 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Championship in the Sport division. And if this race is anything like the last one, then we're in for a treat. Drivers just coming to the grid now with our pole sitter Flint Schuring right in the front of shot. As if, look at that timing. It's like we make proper telly around here. But Flint did very, very well in qualifying, pushed hard in that last one, and managed to get the win in the end after, or struggle. Yeah, it was a good race and managed to get the win in the end after being pushed all the way by Ariel Levy, who was our championship leader going into that race, but now sits in second place. Very, very close between these two drivers. It's going to be a great battle for the championship this season, I think. Of course, still another 5 races to go, including this one, so not quite the halfway point. After this race, it will be the halfway point in the championship. But no pole position in this race, actually. I was wrong. Sorry. Just let Ariel Levy rev the engines there. Sorry, my mistake. It is Ariel Levy on pole position in this one. Flint Schuring in second place. Of course, Flint did take the win in that last one after a good final couple of laps. Let's grab a word, I think, with Chester Kiefer, who is starting slightly higher up the grid in this one, third place, owing to his second fastest lap time in qualifying being slightly better than his first, because the grid is set by each of the drivers' second fastest lap from qualifying. I'll just let Chester get the final few words from his race engineer before I jump on in and hear what he's feeling and hoping from this race. Chester, can I grab a quick word ahead of this race?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Chester Kiefer. Chester, a good race in that last one after being unfortunately spun round at the start, came through and still took rookie victory, but I imagine you want more than just rookie victory in this one.
Yeah, well, now starting P3, much better chance of getting to the front, and hopefully we'll have no problem with the starting lights than we had in the last race, which put a bit of a mess with everyone jump starting, and that made everything a bit harder, and that's why also found myself in a situation that was a little bit unavoidable, but hopefully this race will go better.
Well, you showed in the first race you can overtake around here. Starting third place in this one, are you hoping to use some of those moves to get towards the front of the grid?
Yeah, I'm hoping to use some of those moves to get to P1.
Absolutely. Well, keep an eye on you, Chester. Good luck to you. Chester, of course, a very young driver. He's actually a new convert over from single-seaters, having raced in French F4, British F4 previously, now taking up his career in tin top racing or Porsche Carrera Cup cars. We had a good result from Draker Janssen on that last one. He ended up on third place after a great result. It helped out slightly by some of the jostling, should we say, that was caused in the middle sector of the first lap, where we saw a few cars come together. Domus Raudonis is going to be starting in 5th place on the outside of row number 3. Of course, a one-by-one stagger. Let's grab a quick word with Sasha Norden if he's happy to have a chat. Sasha, we haven't chatted to you on camera much this weekend, Sasha. I said at the first race that, you know, normally we're used to seeing you higher up the grid, and especially based on testing, we expect you to be at the front. It shows that being at the front in qualifying can really keep you out of trouble in the race. Of course, a brilliant drive back through, but unfortunately caught up in an incident on the first lap.
Yeah, thank you. It's just unfortunate, you know, I got clipped, and like the commentator said, sometimes you need to get clipped and the red mist comes, and I think it came, so it worked really well. Let's see, hopefully this time we can keep it clean and fight a little bit further forward, because we have the pace for sure.
No doubt about that. I mean, you were literally dead last or second last, but I think Chester was right behind you at the after the first lap in that last one, and came through to a solid top 10 right. So clearly pace is there, overtaking is there. Just got to get the first lap out of the way, I assume.
Yeah, exactly, and we'll do our best.
You always do. You always do, Sasha. Great to hear from Sasha. Always good to chat to. Matthias Verheere actually was very strong. He was our highest placed driver on the grid in the rookie classification in that last race. Can I have a quick chat with Matthias? Brilliant. Matthias all the way from Brazil. Matthias, just thoughts ahead of this race. What are you hoping to get out of this one?
I think I have a really good expectation for this race. Unfortunately, in the race one, I got a puncture and I couldn't finish the race, but we could see the pace was really good. So just get a good start, go lap by lap and see what we got, because it's just my second race in this category and I'm really enjoying it. So yeah, I hope the best, you know. I want to win the rookie race, but yeah, let's see. I'll just do my best and we see what.
Matthias, good luck in the race. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Matthias, again, another one of our drivers in the rookie category. I think he's only 17 years old. So a lot of these drivers very young, starting their motorsport racing career. Jelte Hofner over there, he's again another young driver, 18 years old, had a good race in that last one. Unfortunately got a jump start, but still showed well defending from the drivers. Then in Nick Ho, who had a very strong race actually in that last one. I think he finished 5th on the road if I'm not mistaken. Great race. You can see a few little scuffs on the car there from all of the battling he was doing in that one. And I'm being told to leave the grid, so that means that this race is going to be coming to you very imminently, and I'll hand you to the capable voice of Brian Oliver to run you through the start of this race. Hopefully it's going to be just as good as the previous.
Thank you, Piers. Capable. I've never been called that before. How's your ears? It always hurts when they rev up. If you've never seen a Porsche racing before, it's something to behold, both sight and sound, as we get ready for race 2 of the weekend for the sport division, with Ariel Levy on pole position, Flint Schuring. It's battle resumed for these two. Chester Kiefer, Draker Janssen on row 2, and Domas Radonis and Sasha Norden on row 3. Row 4, Matthias Ferreira and Jelte Hofner alongside him in P8 on the grid. Nick Ho with the scuff marks has Jonas Greif for company. Henry Tuamala, he's on pole in the Pro-Ams. He lines up 11th with Rodrigo Almeida for company. Sid Smith was very much in the battles. He's got Alex Ryman in this race alongside him, and Josh Stanton and Thomas Cangro are row mates on row 8 of the grid. And then Milan Marchak and Charles Visser line up next ahead of Luciano Martinez, Mace Muller, Zuran Spreng. A bit of work to do from the back there, and he's got Anthony Imperato. Well, it's gloves off between those two. Let battle commence as we get ready for race 2 of the weekend, race 4, round 4 of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Once again, there is silence on the grid, and in just a few moments these engines will burst into life. All the spectators will need to stick their fingers in their ears, because these cars are blooming loud. I have to tell you, I have heard them firsthand. Great to see Draker Janssen with that livery. He's got pictures of his dog on there. It's a reproduction of his dog. He says, well, if I can't bring my dog to the racetrack, I'm going to have a picture of him on my car. It's a wonderful livery, and you really need to check it out close up. Have a look online at the number 17 car with his dog, whose name I don't know. I'll find that out. On the side of the car. The two Schumacher CLRT cars look like they are about to gang up on Ariel Levy, but the Israeli driver is made of stern stuff, and he will not allow the pressure to get to him from those gold and black cars that surround him and bear down on him. He starts on pole position, his second pole position. Oh, there it is. There is the dog on Draker Janssen's car, and the great livery. What a great livery that is. And yeah, hats off to Draker for doing that, and hats off to Team GP Elite for providing a very rapid car. So the grid has cleared. You can see the heat haze. The engines are running. All of the cars now fired up. The 4-litre naturally aspirated Porsche engines burst into life, and Ariel Levy leads them off the grid. He will be weaving hard to get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes as they head towards that turn 1. The formation lap, a critical lap. There's a bit of a lock up there from Draker Janssen, maybe just trying a little bit too hard to get the heat into the tyres. But a very, very important lap. They're not just tootling around enjoying a Saturday afternoon. It's all about getting those tyres into the window so that the next time they arrive at this corner at some pace, they're going to have some kind of grip that they can all get around there. So the weaving commences. Ariel Levy will be keen not to get too far ahead of the pack. He does not want to be sat on the grid with his tyres cooling down. But he needs to have good traction, because Flint Schuring will be looking to beat him off the line and make it 2 out of 2. This is a business between these two, and you get the feeling we're going to see these two drivers fighting each other all year long, not just in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I haven't seen what the plans are for either driver for 2025 yet. I'm hoping that they will remain in Porsche Carrera Cup, and if they do, it will be great to see them going wheel to wheel all season long. And of course, the experience they get now, it's all about warming up, getting up to speed, refining the game, getting it absolutely spot on, so when they start their championships in April, that they are ready to hit the road running. And that's exactly what Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe does. It gets the drivers up to speed after the long, hard winter and gets them ready for a summer of racing. So the cars just heading up that little uphill section where we see quite a bit of controversy into turn 9, it has to be said, round to turn 10 and 11, and then back onto the grid. And then we will have 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us. Just to reiterate, Henry Tuamala is our leading Pro-Am qualifier. He is 11th on the grid. Søren Spreng, Anthony Imperato also in the Pro-Am category. They are occupying the back row of the grid. Our leading rookie, Chester Kiefer, taking a bit of stopping there in 3rd place. Second in the rookies, Matthias Ferreira and Jelte Hofner. They line up 7th and 8th respectively. So the cars now coming round to take their position on the grid. The heat haze continues in glorious conditions here. It's not bright and sunny, but it's nice and warm. We're not expecting any rain. Hooray, says us after Portimao race 2. We're expecting close racing, because that's what we always get when these identical cars, 22 of them, all burst into life at the same time, all let loose the 510 brake horsepower, and all head in to that turn 1. So now the hearts will be racing, the palms will be sweating, the cars into position, the revs have dropped, but in a few moments, the noise will rise. We have clearance from the back. We are ready for round 4, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Sport Division. Eyes to the lights. We are go. And it's a good start from Flint Schering. It looks like he's got the jump on Ariel Levy. Levy, though, on the wide outside, coming in towards turn 1. It's Flint Schering who's going to come out of turn 1 in the lead. He's got the jump on his main rival. The rest of the cars working their way through. It's a gaggle of cars around turn 2 and turn 3. The 1, 2, 3. Into turn 3 they come. A little bit of action further back. Some blue smoke puffing up into the air. But everybody's made it. No, they haven't. There's a car gone spinning. That's on Henry Tuamala. The pole position car in the Pro-Am category into the gravel. Now, if he can't get that going, we're going to see a safety car early on. At the moment, Flint Schering has got the jump on Ariel Levy. Levy with the problem that Schering had in the previous race. In 2nd place, trying to find a route behind. Can he execute revenge on his championship rival? The rest of the cars coming through, but one eye on Henry Tuamala. Is he stranded in the gravel, or is he able to get going? At the moment, Ariel Levy having a little look to the outside while the tyres are fresh. Is he going to make a challenge? Looking, and it is, looks like it's going to be a full course yellow. Yes, it is. So full course yellow for the 1, 2, 3 car. This may well turn into a safety car. So the car's now being asked to reduce their speed to 80 kilometers an hour. Safety car is on standby and may well, and here it comes. Safety car is now out onto the track. So safety car will bring the cars down to a nice slow pace as determined by the safety car driver. Hopefully enough pace though to keep heat in the tyres. And Henry Tuamala, for the 2nd race running, brings out a caution and has the 1, 2, 3 car removed by a breakdown truck. And that is bad news in terms of his Pro-Am Championship lead. Anthony Imperato 2nd in the championship, the Pro-Am Championship just 10 points behind coming into this weekend. Ziad Geris was 3rd. He's not racing this weekend, so it could be advantage Anthony Imperato. Of course, Søren Spreng, also a very experienced pilot, looking to pick up the places in the championship. So those are your positions after a slightly chaotic first few corners. It was Flint Schering who beat our pole sitter Ariel Levy into turn 1, well, certainly out of turn 1. Chester Kiefer, the blue box next to his name indicating that he is a rookie driver. The white box next to Søren Spreng's name indicating that he is a Pro-Am driver. Now I'm just looking to see where Anthony Imperato is. The answer is nowhere. He is showing on my screen as not having started. So I think that Søren Spreng, if I'm correct, is the only Pro-Am runner. Let's have another look at the start here. As you can see Tuamala in the background just trying to get the car dug out. Have another look at the start here. And we had the clearance. We couldn't see the lights, but they both got away pretty good. But I think that Flint Schering may be just a little bit quicker on the reaction time. He had that line into turn 1, and Ariel Levy had a little look to the outside. But of course, if he had tried to attack round the outside, he would have left himself vulnerable to Chester Kiefer on the inside. So decided to tuck in behind, but Ariel Levy sees his main rival in front at the moment. Here come the rest of the cars. That was Jelte Hofner. And that was Henry Tuamala going spinning. And the race stewards will no doubt take a look at that and decide whether there's any punishment to be dished out. The clock continues to tick. When we're behind the safety car, the race is still underway. We are in racing conditions. Drivers are just not allowed to overtake. The speed is determined by the safety car driver, and he determines the pace. Enough, hopefully, to keep the heat into the tyres, so that when we go back to green flag racing, which hopefully won't be too long, then the tyres will still be up to temperature. So 25.5 minutes remaining on the clock, so we're only 4.5 minutes in, so we've plenty of time for lots of good racing. I don't think it's going to take very long to get Henry Tuamala's car towed to safety. And apparently, yes, Piers has confirmed that Anthony Imperato did have an engine incident from race 1, engine issue from the incident in race 1, got there in the end. So Anthony Imperato did not start this race. So if Søren Spreng can get it to the end without too much drama, he will gain the top step of the podium. And it's a bit of a get out of jail free for Henry Tuamala, because his main championship rival, Anthony Imperato, not starting the race. I think it means that Tuamala should be somewhere near, if not at the top of the championship standings in the Pro-Am when they leave Estoril and head towards Valencia in a couple of weeks. Right, notifications. Safety car is in on this lap. So in a few moments, the lights will go off on the safety car. And Flint Schering will become the de facto safety car. It means that he will be in charge of the pace. He's not allowed to bring him to a standstill. He's not allowed to speed up and slow down unnecessarily. But apart from that, it's up to him when he goes. He will determine when to hit the accelerator. He must not overtake the safety car. That would see him in big trouble. But he can decide when to hit the accelerator. The cars cannot overtake until they reach the start-finish line. So nobody can get past him until you get to the start-finish line. Ariel Levy will want to anticipate when Flint Schering is going to hit that accelerator. And Flint Schering will want to catch Ariel Levy napping. He'll want to make sure that Ariel Levy's got his foot on the brake at the very moment that he hits the accelerator, thereby opening up a gap. It's quite an art doing these restarts. I've never tried it myself, probably never will. But I have to say, Flint Schering and Ariel Levy have done a fair few of these over the last couple of years. We watched them in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. And they're pretty wise when it comes to getting started. We'll see what happens, because the lights are off on the safety car. That is the indication to Flint Schering that he has now taken over the control of this race. So there is the safety car. He's still quite close to it, so he'll want to back the field up a bit so that he doesn't catch the safety car. They're having to turn 11 at the moment. Certainly wouldn't want to catch the safety car. And then Schering will hit the accelerator. So here he is. Once again, Ariel Levy feeling the victim in the middle of a Schumacher CLRT sandwich, one in front, one behind. So we just wait for a moment, the single file, everybody just waiting Now, Flint Schuring has hit the accelerator out of turn 13. He's not got a big gap. Out along the pit straight they come, fanning out. There's a car that's just peeled off into the pit lane. I don't know who that was, but we're looking into turn 1 here now for the lead. Flint Schuring hedging his bets a little bit, looked to the outside, then to the inside. It was Rodrigo Almeida that's peeled off into the pit lane. But Flint Schuring carrying on as he left off. Now, somebody in the background who went straight on there, I think, as well. So we got a bit of drama. Now Sören Spreng in the background also going backwards into a gravel trap. So we've got a bit of drama going on. The fastest lap of Mays Muller, I think that was just behind the safety car. That doesn't count. But Sören Spreng, we saw him just going backwards into a gravel trap just now. We've lost somebody else. I think it was Charles Visser. But the rest of the positions very much being challenged. That's Nick Ho and Domas Radonis running side by side. So Nick Ho, we've got a full course yellow flashing up on the screen once again. Now, whether that's for Sören Spreng, yes, I think it is. So I think the last of the Pro-Am runners, there he is, Sören Spreng, who is stranded. That's between turns 2 and 3. So once again, we're under full course yellow. All that anticipation, all that building up. Charles Visser, who I think was the car that went out wide in the background, is at the back of the queue, but he's able to join the back of the queue. But once again, safety car is out, and all that tension and all that building up, and suddenly we are back. Let's have another look here at the start. I'm looking more in the background than I'm at the front, actually, because there was Rodrigo Almeida that disappeared into the pit lane. Just looking, yes, there at the back, that's Charles Visser going straight on. And then in the background here, we're going to see Sören Spreng turn around now. What's that? I'm not sure whether that was Anthony Imperato. Was it no, he wasn't. He's not in it, is he? No, who was that could have been? Mace Muller, maybe? I don't know. But there was a car that was behind. Of course, Imperato didn't start, did he? Flint Schuring, well, the fastest lap that's flashed up. Not sure whether that counts for anything behind a safety car. He is the race leader still. The clock is ticking down. We're approaching 1/3 distance and we've barely had a lap of racing. So we've got Sören Spreng to be removed. That's not quite the initiation he was hoping for when he signed up for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, Estoril style, but hopefully we will see him back again in Valencia. Great to have him here. The very likeable German driver, very capable. He's the 2 times Pro-Am champion in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. Knows how to deal with pressure. And as he's already mentioned, also a star in Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East as well. But not really what he was looking for here in Southern Europe. And it does mean that we will have no finishers in the Pro-Am category in this race. Which is a bit of a disaster for the Pro-Ams, really, although Henry Tuamala would probably take that, I should think, because that means his championship lead is intact. But plenty of other cars still on track. Our leading rookie is still Chester Kiefer. Matthias Ferreira is still second in the rookies. He is 7th overall. And Jelter Hofner is 3rd in the rookies and 9th overall. So he'll be ready to do another selfie on the podium if he can keep that one going. Right, have we had any news of the safety car coming in? Yes, no, potentially. So the lights are on at the moment, and I've got safety car in this lap on my screen. So I think a nice short safety car period. Hopefully we can get some racing in before we hit the halfway point of this race. So once again, Flint Schuring becomes de facto safety car. Flint Schuring decides when to hit the accelerator. Ariel Levy did a pretty good job last time around anticipating it. And this is what it looks like on board. You can see Flint Schuring weaving to get the heat into the tyres. You can see Ariel Levy doing no such nonsense. He's just ready to go. The lights were off on the safety car that you just saw. So we are about to go. Of course, Flint Schuring can weave as much as he wants because it's his decision when he's going to hit the accelerator. Ariel Levy practically pushing him around turn 13. Come on, get on with it. I've only got 17 minutes and 55 seconds to get past you. Along the pit lane they come once again to receive the green flag. The car's fanning out as they head towards turn 1. And it's Flint Schuring. Look at Chester Kiefer, though, putting the pressure onto Ariel Levy. Suddenly, Levy, who wanted to challenge for the lead, coming under pressure. But Draker Janssen looking to the outside of Chester Kiefer. The two young chargers running side by side. It's gone the way of Draker Janssen. So Janssen up into third place. Chester Kiefer relegated down into fourth place. That podium that he's looking for in the overall race is having to wait at the moment. He's still got just over 17 minutes plus 1 lap remaining to get back past Draker Janssen. But that was not in his game plan when this went green flag. Bit of blue smoke rising in the air, a bit of debris rising in the air. Flint Schuring has broken clear of Ariel Levy. There is Draker Janssen with his dog painted on the car. There is Chester Kiefer now not wanting to look at his dog. Nick Ho behind him, and then Matthias Ferreira as well. There's Jelter Hoffner challenging on the outside. Nick Ho picking up a bit of dirt, a bit of smoke rising up into the air. So Nick Ho and Matthias Ferreira are challenging for position at the moment. It is Nick Ho in that 5th place. There is Domas Radonis. He's had a bit of a lively lap as well because he's been mugged by Ferreira. Jelter Hoffner, and there's Sid Smith as well. The rest of the cars scrambling up the hill with their elbows out, trying to find as much position as they can, as much space on the track. Nick Ho at the front of that particular queue at the moment. There is Domas Radonas in the orange, black and white car. And there is Sasha Norden again in the carbon fibre zone at the moment. He needs a little bit of that red mist he spoke about in this race as well. Well, Draker Janssen's got the windscreen wiper on. I think he might have just hit that by accident because I don't think it is raining. But I can tell you that Flint Schuring is the fastest man on the track as Matthias Ferreira and Domas Radonis go side by side for position. It's advantage Ferreira at the moment. There is an investigation under Nick Ho overtaking under a full course yellow. So Nick Ho potentially under investigation at the moment. Flint Schuring leading the way, but if Nick Ho is seen to have overtaken under full course yellow, his 5th place will be very much under jeopardy. Our leading rookie, Chester Kiefer at the moment. He had Draker Janssen get past him, but he's still got Nick Ho between himself and Matthias Ferreira. There is our race leader. At the moment, Flint Schuring, it was about half a second over Ariel Levy last time around. But we will see what it is next time they cross the line. They're into turn 6 at the moment. There is Draker Janssen in that 3rd place. The 1, 2, 3. You can see them all in the same shot. There is Chester Kiefer. There is Nick Ho under investigation. Matthias Ferreira. Domas Radonis. There's Sid Smith. He's always good value for money. He comes up that hill. There's Jelter Hoffner behind him, just in front of him, Sasha Norden. So 8th place for Norden. He's not going in the direction he'd hoped for, but he's still got 14.5 minutes. Chester Kiefer, the leading rookie at the moment. We have no Pro-Ams in the race now, so just the 2 categories we're keeping an eye on, and there is our leading rookie out across the line. Right, the gap between 1st and 2nd, 0.219. Ariel Levy is starting to make his intentions known. There's a lock-up into turn 1. I thought he was going to get into the back of Flint Schuring there. It was all he could do to slow that car down. He's going to have a whopper of a flats on those tyres. So, there is Ariel Levy. He's managed to pick it all back up again, despite the flat spot on the tyres. And it's allowed Flint Schuring to break clear a little. So, Ariel Levy with the fastest lap as we look out towards turn 5, taken flat out once again. Flint Schuring, our race leader. Ariel Levy in 2nd. Draker Janssen in 3rd. 1.132 back from the race leaders. Right, there is Sasha Norden, and he has Sid Smith for company. So Sasha Norden not really enjoying the pace that we've seen from him in all the practice and testing. So the gap between 1st and 2nd looks to have increased, and I expect that lock-up from Ariel Levy will have left his tyres with mega flat spots on them, and it could leave him vulnerable to Draker Janssen in that 3rd place. Draker, who finished in 3rd place in the last race, looking to go one better in this one. He will have seen that lock up ahead of him. I'm just very pleased that the 2 cars didn't get together. There's your 1st, 2nd and 3rd running together along the pit straight. So 0.219 last time around, 0.546. So Schuring with a bit more pace. Into turn one they come. The 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it's Nick Ho. Matthias Ferreira in 6th place. Domas Radonis. There's Thomas Kangro on the inside of Milan Marchak. So, 12 and a quarter minutes remaining, plus 1 lap. Our race leader, Flint Schuring, looking to have it under control at the moment. There has been an investigation into the incident that saw Zuren Spreng, and it was Mace Muller that potentially got into him, but the investigation has said no further action. So, no issues there. There is our race leader, Flint Schuring, Ariel Levy, keeping him in sight. But what can he do to get past? We saw a very large lockup at the fastest part of the track. There will be vibrations in the number 25 car. Now, Sid Smith, Sasha Norden. Sasha Norden was in front, but now Sid Smith has found the route through as well. Sid Smith, who continues to press on, and Sasha Norden not enjoying the kind of pace he had hoped for in this race. There is Sid Smith, there is Sasha Norden now behind him. At least I think that was, or unless that was Jota, no, I beg your pardon, I think that was Jota Hofner in the identical red and white car. We'll wait for him to cross the line just for confirmation on that. But it was Jota Hofner that was behind Sid Smith. So out across the line we come. Let's just check on the positions here. So it's Schuring, Levy, Janssen, Kiefer, Nick Ho, Matthias Ferreira, Domas Radonis, and Sasha Norden, far from being past from Sid Smith, has broken clear of him and has now closed in on Domas Radonis for 7th place. So yes, Sasha Norden now, having turned the wick up, found a bit of pace and is challenging Domas Radonis at the front of that queue. Nick Ho in 5th place, Matthias Ferreira there as well, Domas Radonis, then Sasha Norden. And it was the other of the red and white cars. It was Jota Hofner who had been going head-to-head with Sid Smith. But now Hofner under pressure himself. And there once again, Charles Visser in trouble. He's pointing in the wrong direction. Now, is he able to get that going? Because if not, it will bring out another caution. There is Nick Ho in 5th place. And there behind him, Matthias Ferreira, Domas Radonis, and Sasha Norden. Man on a mission. Was disappointed with quali this morning. We've got a full course yellow going to be coming out. Full course yellow for the 3rd time in this race. Less than 10 minutes remaining. And this is going to frustrate the likes of Sasha Norden and Ariel Levy, all of whom are in a position to challenge but not able to make it stick. They get up to speed. Suddenly the full course yellow is out. And I think this is for Charles Visser. And another car that looks like it's made contact with the barriers. That's Milan Marchak on his debut weekend. You can see he's gone straight on. The recovery truck has come as well. An incident between 55 and 21. That'll be Sid Smith and Sasha Norden under investigation. That's going to be investigated after the race. So the stewards have got a lot of work to do here. They're keeping an eye on all sorts of shots and camera angles, reviewing all sorts of stuff that's been going back. Let's have another look at what brought out the safety car. We're going to get a replay of that in just a couple of moments as we look at the cars into turn 1. Right, here we go. And so it was the same incident. So it was Charles Visser and Milan Marchak who got together. Marchak looked like he might have made contact with the fence. I don't think it was anything too heavy, but that's what's brought out the safety car. We've lost a fair few cars as well. We've lost Zuren Spreng, we've lost Rodrigo Almeida, we've lost Henry Tuamala, and Anthony Imperato didn't even take the green flag. So down a few cars here. So it's very much a race of attrition at the moment. Not so for Flint Schuring in the number 99 car, looking for his 3rd win in 4 races. But Ariel Levy will be thinking hard about what he can do, because once these 2 cars are moved out of the way, we are going to be well under 8 minutes of racing, probably quite a bit less than that. Time is starting to run out to make moves forwards. I think Sasha Norden will be feeling something similar as well, having started a long way down through the pack, been involved in various things as well, and he will be impatient to get past Domas Radonis and Matthias Ferreira. Nick Ho in that 5th place, to remind you that he has also been under investigation for overtaking under the full course yellow. So we'll let you know if we get any news on that, but that may well be something that is updated after the race has finished. The clock reaches 7.5 minutes, so it keeps ticking even though we are behind the safety car, and I'm just waiting for news of when the safety car might come in. I've got my eye on about 3 different screens at the moment, just trying to give you any update, because we want to get this racing. This is shaping up to be another grandstand finish, just entertainment all the way. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the sport division, just providing so much entertainment. Of course, the car's just working hard to keep the heat into the tyres as they circulate behind the car. Flint Schuring has had a fair few rehearsals of this just in this race himself, and he will once again lead the field around. So we're up to turn 10 at the moment. Doesn't look as though it's going to be this time around, but hopefully next time around we will see the safety car lights off and we'll be able to get this thing underway. 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Round 4 of an 8-round season. Unbelievably, after this race, we will be at the halfway point of the season. Right, safety car is in on this lap. That was quite a late call once again. So it's going to be this lap. Safety car is coming in. The lights are off. It means that Flint Schuring once again, and look at Draker Janssen. He's itching to get past Ariel Levy. I mean, he's like, I could just boot it now and get past, couldn't I? No, you can't. You've got to wait to the start-finish line before you make a move on car 25. He is eager. Also is eager Nick Ho looking at the back of Chester Kiefer. Flint Schuring has made his break. The green flag is out in towards turn 1. 5 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Draker Janssen to the outside of Ariel Levy into turn 1. Chester Kiefer under pressure from Nick Ho. Matthias Ferreira as well. There's Alex Ryman, Jelter Hofner running side by side through the corner. Sasha Norden in there, Domas Radonis as well. They've all made it around turn 1. Into turn 2 they come. Now Draker Janssen, he drops back behind Ariel Levy, but there was a lock-up in that corner. I saw the puff of blue smoke. That's allowed Flint Schuring just to break clear of the battle for second place. He looks to have this under control. 5 1/4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Looking back towards turn 4. There's 2 cars that have come out of 4. 3 cars. 1 into the fence now. Can they all keep going? I don't know who it is. I think one of them might have been Thomas Kangro. Looks like Jelter Hofner. Just seeing who it is. It's gone past there. So there's 1 car that's still stranded on that corner. So that has been noted by the stewards. Now, is it going to clear by the time we get round here next? I'm not sure which car it is. We'll find out in just a moment. But it's Flint Schuring leading the way. So Ariel Levy in second, Draker Janssen, Chester Kiefer. But I'm looking to see whether the car that spun across the corner, across turn 4, has been able to move. So no notifications of any yellow. So I think it has. And we'll find out in a bit who it was that's dropped down to the back. I think Mace Muller might have been one of them. The rest of the cars continuing. So out along the pit straight we come once again. Flint Schuring leading the way. Ariel Levy in second place. Has lost about 4/10 to the race leader. Then Draker Janssen in that 3rd place. There's Sasha Norden taking a different line. Sid Smith coming to challenge him. Norden goes to block into turn 1. Smith goes to the outside, leaves himself vulnerable to Alex Ryman. But still the positions remain as they were. But Sasha Norden taking a completely different line along the pit straight. Not enjoying the kind of pace that he had hoped for here. The cars that were involved at the back, I'm pretty sure one of them was Mace Muller and Thomas Kangro. I think the other might have been Josh Stanton. I think it might have been. But you can see from that shot there, they've all cleared. There's 3.5 minutes remaining. Feels like this race has only just started in terms of racing laps, but it's all still to play for. Flint Schuring looks to have this a bit under control at the moment. Ariel Levy, remember, he's got some seriously flat-spotted tyres. He's struggling to stay with Flint Schuring. Draker Janssen looking pretty solid in 3rd place. Chester Kiefer wondering what he's got to do to finish on the podium in the overall race in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Sid Smith now with Alex Ryman for company. That's allowing Sasha Norden just to break clear and make his challenge on Domas Radonis. Ahead of him, Matthias Ferreira as well in 6th place, and also Nick Ho at the front of that queue. There is our race leader coming through, and there's the rest of the cars. There is Nick Ho in that 5th place. 2.468 back from the race leaders, but 2.5 minutes remaining. It's going to be a close finish, whichever way you look at it. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, all across the line. Pretty well as one here. And then there's Nick Ho, there's Matthias Ferreira, there's Domas Radonis, Sasha Norden to the inside of Radonis into turn 1. Radonis tries to shut the door, but Norden has got his nose in the gap. The 21 and the number 5 car running side by side in towards turn 2. Norden has that position. Sid Smith trying to follow through in his wake as well. Sid Smith also relegating Domas Radonis, so it's down 2 places for car 5, but now Radonis is coming back behind them. Alex Ryman trying to take advantage of this battle, but finally Radonis is able to drop into line, but he's lost those 2 places as a result. As we look back towards turn 4, the car's heading flat out towards turn 5. And now our race leaders, there is Sid Smith keeping the pressure on Sasha Norden. Norden not having it his own way at all. Up ahead of him, Matthias Ferreira in the gold and white target competition car. Less than 1.5 minutes remaining of this race. Our race leader at the moment is Flint Schering. Ariel Levy about 0.6 of a second behind. Running out of time, running out of ideas to get to the top step of the podium. Draker Janssen in that 3rd place. Pretty solid ahead of Chester Kiefer. So Janssen running pretty well on his own in that 3rd place. 1 minute of timed racing left. So it's going to be this lap that is about to start, and then one more. 2 laps remaining of this race. Round 4 of the season. Here comes Flint Schering once again. The gap was 0.667 as they cross the line. Ariel Levy in that 2nd place. Draker Janssen locking up in 3rd place. Chester Kiefer not close enough to take advantage. Nick Ho still there as well. Matthias Ferreira just behind. Then Sasha Norden. There's Sid Smith in the green and white car behind them in the queue. Draker Janssen has not really backed out of it despite that lockup, or has he? Yes, he has. Chester Kiefer has found the route past, so the car that's behind in that 3rd place is Chester Kiefer. That lockup for Draker Janssen has proven to be disastrous. He's surrendered a podium position. Chester Kiefer looking for his first overall podium in this series. Now having broken clear of car 17, Chester Kiefer into that 3rd place. Draker Janssen will have a big flat spot on his tyres too. But in 4th place behind him, Nick Ho, still no news on the investigation into him. So he is in 5th place at the moment. Matthias Ferreira in 6th place. Chester Kiefer, our leading rookie, and now onto the podium as well. But Draker Janssen wants to ruin his dreams in the last lap and a quarter of this race. There is Chester Kiefer in the number 88 car, the identical car to the one that is leading the race, with Flint Schering at the wheel. There's Sasha Norden up with Matthias Ferreira, being pushed through by Sid Smith as well. The 3 cars absolutely glued together. Here comes 2nd place, Ariel Levy. He's got Flint Schering ahead of him, but Flint has now opened up a comfortable gap as they head into the last lap of the race across the start-finish line for the last time to start the last lap. Flint Schering leading the way. Ariel Levy, then Chester Kiefer in 3rd place. 1st and 2nd looking fairly clear of that 3rd place. Draker Janssen fancies coming back. Sasha Norden to the inside of Matthias Ferreira into turn 1. Almost making contact. Matthias Ferreira tries to shut the door, goes wide. Sasha Norden keeping the power on into turn 2. Sid Smith there as well, trying to follow through. There's Ariel Levy once again in that 2nd place. Then there's a 3rd, 4th, 5th, all running very much together out on the track. Look how much pressure Sid Smith is putting on Matthias Ferreira, because Sasha Norden has worked his way up into 6th place. Then it's Nick Ho just ahead of him. Can he find a route past Nick Ho and into 5th place? It will be some consolation for Sasha Norden, the driver who won the Pro Am Championship in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, now here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, trying to push his way forwards, looking to get warmed up for his plans for 2025 in the final lap of the race. Our race leader, Flynn Schuring, into turn 9 for the very last time. It'll be up the hill to turn 10 and then into turn 11 and 12, and then it'll be Parabolica Ayrton Senna for the very last time. It's going to be out of turn 13 in just a few moments for Flynn Schuring because Ariel Levy too far back to challenge. You get the feeling he's got a big flat spot on those tyres. No such problems for Flynn Schuring. Out of 13 he comes to receive the checkered flag. It's 3 wins out of 4 for Flynn Schuring in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It's another second place at Ariel Levy. A first podium for Chester Kiefer in 3rd place. Draker Janssen in 4th. And there, across the line, Nick Ho and Sasha Norden almost side by side. It went the way of Nick Ho, but to remind you, Nick Ho is under investigation for overtaking under a full course yellow. Second in the rookies, Matthias Ferreira in 7th place. Great stuff there from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. And here comes Thomas Cangro across the line, running very much on his own. He's down in 14th place. Wonderful racing though, good stuff. Real action all the way. Jelter Höfner didn't have a great day, neither did Josh Stanton. You can see a fair bit of damage to his car. So a few of the cars at the back have been in the wars. But Flynn Schuring once again taking the top step of the podium, making his intentions known. Ariel Levy with another second place. Chester Kiefer making it a Schumacher CLRT sandwich. He in turn was sandwiched with Ariel Levy in front and Draker Janssen behind. Then Nick Ho for PG Motorsport in 5th at the moment, ahead of Sasha Norden for Proton Huber competition. Matthias Ferreira in 7th, ahead of Sid Smith. Domas Radonis, another driver who'd been in the wars for much of that race. Alex Ryman rounding out the top 10 ahead of Jonas Greif. Then Mace Muller did well to come back to 12th, ahead of Luciano Martinez and Thomas Cangro in 14th place. In 15th, Josh Stanton with a bit of damage to the Proton Huber competition car. And then Jelter Höfner, Charles Visser, Milan Marchak, Zoran Spren, Rodrigo Almeida, Henry Chuamalo. Those were drivers that all received damage and brought out safety cars. So the last runner was Jelter Höfner, and he was in 16th place. So much drama to keep on top of in that race. Very, very good stuff from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Their second race of the weekend done and dusted. And we now arrive halfway point of the season. Ariel Levy into second place in Parc Fermé. Once Flynn Schuring had got in front, and then we had that lock-up from Ariel Levy, and you get the feeling that the pace from the car had gone after that. Second place, pretty good result, but it doesn't give him the points that he needs to move to the back, to the top of the championship. There's Draker Janssen. Here comes Chester Kiefer in the number 88 car. He's had a 4th, a 5th, and the 7th. He had 2 pole positions at Portimao, and finally he can stand on the overall podium, and he continues his run of winning every rookie race this season. 4th out of 4 and a 3rd overall. Enduring punches the air. Yet another win for the young Dutch driver. There's the team from Schumacher CLRT. Their congratulations. Haven't seen Flint's dad Gavin around today. He was certainly in Portimao, a real character of the circuit, and supporting both of his sons through their racing careers. And Schumacher CLRT will be delighted with a 1-3. As Lars Plato, who organises this series, does a phenomenal job. And congratulating the drivers. And of course, the Michelin hats, Michelin long association with this and many other Porsche series. And They get to put on the lovely blue Michelin hats, and we get to throw down to Piers, who's in the pits.
Brian, thank you very much. Yes, going to get some reaction from the drivers on the podium. Hopefully once Flint's had a quick word with his team, we can grab a word with him. But in the meantime, I might grab a quick word with Chester Kiefer. Chester, third place in that one. Come this side for me. Third place. You were watching the battle for the lead happen ahead, but you also had a battle of your own.
Yeah, it was quite nice, quite calm actually, the race. And then Draker made a mistake going into turn one. He locked up, pretty big one, went straight off track, lost time, and I was able to get through and then had to defend corners. But then I think he had a bit too much of a lockup on the tire, where he wasn't able then to re-attack me. So it was an easy P3 then.
Easy P3 and another win in the rookie category as well. So congratulations, Chester. And I'm going to grab a word with our overall race winner now, Flint Shearing. Flint, if we could grab a word, come on this side. I need all the length of my arm if possible. You're a tall man. Flint, 3 wins in a row in the championship now. Must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it's been going very well so far. Was a difficult race, but managed to get out in first again.
And you did it, you had to do it the hard way. It wasn't, lights to flag victories. You had to make your way past Ariel both times today.
Yeah, now managed to get him a bit earlier at the start right away. But it kept quite difficult since we had so many safety cars, and he was pushing quite hard behind me. So it was a hard but good fight.
Pushing quite hard, both figuratively and literally. I don't know whether you saw he locked up at one point, which is why he touched you into turn one.
Yeah, I did notice while I was driving. So but in the end, it can happen. But I'm not sure how damaged the car is, but.
Sure, it'll be okay. But anyway, congratulations. We'll let you go and get yourself ready for the podium, which we will be throwing up to in just a moment's time before we look at the highlights from what was round 4 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division.
Amazing. Thank you. Yes, Flint did notice, didn't we all? I should think the blue smoke filled Ariel Levy's mirrors. Right, let's have a look at some highlights from that race. A race that featured a lot of safety cars, but some wonderful racing as well. And it was all won and lost on the start, really, wasn't it? Ariel Levy starting on pole position, but getting the jump into turn 1. Flint Shearing, he had his nose in front and stole that lead away as they headed into turn 1 for the very first time. A lot of jostling for position further back. There was Mace Muller, who started from the pit lane. Oh, that one went below the radar, but good that he was able to join us. Jelte Höfner had a lively one, but not as lively as Henry Tuamala, a Pro-Am runner who didn't make it to the end. You saw him getting spat out into the gravel trap. Potential contact that sent him there. The car was retrieved, but all points to be scored were out of the window. We had a safety car, we had a restart, and once again, Flint Shearing, Ariel Levy came under pressure from Chester Kiefer for a while, and we wondered whether it was going to be Schumacher CLR2 in first and second place. But Charles Visser getting together also with Milan Marchak, and that brought out another caution. So we got that lot sorted out, but still the fighting went on further back. Domas Radonis always in the battles, the young charger, fighting side by side with Nick Ho. Sasha Norden from further back in the pack than he would have liked, getting involved as well. And then it was Søren Spreng who was the next to bring out a full course yellow after an excursion into the gravel trap. We got going again, and the cars fanned out along the pit straight, and you could see how much pressure was on the likes of Sasha Norden and Sid Smith and Jelte Höfner and Alex Ryman. But it all shook out, and it was still Flint Shearing at the front who was in control of this race. Ariel Levy tried everything that he could. There was Sid Smith and Jelte Höfner going side by side, and Alex Ryman trying to take advantage as well. Always the opportunist to try and take the positions away. Thomas Kangro, this was the moment, it was Kangro who got together as well with Milan Marchak, and there it was where Visser and Marchak got together, and it was Marchak who ended up in the fence, bringing out yet another safety car. We got the race going again, and it was once again Flint Shearing from Ariel Levy into turn 1. Draker Janssen fancied his chances as a for an attack on second place, but didn't actually make that happen at the time, but instead had that big lockup later on. There was Sasha Norden in the carbon fibre zone for much of the day, but did a great job to eventually bring it home in 6th place. This particular battle with Domas Radonis, but he came out on top of that. Sid Smith also sailing through as well. So there was the race leader. There was that lockup for Draker Janssen. That suddenly left him very vulnerable, and it allowed Chester Kiefer to come through and take away the last of the podium positions. Sasha Norden with Matthias Ferreira fighting with Nick Ho, Sid Smith in there as well. Flint Schuring continued his trek at the front. He stayed in front from flag to flag and took the checkered flag, took the win, his 3rd in a row in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, now cementing his position at the top of the championship. But we're only halfway point of the season. It's all still to play for when we head to Valencia next. Right, let's head down to the podium where Piers is waiting for us.
We now have the podium for round 4 of the sport division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, starting with the overall classification. 3rd place, Chester Kiefer. Chester driving for Schumacher CLRT. In 2nd place, number 25 from Israel, Ariel Levy. And your eventual winner after another brilliant drive, 3 wins in a row for Flint Schuring. Flint also driving for the Schumacher CLRT team. Flint is Dutch, so we will now have the national anthem of the Netherlands. Congratulations to our top 3 in the overall classification. It was Chester Kiefer in 3rd place receiving his trophy. Ariel Levy in 2nd place, driving for Team GP Elite, and Flint Schuring, our eventual winner. Very, very good racing from all 3 of these guys today, but it was round 3 and 4 that belonged to Flint Schuring, and all 3 of them will now have their photo on the top step of the podium. Championship lead now stands with Flint Schuring. It's extending a gap ever so slightly over Ariel Levy, and now time for the champagne. Time between rounds to launder their race suits, so a bit more time for celebration. Congratulations to all 3 of those drivers, and we'll be seeing one of those drivers again in just a moment, as we will be very shortly having the rookie podium. And the rookie podium is going to be headed up. In 3rd place is going to be the driver from the Netherlands, number 67, Mace Muller. Mace Muller, 3rd place in the rookie podium, driving for PG Motorsport. 2nd place, Matthias Ferreira. Matthias is Brazilian, number 27, driving for Target Competition. And our winner, Chester Kiefer. Chester finishing 3rd overall and being a top rookie in round 4. And we'll now have the national anthem of Luxembourg. Congratulations to the top 3. Trophies now being handed out by series organiser Lars Plato. 3rd place for Mace Muller, 2nd place Matthias Ferreira from Brazil, and our winner from Luxembourg, Chester Kiefer. Chester's trophy cabinet is filling up pretty quickly with both the overall and the rookie trophies he's collecting. Unfortunately, no Pro-Am podium this time, because unfortunately we didn't have any of them finish the race. So that's hopefully we'll have more of those next time. And now champagne for the rookie podium. Chester making best use of the practice and completely soaking Matthias Ferreira. Great job, guys. Of course, the rookie podium for the youngest drivers who are starting their motorsport career. I'm sure we'll be seeing many, many more podiums for all of those throughout their careers in the future. That is the sports division done for Estoril. We have one more race today, and that is round 4 of the club division and the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and that will be coming up very soon.
Welcome back to Estoril for our final race of the afternoon. We have just witnessed a couple of fantastic sport division races for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We also witnessed an excellent club division race earlier on this afternoon. It is very much the recommencing of the same battle, because it was in the club division earlier today that we saw a win for Andre Fernandez. We saw a second place for Angelo Fontana, and we saw a third place for Javier Ripoll Jr. That is exactly the order that they are going to be starting this race, the final race of the afternoon, their 4th race of the season. That's the same order they're going to be starting in. So it is very much continuing the battle as we left it. And what a battle it was. Andre Fernandez, in qualifying this morning, lost control into turn 1. He backed the car into the gravel trap that you're looking in there. In fact, those tyre tracks might well be his. He swept the splitter off the car, and yet he still came through to start the race on pole position, and he's made it a double pole because he's doing it again this afternoon for the second race for the club division. In the first race, he led all the way, but Angelo Fontana kept the pressure on all the way to the flag, did not let off at all. There was a little bit of an issue with tyre wear. We saw both cars sliding around a bit as the race drew to a conclusion. The back end's getting a bit lively. But Fernandez held it together to take that win. Angelo Fontana adding another second place to his roster in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Still looking for that first win. And it could be here in round 4 that he gets that win. But he needs to beat the number 917 car that starts on pole position. Unlike the sport division earlier, this is a rolling start, so the cars will not be going from standing. They'll do a formation lap and then it will be a rolling start. And into that first corner, Angelo Fontana will want to try and find a route past Andre Fernandez. It's going to be a fascinating race, particularly as Javier Ripoll Jr. is there in the background ready to jump if they get together. We're going to head down to Piers now as he's down on the grid.
Thanks very much, Brian. Yes, it's come around quickly, but it's the last race of the day already. Club Division round number 4, and we're lining up on the grid 2 by 2. Again, rolling start as we had earlier on today. Inside for pole position, outside for second place. So better not try and get run over by Angelo Fontana, who is starting in second place. Brilliant race in that last one, pushing Andre Fernandez all the way. We chatted to him previously, so I'm going to grab a word with Andre Fernandez in this one if I can, once he gets on the grid. Have a quick word, see how he's feeling ahead of this one. Do you reckon I can jump in and have a quick word with Andre? Brilliant. Andre, quick word for the broadcast once again. Of course, successful first race. What do you need to do to make it 2 from 2?
I don't know. Maybe, first I gotta do another, clean in turn 1, and try to brake a little bit late, and try to clean and try to maintain the pace, and let's see what's going to happen, after turn 1, and see if I can keep them behind and deliver another win for the team and for me too.
Well, we look forward to the fight nonetheless. Andre, good luck in the race. I'll let the team do the final preparations, making sure the wheel nuts are completely tight and tyre pressures are optimum. Javier Ripoll Jr., let's jump in and grab a word with Javier Ripoll Jr. He's always good to talk to on the grid, and we haven't spoken to him a huge amount this meeting so far. Javier, can we jump in, have a quick word? Javier, you had a box seat, front row seat in that last race for the lead battle. I spoke to you after the race and you were wishing you could have been in it. We've seen you've got the pace. This is hopefully going to be an interesting race. Are you going to be trying to make it interesting for everyone watching at home?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I made a couple mistakes during the race. Angelo made one mistake too, but at the end I lost it in turn 3 and I couldn't recuperate from there. So let's see. Let's try to have a good pace this race, try to move fast laps, and let's see if they make a mistake or we can pass them. That's it.
Let's see indeed. Javier, good luck in the race. It's always likes getting involved in the race, Javier does, which is good entertainment for everyone. He loves his racing, races a lot in the United States, where he lives in Miami. And of course joins us for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I think he was 3rd in the championship last season, if I remember rightly. Where is Javier Ripoll? Yes, he finished 3rd in AM last year, so he's hoping to go at least a couple better than that and take the victory this year. And it's helped a lot by the fact that Philip Wills at the back of the field in the 912 had that incident in qualifying, which meant that he is starting uncharacteristically towards the back of the grid. Ernst Inderbitsin on the left here, he had a strong race in that last one. Join us once again, and I'm going to see if I can just jump in and have a word with Ajit Kumar, who's in the number 28 for Ajit Kumar Racing with Red Ant. Is Ajit okay to have a quick chat to us? That would be great. Ajit, thought we'd come down and have a quick word with you. Last race of the weekend here at Estoril. How are your feelings ahead of the race?
It feels great to be racing here at Estoril, a track, the circuit where Ayrton Senna won his first ever Formula One Grand Prix. It's very surreal to be sitting here in a car in the same circuit, and it's a proud moment actually.
Absolutely, and it's we've been hearing from a lot of the drivers. It's a real driver's circuit, lots of undulation, bumps. You have to use the curbs. Bit of a different challenge from Portimao a few weeks ago.
True. A very technical circuit, especially the last sector, extremely technical. But I'm glad my timings are getting better, and it's been a good weekend so far. Of course, this morning was pretty disastrous in practice when I crashed. I had a bad crash. But we said things, thanks to the mechanics and my team, they put the car together. and had to go straight for the qualifying. So that was quite a nerve-wracking moment for me, you know. So.
Well, there's no ups in motorsport without the downs, but also we've got a lot of fans for you here this weekend in person, which is great to see. The support you've got here in person and also on the live broadcast is amazing.
And I'm so happy that they're starting to follow the sport that I love so much. You know, I'm extremely grateful not just to the fans, to everybody back home who've been following me and wanting to know what I'm up to. And I mean, my heartfelt thanks to all of them.
Amazing. Ajit, we'll keep an eye on you in this race. Good luck in the race. Hopefully you enjoy that and have a safe and successful race. And I'm going to have a quick word with Philip Wills if we've got time. Is it okay to have a quick word with Philip? Yeah. Brilliant, because Philip, of course, was our championship leader coming into this round. Philip, quick word before the race. Difficult weekend so far, but you made up great ground in that first race.
Yeah, it was a very surprising thing that the car suddenly went turning around. So for me, but okay. It's good that you go back in the car, that Huber has a spare car for us. That's not, of course, nice, because otherwise you stay in the mind with your accident. But I'm happy that I went back to P4. So now we are going to push to try for the podium, of course. So we will see. But I'm happy to be back in the car and that you left everything behind. It's the past.
It's part of the skill of racing, isn't it? Moving on from incidents like that. You had an excellent race in that last one, nearly getting on the podium. You said that the podium's your goal in this one, so we'll be keeping a keen eye on this one for you. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Philip
Wills, of course, a very, very accomplished driver in these cars. He joined us last season. Philip Wills, I think he was up in the championship battle last year. He was, of course, in the Pinch Challenge Benelux and came second in Estoril last season. I think that's about all we've got time for on the grid here. So for the final time here at Estoril, and after this race we'll be in the halfway stage of the championship for the club division. But I'll hand up back to Brian, who's going to talk you through the grids and then, of course, through this race. So Brian, over to you.
Thank you, Piers. Some great insight there. Great to hear from the drivers, and especially from Ajit Kumar as well. A real good insight, and love his passion and his enthusiasm, and he has passed that on to many thousands of others. We have passion and enthusiasm for this race because Andre Fernandez starting on pole position with Angelo Fontana, and once again, let battle commence. Javier Ripoll Jr. has Lee Mole for company. See what Lee can do from P4 on the grid. Karsten Kramer, Reinhold Kran alongside him, and Alexander Dobik and Eric Wagner line up on row 4 of the grid. On row 5 is Ernst Inderbitzen and David Harrison, Ajit Kumar and Philip Wills in that new car starting 12th place. It's the 4th race of the season. So far, we've had 3 different winners. Angelo Fontana would like to make it 4 different winners from 4 races. Well, we'll see what happens there because we've got a whole 30 minutes plus 1 lap to go. And Angelo Fontana will be looking to get vengeance on Andre Fernandez as he tries to find a route past. So the first race was won by Evgeny Leonov, who's not here this weekend. The second race was won by Philip Wills. And, of course, the earlier race today won by Andre Fernandez. So who is going to be our first repeat winner of the year, or is it going to be a 4th new winner in 4 races? We're going to find out in a few moments. The grid is now just currently clearing. You can see the door is still open on the Andre Fernandez car, and I know we are about to get things underway, so I'm hoping there's not an issue with the 917 car. His engineer is still there. Everybody else has cleared the grid, and I'm hoping we're going to be able to get this going before too long. Not worrying about dodging the rain, and hopefully it's not getting dark anytime soon either. But yeah, here we go. Right now, the instructions given. Start your engines, drivers. That's what that little spinny with your fingers thing means. Get your engines going, and yeah, no problems there for Fernandez. Just his engineer staying with him to the last minute. The grid is now cleared, and we will get ready for the 4th round of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. The safety car engine is running. The heat haze is rising above the circuit here at Circuito di Estoril. And for one last time this afternoon, we are getting ready to go racing. The tension is building. The drivers' hearts will be racing, and we will be interested to see what the championship looks like at the end of this race. We will be interested to see how Philip Wills does from the absolute back of the pack. Well, last time he got it through to P4 from the very back, and he's going to try for a podium. You heard it from the man himself when Piers spoke to him on the grid, and he's going to be pushing hard to see if he can go one place better in this race. There is Andre Fernandez with that lovely vision of a clear track in front of him as he gets ready for this formation lap. The safety car leading them around, and the drivers now weaving to get heat into the tyres. No tyre warmers allowed, just to remind you, so getting the heat into the tyres, very important on this formation lap. And there is Philip Wills with the entire field in front of him and all that work to do. So that is turn 2 at the moment on this formation lap. We get to see the circuit a little bit slower, a little bit of an uphill section here as they head towards turn 3 and 4. This circuit, which has 3 hairpins in it. The main overtaking opportunities was the shot that we started with heading into turn 1, also in towards turn 6. This is out of turn 4. They head towards turn 5 in a moment, taking flat out at about 200 kilometers an hour in 5th gear. Don't even think about lifting off on this corner. Just clip the curb and take the car all the way to Parabolica Interior, which is turn 6. Which is approached at about 240 kilometers an hour in 6th gear, and then it's down through the gearbox into 2nd gear, 88 kilometers an hour, just waiting to get on the power. It's quite a long exit to turn 6, and then get onto the power as it head out towards turn 7. It's up over a slight increase, a slight hill. You can see it there if you want to call it that. It's like raising the ground, and then down the other side towards turn 7. Into 5th gear before the heavy braking, turn 7, down from 205 kilometers an hour down to 90 kilometers an hour, taking 2nd gear around this corner. And then the part of the track that Ajit was saying was very technical. That's exactly how we would describe it. Turns 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, known as the S's. And the part of the circuit, it's uphill, there's some weird cambers, it's windy, it's twisty, requires a lot of expertise. It's an area where we get a few incidents. Great opportunity to make places, great opportunity to lose places. And then finally, it's into the 4th gear, turn 13. The Parabolica Ayrton Senna, where the speed slowly builds as they head out onto the pit straight. And that is exactly what is going to happen now. The speed is going to pick up because the safety car is about to duck into the pit lane. And it will be the job of Andre Fernandez and Angelo Fontana to lead the field across the line. Wait for the safety car to duck to the right. There it goes. Now the cars are released and ready for the green lights to come on. And when they come on, we will be racing. Andre Fernandez, Angelo Fontana, see that green light, and they are go. There was Eric Wagner ducking out of the queue as well. The cars fanning out wide as they head in towards turn 1, but they're going to have to get back into 2x2 as they go round this corner, although Alexander Dobic fancies 3 abreast. Is he going to make it? Somehow he does. Cars running wide, but there's one that hasn't made it. Our pole-sitting car has gone spinning. So Andre Fernandez turned around in turn 1. This is a disaster for our pole-sitting car. It means that Angelo Fontana will inherit the lead. Now, what happened there? No, it's not Fontana in the lead. So Fontana looks like he's gone as well. So disaster. Fontana's down to about 4th or 5th place. I think it's Javier Ripoll Jr. who's jumped into the lead of this race. Lee Moles up there as well as Carsten Kramer as well. So we'll need to see a replay to see what's happened there. But clearly the 2 cars get together. Philippe Wills already passed Angelo Fontana. He wasn't expecting to do that on the first lap of this race. Fontana coming back at him. But what has happened at the start of this race? It is Javier Ripoll Jr. who is the leader. Philippe Wills with Angelo Fontana. We're into a full course yellow. So what a messy start that was. We're going to have a look and see what occurred there as the cars head up into turn 9 and 10. But our pole-sitting car, Andre Fernandez, turned around. You saw him into the gravel trap. It looks as though his afternoon is over. And Javier Ripoll Jr. becomes the race leader in second place. It is the Carsten Creamer car. And then behind him, it is, I think it's Reinhold Kran, isn't it, in the car behind? No, it's not. It's Lee Moll, pardon. And then Reinhold Kran. Right, we're going to have another replay look at the start of this race. Let's have a look at a replay. Let's see what happened with our race leader. And Fontana got it all wrong, got a bit squirrely at the back of the car and collided with Fernandez. I think it would probably be fair to say that Fernandez probably the innocent party in that accident. Fontana just losing the back end, the car stepping out, snapping back again and collecting the pole sitting car, both cars with damage, but it's Fernandez who's the one who is out of the race. Fontana is in 5th place at the moment. Felipe Wills up to 6 already. He's going to fancy that podium even more now, isn't he? Because he's still got just over 27 minutes remaining of this race, plus the 1 lap. But Javier Ripoll Jr., he is going to be looking for his first win. He's had 3 third places in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And he's in a very good position to try and beat that one. So, it is Carsten, I'm told it's Creamer in 2nd place. Got a little bit about 3 different pronunciations of that, but by the end of the race you watch. Lee Moll in the last of the podium positions. So, safety car is in on this lap. 26.5 minutes remaining. So Javier Ripoll Jr. will become the de facto safety car, weaving to keep the heat into the tyres. And there is Lee Moll there as well. And just behind them, Reinhold Kran and Angelo Fontana. Now, whether there is any kind of penalty issued to Angelo Fontana looked very much like a racing incident to me. I'm pleased to say I'm not the race steward. That's good news for both me and the drivers. But they will be looking at videos of that and deciding whether there's any punishment that should be dished out. Philip Wills in 6th place has Alexander Dobic behind him. So, 25 minutes remaining. Javier Ripoll Jr., who leads the field away. Safety car will peel off into the pit lane. We're in towards turn 7 at the moment. This is the view on board. And we can see the view, what happened. That's a great onboard view of what happened up in front. And that was obviously from the perspective of Alexander Dobic. So here we go then, up towards turn 12 and 13. And we are about to go. Green flag once again. It is Javier Ripoll Jr. who leads the way with Carsten Creamer behind him. There is Lee Moll as well. Everybody eager to get going. Just in the background as well. Reinhold Kran ready to jump. But a good start from Javier Ripoll Jr. In fact, he's caught Creamer napping just a little bit. A gap has opened up between 1st and 2nd already, and they've crossed the line. Now Lee Moll challenging for that 2nd place. Creamer goes to the inside to try and defend. Lee Moll going to the wide outside in towards turn 1. Looking to the inside also Reinhold Kran as well. Angelo Fontana in there, but look at the lead that Javier Ripoll Jr. has at the start of that race. He has a massive gap over 2nd place. He's checked out. They're all scrapping over the pieces. Lee Moll up into 2nd place. So Lee Moll finding a route past Creamer. Angelo Fontana in there as well. So Fontana coming back from that first lap incident. The rest of the cars making it around the first few corners, looking back towards turn 4 and then in towards turn 5. The flat out corner in towards turn 6. The heavy braking we come. Lee Moll in 2nd place with Angelo Fontana behind him. Creamer down into 4th place behind them. Reinhold Kran in there as well. But Lee Moll under immense pressure from Angelo Fontana, just keeping it together, keeping his head. Alexander, that's Philip Wills in there, making good progress, challenging on the inside of the Creamer car. So Philip Wills picking off another place to push forwards into 5th place. Carsten Kreimer in 4th place. So Lee Mole looking vulnerable to Angelo Fontana. Behind him is Kreimer in the 1-2-2 car. All of this is allowing Javier Ripoll Jr. to disappear off at the front. It was 1.2 seconds the last time across the start-finish line. You get the feeling it's going to be an even greater gap than that this time around. Lee Mole, though, in 2nd place, fending off Angelo Fontana. Fontana still looking for his first win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Now along the pit straight they come, side by side, in towards turn 1 they come. The two cars neck and neck. Angelo Fontana challenging for 2nd place. He's recorded the fastest lap of the race. To the inside of Lee Mole he comes. Kreimer through on the inside as well. Lee Mole goes to shut the door. They avoid contact, but Philip Wills in there trying to challenge both of them. Philip Wills challenging for that position. Reinhold Kran there as well, but look at the gap between 1st and 2nd. 1.5 seconds between Javier Ripoll Jr. and Angelo Fontana up into 2nd place. Now Lee Mole coming under pressure once again. It's Kreimer who tries to find his way past the number 56 car. The rest of the field coming through. There's your leader, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and then a gap back to 8th place. Javier Ripoll Jr. very much in control, but it's all to play for further back. Angelo Fontana is in that 2nd place. I could see the news that Andre Fernandez is back out, but he's a lap down. So Andre Fernandez has rejoined the race, but any chance of a podium has long since gone, as Kreimer now puts the pressure on Lee Mole for position. That's for the last of the podium positions. Lee Mole defending as best he can, but Philip Wills, the quicker of the 3 cars, I would say, in that position of 5th place, just behind Kreimer. So Philip Wills in 5th place, Reinhold Kran behind him, then Alexander Dobik. This is the view on board with Lee Mole in 3rd place. A good onboard shot there from him, holding on to the last of the podium positions. But can he do it for another 21.5 minutes plus 1 lap? That's going to be something of a challenge. There is Lee Mole. Behind him, Carsten Kreimer. Philip Wills, though, along the pit straight, in towards turn 1 they come, ducking to the inside. Philip Wills trying to take the position, but in front of him, Kreimer doing exactly what Wills had planned on Lee Mole. To the inside, Kreimer can't make it stick, so he slots back in behind Lee Mole. Mole holding on to the last of the podium position still at the moment. Philip Wills getting increasingly frustrated. He can't afford to get it wrong, though, so he needs to just be patient, pick his moment to find a route past the 1-2-2 car. Meanwhile, Angelo Fontana has taken half a second out of Javier Ripoll Jr.'s lead. Andre Fernandez showing what might have been with the fastest lap of the race, albeit down in 12th place and a lap down. He's there, he will still score points if he can bring it home, but not what he had hoped for at the start of this race. Lee Mole in the yellow and orange car leading that queue in the 3rd place. Then Carsten Kreimer, then Philip Wills, then Reinhold Kran, then Alexander Dobik, all in shot there. Then a gap back to Eric Wagner in 8th place in the number 23 car. Lee Mole doing a great, withstanding immense pressure from Kreimer in the 1-2-2 car. Lee Mole still in the last of the podium positions, but there is still 20 minutes remaining. To the inside goes Kreimer. The 2 cars sliding as they go up the hill, and it looks as though 1-2-2 is going to be through into that. No, he's not. Lee Mole fended it off. He had pulled alongside, but still Lee Mole holds on to that 3rd place. Wonderful stuff from the pilot of car number 56. There's 1st and 2nd. Fontana has closed in on Javier Ripoll Jr. The gap now 0.4 of a second. So despite that moment earlier on at the beginning of the race, Angelo Fontana, meanwhile, Wills to the inside. A Kreimer for position. This is for 4th place. And through goes Philip Wills into 4th place. Lee Mole up ahead of him. Now, what is Lee Mole going to have that he can throw to protect his position from Philip Wills? Wills, man on a mission, trying to come back, trying to fulfill his ambition of finishing on the podium in this race. The start procedure and the safety car procedure under investigation by our race stewards, so there may yet be some penalties to come for some of these drivers. This is 1st and 2nd glued together out of turn 4, around turn 5 towards turn 6. This is for the lead. Angelo Fontana, Javier Ripoll Jr. to the inside. Fontana sees the gap. looking for his first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. But still, Javier Ripoll Jr. holding on to that lead position. Fontana once again tucks in behind the number 91 car. Has the fastest lap of the race. He's got more than half the race still remaining to do something about the car in front. Fontana just holding it together. Over the curbs they come. There's Lee Mole, dropped back a little bit now. Philip Wills has challenged Lee Mole to the inside as per the last lap, but can he make it stick? This is for the lead though. Javier Ripoll Jr. leaves a gap on the inside. Fontana looks to have more grip in the S1 Racing Porsche. Around the Parabolica they come, out onto the pit straight. Fontana didn't even wait to pick up a slipstream. On the exit of turn 13, he'd already pulled alongside Javier Ripoll Jr. towards turn 1. He's got the lead just at the moment, but Ripoll Jr. coming back round the wide outside, trying to take the long route around. But it's Angelo Fontana who takes the lead of the race with the fastest lap, relegating Javier Ripoll Jr. back down into that second place. So Angelo Fontana now leading the way. Philip Wills up into third place from the back of the pack with still half the race remaining, but Wills goes deep, leaves a gap. Lee Mole rushes to occupy that gap. Kreimer in there as well in fifth place, closing in on them. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, there they are. Third, fourth and fifth running very much together. Then sixth and seventh also running together. This is a wonderful battle. Philip Wills in third place, trying to break clear of Lee Mole. Lee Mole with a bit of contact from Carsten Kreimer. Kreimer to the inside of the 56 car. There was that slightest of nudges. The two cars running side by side. Lee Mole will have the quicker inside line into the corner though. Under braking, he eases his way forwards, but Kreimer trying to come the long way around the outside, but has to drop in behind for the time being. Behind them, Reinhold Kran and Alexander Dobik fighting for that sixth place. Every point counting here at Estoril for this round 4 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Lee Mole in fourth place. He was in a podium position for a while, but now down into that fourth place, but still pushing hard to hold on to that position. Here comes our race leader, Angelo Fontana. What's the gap between first and second? 0.635 is the answer. Javier Ripoll Jr. doesn't seem to have a response for Fontana at the moment. But to remind you, the tyres need to go the distance. There's still 16 minutes to go here in this race. So, Philippe Wills in third place is 2.629 back from this race lead, the first and second. And you get the feeling that Wills is going to be closing in on both of them. We'll keep an eye on that 2.629. He's 1.9 back from the car in front, the Javier Ripoll Jr. car. First, second, then a gap back to third. What can Philip Wills do about Javier Ripoll Jr. in second place? I don't think that Ripoll Jr. has the legs at the moment to wind in Angelo Fontana as we reach the halfway point of this race. Fontana still in control. He started in second place. He got ravelled up with the pole sitter, Andre Fernandez. Fernandez dropped to the back of the pack as a lap down, but Fontana was able to fight his way back into the lead. He stole that lead from Javier Ripoll Jr., who's now down into second place. But now Philip Wills is closing in. It was 2.629 last time. They're heading towards the Parabolica now. We'll see whether that 2.629 comes down at all. If Javier Ripoll Jr. has got anything for Fontana, he needs to throw caution to the wind now, because Philip Wills in third place is closing in on both of them. You can see that the gap is coming down across the line they come. It was 2.629 last time around. What will it be this time around? It's 1.913. So Philip Wills closing in on the lead battle. This two-way battle is about to become a three-way battle. Another fastest lap recorded by Philip Wills in that third place. Lee Mole not got anything that he can offer Philip Wills now. He is defending hard from Carsten Kreimer. But there is Philip Wills, the man making the headlines from the back of the pack. The driver who led the championship coming into this weekend. Maybe, could he possibly dream of a win in this from the back of the pack. We've seen stranger things happen. He certainly has got his eyes on the top 7 of the podium. You can just see it in the body language of that car. 13 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Philip Wills closing in on Javier Ripoll Jr. This is the view from Lee Mould in 4th place. He can see Wills disappearing up ahead of him, and he can't catch him at the moment. There's the 1, 2, 3. This is all coming together for an absolute grandstand finish in round 4 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. And the man there, Philip Wills, in the car that he stepped into, the spare car that was provided for him by Proton Huber Competition after he wrecked his main car in qualifying this morning. But that has not slowed him down as he now catches Javier Ripoll Jr. and is going to be challenging him surely within the next lap or so. First, second, third running together. Angelo Fontana just breaking clear a little across the line they come. It was 1.9 between second and the lead last time. It's 1.4, so another half a second taken out of the lead on that lap. Now the 1, 2, 3 glued together into turn 1. Angelo Fontana leading the way. Javier Ripoll Jr. Philippe Wills in 3rd place. Then a gap back to Lee Moll, Carsten Kreimer, Reinhold Kran, Alexander Dobik, Eric Wagner and David Harrison. Ernst Inderbitzen rounds out the top 10. Then Ajit Kumar in 11th place ahead of Andre Fernandez after that spin on the opening lap. There's the leader, just a little bit clear of 2nd and 3rd at the moment, but this could all change. We've still got 12 minutes and 10 seconds plus 1 lap remaining of this race. We've seen no issues with the stewards in relation to Angelo Fontana and that opening incident, but his big issue is going to be the 912 car, because if he can get past Javier Ripoll Jr., he is going to be putting the pressure onto Angelo Fontana, who will be looking to make hay while the sun shines. Javier Ripoll Jr. is doing him a favour at the moment because he's stopping Philippe Wills from challenging for that lead position. Into turn 8 and 9, up towards turn 10, once again, then to 11 and 12, then the sweeping Parabolica Ayrton Senna of turn 13, once again out onto the pit straight. The gap between 1st and 3rd was 1.433 last time around. We don't need to see the gap between 2nd and 3rd because you can see how close it is there. But has Angelo Fontana been able to break clear of this lead battle? 1.433 last time around. What's it going to be as they cross the line this time around? And it is 1.211, so another couple of tenths off. Angelo Fontana stretching his legs as best he can to the inside. Philip Wills having a little look at Javier Ripoll Jr. Jr.'s got him covered off at this moment, but holds on to that 2nd place. The rest of the cars filing through. The fight for 2nd place is raging. Will this be a fight for the lead shortly? Angelo Fontana pushing as hard as he dare. We're approaching the last third of the race. A gap to the inside of Javier Ripoll Jr. Jr. comes back, closes the door on Philippe Wills. Still they remain in the same order, but for how long? Behind them, Lee Moll, Carsten Kreimer, Reinhold Kran, Alexander Dobik all running together. Then a gap back to Eric Wagner. Now Wills flashing the lights furiously, trying to find a way past Javier Ripoll Jr., trying to distract him, trying to make him miss a braking point. At the moment, it's as you were, but for how much longer? 10 minutes and 10 seconds, plus 1 lap remaining. The 1, 2, 3 in your shot there, but this is the fight for 2nd place. Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 2nd place, the fastest lap going to Philip Wills, showing his intent from the back of the pack. Before this race started, he said he wanted to finish on the podium. That was his dream. Can he win this race? Javier Ripoll Jr. doing a great job defending as he has done before. But now Wills putting the pressure on again, filling the mirrors, looking to the left, looking to the right, trying to distract Javier Ripoll Jr. Now going to try and get as close as he can out onto the pit straight. Will he get a slipstream as they head towards turn 1? This is allowing Angelo Fontana to break clear. The gap's back up to 1.62 between 1st and 3rd. In towards turn 1, so 2.138 should I say between 1st and 3rd as they head in towards turn 1. It's 1.6 between 1st and 2nd. So as long as Javier Ripoll Jr. is defending from Philip Wills, it's allowing Angelo Fontana to break clear at the front. It's exactly what he needs to happen. So again, Philip Wills biding his time. He does not want to have an accident. He does not want to get together with the number 91 car. Angelo Fontana giving it everything he's got. The 1.6 second gap in the lead of this race. Javier Ripoll Jr. holding steady in second place. Then Philip Wills, then Lee Mole, then Carsten Kreimer, then Reinhold Kran, then Alexander Dobik. They round out the top 7. There is Javier Ripoll Jr. in that second place. 8.5 minutes remaining. Philip Wills doesn't look like he's done yet. Doesn't look like he is settling for third place. Has a little look to the outside. Has the steamroller through the pack come to a stop here in third place, or is there more still to come? That a best of anybody in Sector 1 on the last lap. A purple time, 19.826, which indicates he has not given up. Looks to the inside, going into the corner. Has he done it? The two cars running side by side. Philip Wills with a nose in front. The two cars absolutely neck and neck. Javier Ripoll Jr. has the quicker inside line and is able to hold on to the second. Wills goes wide onto the gravel, holds it together, doesn't do any damage, but drops back from that second place. So it's as you were. Suddenly Philip Wills is off the back of Javier Ripoll Jr. That is going to release Javier Ripoll Jr. to close in on Angelo Fontana. Behind them, Lee Mole still holding off Carsten Kreimer. Reinhold Kran in there as well. There's Alexander Dobik in the number 33 car. They're all fighting over the fourth place. 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining of racing here at Estoril on this wonderful Saturday afternoon. Great racing is what we expect from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and great racing is what we are getting. Summer wins are made in the winter. We are watching the superstars of 2025 battling it out in the arena here at Estoril, and Lee Mole at the front of that queue in fourth place, holding off Carsten Kreimer. Reinhold Kran now challenging him as well. That takes the pressure off Lee Mole just a bit. 6 3/4 minutes remaining. Angelo Fontana, the leader, 2.382 over Javier Ripoll Jr. That fighting with Philip Wills has allowed Fontana to break clear. This may be the gift that he needed. So less than 6.5 minutes remaining. Have we got any more surprises to come? Is there a sting in the tail of this race? Lee Mole in fourth place, riding on board with him. You can see the concentration. You can see him picking up all the right apexes. You can see how hard he's working, trying to look at the track in front, not to focus on Carsten Kreimer in fifth place behind him, filling his mirrors. Out onto the pit straight once again. Kreimer looks too far back to challenge. There's the race leader. There's Ripoll in second place. There's Philip Wills in third. Then this fight for fourth. It's Lee Mole, Carsten Kreimer, Reinhold Kran and Alexander Dobik. Any one of these drivers could finish in fourth place, but at the moment it's Lee Mole who has the advantage. He has the track position. First three just separating a little bit, but there may be more to come. 5.5 minutes remaining. The fastest man on the track once again, Angelo Fontana with the fastest lap. This is fourth place. There's Lee Mole. Along the way he's coming. Then Carsten Kreimer, then Reinhold Kran. There's that flat out turn 5. They just pick up a little bit of curb onto the apex. Don't back out of it. Then towards turn 6, and that's where the heavy braking is, on board with Reinhold Kran here. Another great view. You can see the driver focused, gripping the wheel. Up ahead of him, Carsten Kreimer in that fifth place. And up ahead of him, Lee Mole. We're into 5 minutes remaining of this race, plus the 1 lap. The race leader, Angelo Fontana, 2.2 clear of Javier Ripoll Jr. Have we seen the last of the challenge for the lead, or is there still more to come? Has Philip Wills taken too much out of the tyres, getting through into that third place, or can he make it up into second place? Are we going to see the fourth different winner in 4 races in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division this year? We're going to find out in 4.5 minutes. Lee Mole, currently in fourth place, is the driver under the most pressure, I would say, because Carsten Kreimer is still there in fifth place and he's not done yet. Reinhold Kran there as well. Alexander Dobik just falling back a bit from that battle. On the last lap, Philip Wills put up the fastest lap of the race. So Wills is not done yet. In third place, He's not done yet. Javier Ripoll Jr. may well see the orange and black car in his mirrors before the checkered flag falls. We're going to find out in a little over 3 minutes and 50 seconds plus 1 lap. There's the first race leader who's just gone through your picture, and then second and third. There's fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. And then there's a big gap back to Eric Wagner in that 8th place. Then David Harrison, we don't forget them, and Ernst Inderbitzen, all in their own battles. Ajit Kumar found a bit of pace in this race. He's in 11th place at the moment, so finding a lot more pace in that car as the race has progressed. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. Philip Wills looks to have closed in on him a bit. Gap between them was 1.2 seconds last time they crossed the start-finish line. And we'll see what that is when they come round next time. So 1.283 was the gap between Javier Ripoll Jr. and Philip Wills the last time they crossed the start-finish line. Well, that looks a lot closer than 1.2 seconds. I reckon Philip Wills might have one more attack up his sleeve, one more attempt to get past Javier Ripoll Jr. and get that second place. Angelo Fontana having broken clear. Right, it was 1.2 last time when they crossed the line. This time across the line, what's it going to be? It is 0.7 of a second between Javier Ripoll Jr. and Philip Wills. So the battle for second place is not over yet. 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this enthralling race. The race leader, Angelo Fontana, he's checked out. 2.658 seconds clear of second place, Javier Ripoll Jr. But the fight amongst the podium positions is far from over. Javier Ripoll Jr. with his mirrors full of Philip Wills in that 3rd place. Then the gap back to Lee Moll with 2 minutes remaining plus 1 lap of this race. Out towards turn 6 they come. Around the hairpin once again, and then it's flat out up to about 205 kilometers an hour before the heavy braking of turn 7. A second gear corner taken at about 90 kilometers an hour. There's second, there's third. Philip Wills, you could just see how eager he is. 90 seconds plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Still Wills not giving up. We saw that moment where he went wide. It's taken him a few laps to get back into the rhythm. Emol looks to have shaken off the attentions of Carsten Kreimer as well in that 4th place. Now the challenge for second place. Javier Ripoll Jr. has Philip Wills alongside him. Wills has the inside line. Javier Ripoll Jr. has the momentum around the outside. He holds on to it, but now Wills back to the inside, and through he comes. It's Philip Wills through into second place. Javier Ripoll Jr. trying to respond along the pit straight in towards turn 1, but Philip Wills up into second place, but with less than a minute on the clock. He's left it too late to do anything about Angelo Fontana. Unless Fontana makes a big mistake or has a problem, he looks to have this one pretty secure. We've got 40 seconds remaining, so it's going to be what remains of this lap plus 1 more remaining of this race. Philip Wills already putting a gap between himself and 3rd place Javier Ripoll Jr. Andre Fernandez showing what might have been with a fastest lap of the race at 1:41.023. He is a lap down though after that first lap incident, but in 12th place he will still pick up points, but not the number he was hoping for. There is second place and there is third. So Philip Wills has found the route past Javier Ripoll Jr., relegates him down into 3rd place. Ripoll Jr. looks to have no response for 9.12. What a drive once again from Philip Wills from the back of the pack. We're left wondering what might have been had Philip Wills and Andre Fernandez started from the front row, which is what it looked like it might be when we started today. What a race that would have been. Let's hope we'll see some more of that when we regather in Valencia. So our race leader into turn 13, about to start the last lap of the race. Onto the pit straight comes Angelo Fontana. This is the fight for second, and all credit. You can see how hard Javier Ripoll Jr. is fighting. You can see the back end of the car moving around as he comes around the corner. Ripoll Jr. has not given up on this fight for second place. Now the final lap of the race. It is Angelo Fontana as Andre Fernandez sets another fastest lap of anybody. Second place Philip Wills. Third place, Javier Ripoll Jr. still putting the pressure on, still fighting to try and move up a step on the podium. But Angelo Fontana, some 3 seconds ahead of this battle. Javier Ripoll Jr. leaving the braking as late as he dare. You saw the gap closing in on Philip Wills going into that corner, but he wasn't able to get close enough to challenge for position. Again, Philip Wills continues on his way out of turn 4 for the very last time. Around turn 5, the flat out turn, and in towards turn 6, the hairpin. Here we come, the heavy braking of the hairpin. Down from 240 kilometers an hour to about 88 kilometers an hour on the exit. Then back up to speed once again. Out towards turn 7 they come. Angelo Fontana well clear of this battle now. Philip Wills looks to have the measure of Javier Ripoll Jr. in this, the final part of the final lap of the final race of the weekend. Our race leader is into turn 11 at the moment, then to 12, and then it'll be the final corner. The Parabolica Ayrton Senna awaits for Angelo Fontana as he heads into that. The fight for second place going on behind him. But around the Parabolica comes Angelo Fontana into turn 13 and out onto the pit straight. It's going to be a first ever win for S1 Racing's Angelo Fontana. It's 4 wins, 4 different winners in 4 races in Porsche's Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division here at Estoril. Brilliant stuff from Angelo Fontana. He found a route past and got to the front, left Javier Ripoll Jr. in his wake whilst he fought with Philip Wills. Philip Wills, an astonishing drive from the back of the pack through to second place. Javier Ripoll Jr. through to third. Lee Mole, a great drive from him, holding off all sorts of pressure for fourth place. Ahead of Carsten Kreimer, Reinhold Kran and Alexander Dobik rounding out the top 7. Then we had a gap back to Eric Wagner. We're still waiting for David Harrison. Here he comes for FAC Autotech in 9th place ahead of Ernst Inderbitzen. Ajit Kumar, he gets points for 11th place. And Andre Fernandez, a lap down already, has recorded a finish, but has the fastest lap of the race. As it was the case with round 3 earlier on this afternoon, a real game of tension, a game of chess almost amongst these drivers, just trying to outwit each other, outsmart each other and out-pressurize each other. And it was Angelo Fontana who takes his first ever win in Porsche's Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So 4 different winners in 4 races, and Philippe Wills, well, if there was ever damage limitation, that was pretty good job done of it from the back of the pack in both races. So to get a 4th place and a 2nd place, some very valuable points, and that will cement his position at the top of the championship. Javier Ripoll Jr., his main challenger in the championship at the moment, in 3rd place, so outscoring him. Will be good to see what the points are once we've added it all up and see where Angelo Fontana shakes out and all of that as well. Very good drive from Lee Mole in the number 56 car. He's got an 8th, a 10th, a 7th, and now a 4th place. So the 56 Team Parker Racing pilot moving forwards. Carsten Kreimer in 5th place. Good job for him, 2 5th place. And Reinhold Kran in that 6th place. In 7th, it's Alexander Dobik. 8th, Eric Wagner. 9th, David Harrison. 10th, Ernst Inderbitzen. And then Ajit Kumar and Andre Fernandez. So, I believe Piers is down in the pits. That was a great race, Piers.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Very, very interesting race. That was a lot of stories going on, of course. Drama on the first lap. Fortunately, seeing Andre Fernandez leave the circuit and dropping out of contention. Andre Fontana there, our eventual race winner, who's still attached to his car, taking the win after overtaking a few drivers coming back to the field as he lost time at the start of the race there. And then, of course, the story of Philip Wills coming through. And good to see the sportsmanship between Javier Ripoll Jr. and Philip Wills. Philip, an absolutely outstanding drive to come from the back of the field. And if camera operator Laura turns around, you can see how much that means to Philip to come from literally the back of the grid, outside of the final row, to get to 2nd place. Only Angelo Fontana robbing him of what would have been a last to first. Good to see Sasha Norden, teammate whose races in the sport division, coming to celebrate driver coach's team. Drivers getting their helmets off. Let's grab a word quickly with Angelo Fontana. Sorry to butt in. I'll sure you get a second to celebrate with your team first in a moment. But Angelo,
finally,
yeah. DNF second, first.
Yeah, I'm very happy for this first position and happy for my team and continue winning, I hope.
And you didn't make it easy for yourself this time either. Of course, unfortunate contact on the first.
Start, yeah, it was hard. The contact. I lose many positions. They have to take over, and this track is very hard to pass.
Yeah,
so
just tell us what happened at the first lap, because we saw only one angle of it. It looked like you got a bit out of shape.
Yeah, I went from the outside. I don't know if he opened too much, or maybe he didn't see me, and with contact.
That's one of those things. But you, as you say, dropped back in the field. Good overtakes. Obviously, your teammate as well.
Yeah.
Kept it clean, but took the win eventually.
Thank you very much. I'm happy, and well, my teammate drive really good, and it was hard to pass him.
Angelo, congratulations on your first win in the championship. Congratulations, Angelo. We'll let you celebrate with the S1 team. Javier Ripoll is just round the corner there in the green highlights. Let's grab a quick word with Angelo Fontana, and we'll grab Philip Wills after that. Javier Ripoll Jr. Javier.
Screw up the race.
That was a tough one out there.
It was tough. Angelo didn't make any mistakes. I did make a couple mistakes, stupid mistakes, and no for Phil to grab me, and then he made a mistake. I took advantage, but then he pushed me a little bit to the dirt part, and that's it. I mean, once you're in the dirt, there's nothing to do.
We saw it actually a couple of laps before. I think Philip tried to go around the outside of yourself there, got on the dirt and couldn't. It actually made a mistake. Yes. Gave yourself a bit of breathing room, but
and then it was not fast enough.
He'd come all the way from the back row of the grid, so a brilliant drive from Philip.
Amazing driving. I mean, 10 more laps, he would have passed Angelo as well. I mean, we have to be careful with him in Valencia.
Absolutely. Just a quick word on your results so far. Third.
I don't want small trophies anymore.
Javier, congratulations. Really consistent, good results, but we'll see you back stronger than ever in Valencia.
For sure.
And a quick word with Philip Wills, because I think it would be a remiss not to. Philip, come in, let's grab a quick word. It would be, we have to grab a word with the driver. Last two, nearly first.
Yeah, it was very exciting.
Very exciting, I'm sure.
I'm very happy to get a podium place, because after the crash and you go back in the car and then you go from the back to the front, so I have some amazing guys around me. Glenn Van Perez, my coach, is very good. He learned me a lot already. And this Vasilis, don't forget him.
Yes.
But your name, I cannot spell it good.
But Philip, of course, a lot of people helping you, but you were the one that did the driving.
And Huber and Arik and everything, they put car perfect for me. They gave me another car, so thank you for that.
Congratulations, you did the driving. You were the one that brought it from the back to the front. You must be very proud.
I want to say something to Daniela and Angelina. I did it again. So don't worry.
You did it again, Philip. Congratulations. What was an excellent drive. Second place from the back of the grid. An unbelievable effort. So we'll let you go and get yourself ready for the podium. And I'll hand back to Brian to look back on what was the final race this weekend here at Estoril for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We'll have the podium in just a moment, so stick around for that.
I won't launch into Brittany and oops, I did it again, I promise. Great insight from the three drivers. Just love it. I love their enthusiasm. What they had to say about it as well. Right, let's have a look at some of the highlights, of which there were many, from round 4 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. So the race got underway and the controversy started almost straight away. Andre Fernandez and Angelo Fontana getting together on that first lap. The result was contact with a fence for Andre Fernandez. He did come back to set some fastest laps, but he was a long way back, and Angelo Fontana didn't quite have as big a challenge coming back through in the pack, but he still had to fight his way through, and he did just that, fighting his way back to challenge the cars in front of him. Lee Mole appeared to be in a battle with Karsten Kreimer for pretty well the whole of the race, and the rest of the field fighting for positions further back. Lee Mole at the front of that queue, and he really had to keep his elbows out. He was under immense pressure for most of that race. He wasn't going to hold off Angelo Fontana, though. The man coming back finally getting a route past Lee Mole as they headed in towards turn 1. Rejoining at the back was Andre Fernandez, though. A great job from him considering the circumstances. You can see from the shots how much pressure Lee Mole was under, and he held it all together despite numerous attacks from the cars behind. Philip Wills, though, man on rails coming through, picking them off one by one. First Carsten Kreimer, and then it was going to be Lee Mole next up the road that he was going to try and challenge and find his route past. At the front, Javier Ripoll Jr. and Angelo Fontana running side by side. It was Fontana who muscled his way through and took that lead position away. Some very close racing there. Lee Mole having to draw on everything he had to keep the 56 car pointing in the right direction, with Kreimer just behind him. Javier Ripoll Jr. and Felipe Wills' battle went on, and it seemed to be a deciding moment when Philip Wills went wide into the gravel, but he still came back with just a few moments of the race remaining. Philip Wills fighting his way back to challenge for that second place. Lee Mole continued to hold off Kreimer, with Reinhold Kran in there as well. And behind them was Alexander Dobik. Wills now fighting once again with the time running out on the clock. Javier Ripoll Jr. tried everything that he could think of. He had his elbows out, he made the Porsche as wide as he could, but nothing was going to stop Philip Wills. Not this afternoon, not that man. The Proton Huber competition driver finding a route forwards, but it was going to be Angelo Fontana with a massive lead who extended it at the front. Philip Wills extending the gap in second place with just a couple of minutes remaining on the clock, and Javier Ripoll Jr. having to settle the third. It's an Est1 Racing 1-3 with Proton Huber competition in second place. Your 1-2-3 heading into Parc Fermé. Angelo Fontana finally shaking the monkey off his back, becoming the fourth different winner in 4 races in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. So, as silence descends on the Estoril circuit, we head down to Piers for one last time for the final podium of the day.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you very much for talking us through all of the races at what has been an excellent venue and an excellent group of races. Only one podium in the AM classification again, no GT4s this round, but hopefully we'll be having those back again in a few weeks' time at Valencia. But let's have our podium, and in third place once again, Javier Ripoll Jr. Javier for the S1 Racing team from the Venezuela, number 91. In second place, from the back of the grid, Philip Wills. Yay! Brilliant drive from Philip. He's the Dutch driver for Proton Huber competition. But our eventual winner, also from Venezuela, Angelo Fontana. Very happy about that, and rightly so. A brilliant drive coming through the field after an incident lap 1. Great driving, and we'll now have the Venezuelan national anthem. That was the Venezuelan national anthem for Angelo Fontana, who takes the win, but it's getting the trophies now. Third place first up, Javier Ripoll Jr. Second place, Philip Wills from Belgium, and then the winning trophy for Angelo Fontana. He's had a lot of near misses, a lot of second places, 2 seconds, a DNF, and now finally a win. All 3 drivers on the podium now getting photos and the bits for social media. And I imagine, considering we had champagne after the first race, we're going to be having champagne once again, and then enjoy this one. I'm going to run out of the way because I think I'm probably going to get wet if I don't. It's great to see them celebrating in style. And we'll be seeing, hopefully, all 3 of these drivers back again in just a couple of weeks' time at Valencia. So that is the only podium for the club division. And what a brilliant race it was. Once again, we've had 4 absolutely brilliant races, in my opinion. We hope you've agreed at home. It's been wonderful to be back at Estoril near Lisbon. Once again, it's been a a great venue, great overtaking, both in sport division and club division. Thank you very much for every single person watching at home. Thank you to Alpha Life for bringing us the coverage, of course. All the organisers of the championship as well, for making sure everything running perfectly in clockwork as always. The Orange Army, the marshals and everyone at the circuit, thanks so much. If you've enjoyed that, then make sure to join us in a couple of weeks' time, 22nd of February, for what is set to be another 4 scintillating races at Valencia. We had the same last year. Hopefully, we'll have the same again this year. Bye-bye for now.